Volume 2. Chapter 58. Jules, July 2nd, 914. Battle Group Rokasov arrived in Luchtov on the third day. Wang Zhong, with his extremely capable command team of the battle group, was waiting on the platform of Luchtov railway station for the guests who were scheduled to arrive today. The guards and support staff on the platform were all very nervous. After all, there was a brigadier general here. The brigadier general used to be called the brigade general. After the Civil War, in order to integrate with international standards, he used the title of the United Kingdom to call the brigadier general. Brigadier General Wang Zhong only has 5 people around him. The first was Colonel Ivan Pandalevich Yegorov, commander of the 31st Guards Rifle Regiment. Although the designation of the unit under his command was changed, it was still the remnants of the 3rd Rear Amur Regiment who were awarded the designation of the Guards. However, they did not have the Guards flag or the iconic rainproof cloak of the Guards, which was specially provided by the Guards. The weapons were not fired at all. The second is Lieutenant Colonel Alexei Sergeyevich Pavlov, former staff officer of the 3rd Post Amur Regiment and current chief of staff of the Rokasov Battle Group. After being promoted to the Battle Group staff officer, the staff team led by Pavlov now only has an accountant temporarily recruited from the local area, not even a communications staff officer. The person in charge of logistics is still an old division chief who was recruited from the local garrison. In short, it is an empty shelf. The third person is Brother Sufang Bachawenjasuk. She has just been promoted to the priest monk and is responsible for commanding the choir of the battle group. Currently, there is only one person in the choir. The fourth person is Brother Yuzmenko, whose current position is deputy knight and commander of the battle group Divine Arrow Company. Currently, the entire company only has 1 launcher, 10 divine arrows, 1 truck, and 1 prayer hand. However, the Divine Arrow Company has at least replenished 10 divine arrows, and the only firing team is fully staffed. There is also an extra truck and a driver. It can be regarded as the best unit in the entire battle group. These are all the current senior officers of the Rokasov battle group. Others either died or were lying in hospital. The last person was Sergeant Major Gregory, who was temporarily appointed as the Brigadier General's guard. He was looking at the surroundings with alert eyes. Luchtov is not only a train transfer station and supply center, but also the location of the largest hospital in the nearby war zone. Most of the wounded were sent here. The Ronisfield Hospital that moved here with the 3rd Post Amur Regiment was also merged into the local area. Hospital establishment. Wang Zhong was pacing back and forth on the platform, looking for something to say as he walked. The 3rd Post Amur Regiment was reorganized into a Guards Regiment. Why is it numbered 31? In less than 2 weeks since the war started, 30 Guards Regiments have been launched. The senior officers of the battle group and the surrounding guards who heard this all looked at Wang Zhong with surprised eyes. Wang Zhong frowned. What's wrong? Yegorov, there were 30 Guards infantry regiments before the war started. Oh, really? Wang Zhong is used to playing a guy without common sense. Anyway, the original owner is so bad, no one will be surprised. I see, I understand. Then we will be the first to obtain the Guards after the war. What about the infantry regiment with the title? Yegorov nodded, yes. Wang Zhong, that's great. No matter what happens in the future, we will leave our name in history. If it were 2 days ago, Wang Zhong would never have said such a thing, because this honor of guard was obtained with a lot of sacrifices, and he would not have teased the new number in such a joking way. But Wang Zhong is probably the kind of person who adapts easily to the environment. No matter what happens, no matter how sad it is, he won't remember much after a few sleeps. Ludmila joked this morning, saying, the old Alyosha is back again, although only half of it is back. In other words, the original Rokosov and Wang Zhong have certain characteristics in common. Of course, it has now been proven that Wang Zhong will definitely not wet his pants on the battlefield. There is still a significant difference between the two. At this time, a whistle sounded in the distance. In fact, Wang Zhong had already confirmed through the bird's eye view that the train was not the one they were waiting for, but at this time he still had to pretend, so he asked Pavlov, is it this train? Pavlov looked at the switchman's cabin in the northeasternmost part of the platform and shook his head. No, the switchman didn't even adjust the rails. This train just passed us. As soon as he finished speaking, the train blew its whistle again, without any intention of slowing down, and just entered the station on the tracks far away from the platform. There is a railway emergency repair car in front of the car, and an anti-aircraft car is towed behind the coal transport car. The 3 gun emplacements of the car are equipped with 4 Maxim machine guns. There are rails on both sides of the railway emergency repair car. It is obviously prepared to immediately repair the railway in place once it is discovered that the railway ahead has been blown up by the Prussian Air Force. The soldiers in the anti-aircraft car all looked nervous. After all, it was already done and the Proton plane would arrive at any time. Behind them are the tank trucks. Each tank truck has its door open, and the recruits are crowded beside the door looking curiously at the world outside. A new recruit shouted, "General, how are you doing on the front line?" "Wang Zhong, it's scary. Wait until you wet your pants." The young man didn't realize what was waiting for him in front of him, so he laughed bravely. After Wang Zhong finished speaking, he realized that the owner of his body seemed to be. He glanced at Yegorov and Pavlov. Nowadays, no one would talk about peeing in the pants, but everyone who comes from Rognez has heard of it. The two officers began to pretend to look at the scenery. "Damn, this won't become a famous meme in the future, right? Don't do that kind of thing." In order to cover up his embarrassment, he asked Yegorov, "Can the guards all obtain special equipment?" "Yes, the rainproof poncho is very useful in muddy seasons and heavy snow days. And then there is the Tokarev 8-year-old rifle. This space-time Tokarev semi-automatic rifle was finalized in Jules 908, so it is called the 8-year-old type. Submachine guns are only suitable for close combat. The Tokarev semi-automatic will theoretically have advantages over submachine guns in the wilderness. Prozen's ordinary infantry is still pulling the big bolt. The increase in firepower brought by Tokarev will give the guards an advantage over Prozen's army in the middle distance. This is theoretically true, but the Prozen army infantry squads are generally organized with machine guns as the core, and each squad has one machine gun, so Tokarev's firepower advantage over the big bolt is gone. But it's always good to have an advantage. Wang Zhong now dreams of getting more good equipment for his troops. Although the outcome of a war does not depend on the quality of equipment, having good equipment is definitely better than using bad equipment and can reduce a lot of losses. Wang Zhong asked again, "So when can we get these Tokarev?" Pavlov said, "The bullets have been delivered, all that is left is the gun and the man who uses the gun." Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows. In the past 2 days, he had experienced the chaos caused by the collapse of the front line. The good news is that things are recovering now, the bad news is that it's not recovering fast enough. Wang Zhong continued to pace on the platform. Brother Yetsemenko said to Pavlov, "Compared with guns, I hope people can quickly replenish them. Now the station is so empty and quiet, I even have nightmares when I sleep at night." The order given to Wang Zhong did not say what size the Rokossov battle group was, but because the leader of the unit was a brigade-level general, that is, a brigadier general, the local logistics department designated the station according to the standards of a brigade. The large station can accommodate 3,000 people at the same time, as well as their accompanying vehicles, ammunition, and fuel. However, Wang Zhong and his group had less than 200 people in total, and only 55 of the infantry were completely uninjured. Of all the troops that were said to have retreated in Rognez, they are the only ones so far. I don't know if the other stragglers were fighting guerrillas on the spot, were taken as prisoners, or were shot by the Inquisition. Anyway, they didn't come here. After all the lightly wounded people who were traveling with the troops were admitted to the rehabilitation center of the field hospital, there were only 55 people in the huge camp. Plus other miscellaneous logistics personnel, such as the field cooking team and the field laundry team, there were only 300 people. From the front, you can imagine how empty it is. There are many more sparrows than people in the barracks. These 55 men, all with beards and tails, have all been promoted to sergeants. Theoretically, each of them will lead at least one squad in the future, but now there are no soldiers at all. Wang Zhong paced on the platform and said to himself, "I thought that from now on it would be constant fighting, fighting, and fighting. I didn't expect that I would have such a free time." Yegorov smiled and said, "This is your first time on the battlefield. In fact, this is the norm. A war usually lasts for a month, or even a week or two if it is intense. That's about it, and then there is a long rest. This was the rhythm during the Civil War. The Air Force will fight passionately with the enemy every day." Wang Zhong actually knew this because he liked to play war games and read a lot of war histories. For example, he knew that in order to wait for the mud season to pass in Kursk, both armies on the southern front had rested for more than 3 months, and some troops had been resting since February of that year. But that's the thing, what you see on paper is ultimately shallow. Even though he had read so many war histories and memoirs, Wang Zhong still never expected to have such leisure time before arriving in Luchtdorf. Fortunately, both Yegorov and Pavlov had experience. They brought baton and balalaika to the troops, played music during meals, and also hired a film screening team from the church propaganda hall. Movie screenings in the evening. Only then did Wang Zhong realize that what he had always thought was an accordion was actually a national musical instrument called baton, and the timbre was quite different from that of the accordion. The balalaika is a triangular piano and a national musical instrument. Yegorov continued, "I fell in love with fishing during the Civil War. It was a great way to pass the time. Just sit by the lake and the day would pass. You can also eat salmon at night. Wang Zhongzin misses you. It is unlucky to make an appointment to fish for salmon in Lake Baikal." Just as he was about to say this, Many trucks drove into the station and stopped on the side of the platform without rails. A large number of stretcher bearers and nurses jumped out of the trucks. Wang Zhong and others saw them and silently gave up the platform. Soon, a whistle came from the west. The switchman came out of the hut, and after one operation, he raised the green lantern. The sound of train braking came from afar. At the same time, several jeeps drove into the train station, each with 3 doctors on board. Wang Zhong greeted Losanov, director of the field hospital. "Doctor, good morning." Losanov nodded, his expression unusually haggard. At this time, the slowing train slid into the platform and came to a slow stop. The people in the car immediately took action and carried the wounded out of the car one after another. There were no lightly wounded, probably because all the lightly wounded were left on the front lines to continue fighting. The doctors spread out, looking at the wounded lined up on the platform one by one, placing classification tags on their chests. Behind each doctor was a nurse, whose only task was to give anesthetics to the wounded who were classified as abandoned. The stretcher team kept carrying the wounded who were classified as priority onto the truck. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner, as if it was mechanically precise, and everyone had no expression on their faces. Wang Zhong also watched all this with a blank expression. All the thoughts about the leisure time on the battlefield just now were washed away. It was just an illusion, and the cruel war continued. At this time, a wounded who was classified as abandoned stretched out his hand in the direction of Wang Zhong and others. "Father." Yakimenko walked towards him, taking out the old and faded scriptures as he walked. He squatted down, held the hand of the seriously injured, pressed it on the cover of the scripture, and whispered, "Speak, child, I am listening, and he is listening too." Perhaps the anesthetic took effect. Wang Zhong could not hear the soldier's voice, he could only see the monk bending down and putting his ear to the soldier's mouth. Sukfang looked at all this and suddenly said, "Do you know? The wounded in the sanatorium like female nurses, but these dying people trust male priests like Brother Yakimenko more. Obviously, as a hymn monk, I am more favored." Wang Zhong did not answer. At this time, Yegorov had already inspected the wounded and whispered in Wang Zhong's ear, "There are many bayonet wounds. Yesterday, they were all caused by shell fragments and shock waves. Today, there are more gunshot wounds and bayonet wounds. Wang Zhong, hand-to-hand combat has begun. I don't know if Bogdanovka can really be defended for 15 days. We have to hurry up. The problem is that we can't get anyone even if we hurry up. The reinforcements are all going to Bogdanovka." Yegorov frowned and said, "We seem to have been forgotten." At this time, the station master came out of the dispatch room and shouted to Wang Zhong and others, "Your Excellency the Brigadier General, the train you are waiting for will arrive soon, but in this situation, we can only stop at the dispatch platform that is farther away. Please go, the overpass is over there." Chapter 59 The First Lesson of War. As soon as Wang Zhong and others crossed the overpass to the platform on the other side, they saw the switchman coming out of the hut again and starting to adjust the track. He cut to a bird's eye view, and sure enough he saw a train coming from the northeast. There is no emergency repair vehicle on the locomotive, and the weapons of the anti-aircraft carriage are replaced by 25mm anti-aircraft guns. Behind the anti-aircraft carriage was the black tank car as usual, but the church's sun mark was painted on the roof of the first tank car. There were obviously fewer people in the car with the sun mark than in the back. Wang Zhong adjusted the angle and saw through the open door of the stuffy tanker that there was a desk inside. "It seems that the distinguished guests we are welcoming this time are in this carriage. The people in the stuffy tank car behind should be the reinforcements sent to Bogdanovka." As a brigade-level unit, the Rokasov battle group has begun to have military bishops, who are mainly responsible for managing the large number of priests in the army, and will also be responsible for hosting relatively large masses. Of course, what Wang Zhong values the most is the role of the bishop in communicating with the church. He has already thought about it. When the bishop arrives, he will cry to him every day until the number of holy arrows is full. When Wang Zhong switched back to the original perspective, he could already hear the train whistle. The train slid slowly into the platform. A stocky officer wearing a church military uniform and a guard's rainproof cloak stood in the open door of the church carriage, akimbo and staring at Wang Zhong and others. Seeing this man, Wang Zhong wanted to go up to him and say, "Are you my fucking bishop?" Before the train stopped, the bishop jumped out of the car and walked toward Wang Zhong and others with long strides. Wang Zhong originally wanted to walk towards this person, but other carriages began to be unloaded, and a group of young people in khaki military uniforms and boat-shaped hats began to get out of the car, which directly attracted his attention. At this moment, the bishop had already come to Wang Zhong. "Long time no see, Alexei Konstantinovich." Wang Zhong originally turned his head to look at the new recruits getting out of the car. When he heard the name, his attention immediately turned back, and he was covered in cold sweat. "What do you mean, we have met before?" The other person didn't introduce himself, so he must be someone he knows. Wang Zhong had only seen the other party's name on the transfer order, and could not even remember that the other party's name was Nikolai Nikolaevich Popov from a bird's eye view. Fortunately, looking at the names, the relationship was not close. Wang Zhong had never been so grateful for the complicated rules of address of the Slavs. So he also called Popov by his first name plus his patronymic, long time no see, Nikolai Nikolaevich. Popov looked at Wang Zhong carefully. You seem to have changed as a person, Alexei Konstantinovich, and you feel very different from when you graduated. Wang Zhong smiled and said, you are joking, I am still the same person, maybe I just have a little more battlefield atmosphere. I thought you meant the smell of hell, Popov said. It seems that the tribunal has already reported the sentence, then I can show you the way back from hell. Popov added, before I came, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince came to me specifically and asked me to take care of his good brother. I promised His Highness, so I will use these eyes to see clearly whether your commanding ability is real. Just like what the telegram said. Damn it, Wang Zhong thought, what kind of rainbow fart did Duke Wostrom blow on him? Fortunately, I have learned the trick and have a lot of experience in war games, otherwise I would have been deceived by you. Wang Zhong, you won't be disappointed? By the way, I see that you have already put on the cape of the guards, so the equipment assigned to the 31st Guards Infantry Regiment of the 3rd Regiment is also on this train. He almost gave the wrong number. Popov loosened his hold on Wang Zhong's hand, shook his head and said, no, this is a souvenir from when I served in the Guards Infantry Regiment. Your supplies are on the next train. On this train, I first brought 3 Guard flag and additional troops of the 11th Regiment. While Popov said this, several blue-hat inquisitors got out of the car, followed by 3 priests, one carrying a rolled-up flag, one holding a double-headed eagle, and one holding a box. Wang Zhong was about to take the flag, but was stopped by Popov. The flag must be given to you in a flag-giving ceremony. These 3 are all special priests of the Patriarch of St. Catherine Castle. Wang Zhong frowned, are you still going to do this kind of formalistic thing? Believe me, this is very helpful for the morale of the troops. Popov said. Yegorov said, but what we lack most is morale. We lack everything except morale. The blue hat behind Popov immediately looked at Yegorov with sharp eyes. Sergeant Major Gregory responded with the same sharp gaze. At this moment, a young man wearing a khaki military uniform ran up to Wang Zhong, stood at attention and saluted, Brigadier General, the 535th Cadet Team has assembled. Wang Zhong frowned, student team? Where's the student team? Bakeke Infantry School and Artillery School, Brigadier General. The young man who reported raised his head high. Only then did Wang Zhong notice that his epaulets had no logo, only a circle of piping. This was the epaulet of a military academy cadet. What nonsense! He immediately turned to Popov, these people have been trained for some time, and they are all officers. How can we treat them as supplementary soldiers and add them to the front-line troops? Yegorov also agreed, according to regulations, the guards should replenish veterans who have returned from injury. What's the point of giving us new recruits eggs? Pavlov intervened, don't make trouble. It's only been less than half a month since the war started. Where are the veterans who have returned from injury? You see, the Brigadier General is only slightly injured and has just finished suppurating. These words made Wang Zhong's shoulder start to feel phantom pain. He recalled the sore feeling when he used alcohol to clean the wound yesterday when changing the dressing. At this time, a young man in the academy team stepped forward and shouted, report. We have received complete training, and our military skills are much better than ordinary recruits. Wang Zhong pushed away the students in front of him and walked up to the student who was reporting, we are not disdainful of your lack of military skills, but we are saying that you should play a greater role. How long will it take for you to complete your studies? 1 year, Brigadier General. But Aunt's mother is calling. All Wang Zhong's words were blocked by the words Auntie's mother is calling. He turned to Popov, are there really no other troops? Where are the people recruited for general mobilization? Training, Popov replied, and they were originally reserve forces. They already had their own troops, and now they are heading to the front line in an organized form. I think this is more efficient than breaking them up to replenish the troops damaged in the front line. The reserve army believes that the first batch of inexperienced young adults recruited in October this year can complete basic training. Wang Zhong, where is the punishment camp? Popov, how is it possible to replenish the disciplinary battalions for the guards? Alexei Konstantinovich, you might as well think more about how to use your superb command skills to help them survive the war as much as possible. Wang Zhong frowned. He always felt that Popov was acting strangely. However, Popov was right. If he commanded better, he might be able to make most of these young people survive the first battle. He turned and asked the conductor of the student team, how many of you are there? 1,200 people, General, the commander replied. Yegorov muttered in a low voice, not even enough to make up one regiment. Pavlov glared at him. Yegorov immediately raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Okay, I won't say anything anymore. You are the brigade chief of staff. You are the boss. In fact, as the commander of the Guards regiment, Yegorov has the rank of colonel, and he is still a bit higher in military rank. Wang Zhong ignored these two old enemies. He came to the far right of the trainees' queue and ordered, everyone, take out a pen and paper and write your name. Full name. Although everyone looked confused, they still carried out the order. Wang Zhong collected the small pieces of paper from the far right side of the first row and read the names on them loudly. Alexei Nikolaevich Malekhov. Wang Zhong recited a few words, and the young man who had just stood up and said Auntie's mother is calling shouted, comrades, there are 1,200 of us, do you want to read them all in one go? Wang Zhong, yes, so that I can remember all of your names and match your names with your faces. His words immediately caused a murmur among the young people. The mother is calling student just now shouted again, this is impossible. Why waste all this time? Wang Zhong, I can do it. Even if you can't do it, you can rely on plugins for the time being, but Wang Zhong swears that he will gradually match everyone's faces and names. As for the reason, Wang Zhong, most of you will die within the first hour or even half an hour of joining the war. I can't guarantee that I will bring you all home alive, but I can at least remember your names and faces. As he spoke, he came to the mother's call, took the note in his hand, and read aloud, Vasily Alexandrovich Leonov. Here. Vasily responded loudly. Wang Zhong, I will remember you, I promise. Vasily held his head high, as if this was something to be proud of. Just as Wang Zhong was about to leave, he suddenly spoke again, Brigadier General, they said that you destroyed 20 enemy tanks in Haupanir. Is it true? Wang Zhong corrected him calmly, it's 8. And almost all of my crew are dead. The only surviving driver has injured his leg and is lying in the hospital now. These words made all the students excited, 1 car against 8. Didn't you say that the Procenians have an armor advantage? It looks like they're fine. Wang Zhong frowned and raised his voice, the Procens are very powerful. If you underestimate them, you will suffer a loss. Many of them are veterans who have participated in many wars. The young people shut their mouths and looked at Wang Zhong seriously. Let's continue. After that, he started collecting the young man's papers again. Sergeant Major Gregory got a wooden box from nowhere and followed Wang Zhong so that he could put the paper in it. After a while, Wang Zhong read out the last piece of paper, stuffed it into the box, and said to the Sergeant Major, save it well and put it in my dormitory where it can be seen at any time. The Sergeant Major nodded. At this moment, the train transporting young students started to leave the platform slowly, while the train for wounded soldiers on the opposite platform had already left earlier. Only the seriously injured people who had given up treatment were left on the platform, while station staff were washing away the blood on the platform with water. Blood flowed down the platform, staining the concrete platform and the gravel roadbed below red. Seeing this scene, Wang Zhong had an idea, everyone is there. Turn back. The 1,200 supplementary soldiers turned to the rear, facing the blood-covered platform on the opposite side of the railway. The blood all over the floor made the most naughty students shut up. Except for one. Vasily asked doubtfully, why were those wounded placed there? Wang Zhong, their injuries are too serious and it is not worth the cost of medical treatment. They will be carried to the local church and handed over to the priest after a while. Silence enveloped all the young faces. Wang Zhong, this is the first lesson that war teaches you, classmates. Chapter 60 True Courage, additional update from the leader. While everyone was watching the platform opposite in silence, Vasily suddenly shouted, Filipov, play the drum. Wang Zhong was shocked, how could this prickly head still be alive? Play drums. He looked at Vasily. He was very tall. Even in front of the average height students, he was still a head taller. He could see clearly from across the queue. Then the man named Filipov was obedient and actually took off the marching drum he was carrying and started playing. You couldn't tell what song it was just from the drum beats, but Vasily immediately started singing. We have a long march. Warriors, look forward. Wang Zhong recognized it immediately. It was Departure, but it seemed to be a work from the 1950s and 1960s. Other students immediately started singing along. The team flag is flying high in the wind, and the commanders are at the front. Then entering the iconic section of the song, the word departure in ant sounds like a bang sound made with the mouth. The best thing about this song is the repeated use of the word departure, making it sound like the drum beat is like artillery firing. Fighters, go, go, go. With the sound of go, the students began to swing their bodies neatly, as if they were marching in unison. The entire tone of the chorus suddenly jumped from natural minor to major, and the listening experience suddenly became clear. Dear girl. I will write to you along the way back. Listen to the call of the military bugle, soldiers, go out. The railway workers who were washing away blood on the opposite platform stopped and looked across the railway. The seriously wounded who were dying seemed to be looking back, struggling to look this way. Yegorov also sang along. The soldiers are all brave and young. Eye sharp as an eagle. We all have great honor. He has made great achievements in battle. At this time, Wang Zhong recovered from the shock. He was infected by the youth's vitality and fearless courage, and sang loudly together, soldiers, go. 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 My dear, I will give it to you along the way. Return from writing. Listen to the call, soldiers, go out. At the end of the play, Vasily whistled, and the high whistle was like the whistle of a petrel, mocking the storm to his heart's content. When the song entered the second time, a personnel carrier happened to enter the station. The train driver in the locomotive looked at the soldiers swinging neatly on the platform in surprise. After the air raid carriage passed, countless young faces in the tank car looked at the platform and sang along. Fighters, go, go, go. My dear, I will write to you all the way back. Listen to the call of the military bugle, soldiers, go out. In the vast chorus, it seems like the train is running faster. Wang Zhong only thought of one sentence at this time: there is only one true heroism in the world, and that is to still love life after recognizing the truth of life. There is only one kind of true heroism on the battlefield, which is to recognize the horror of the battlefield and still get ready to go. He paced on the platform, every foot stepping on the beat. When the song finally ended, Wang Zhong said, Vasily, you don't abide by the Q discipline and wash the toilet today. The drummer is with you. Vasily shouted, didn't I boost everyone's morale? Wang Zhong, that's why I didn't put you in solitary confinement. But violating discipline is violating discipline. Remember, you have to wash up after everyone goes to bed tonight, and you have to carry the excrement bucket to the cesspool. At this time Bishop Popov came over and said, don't take my job. He turned to Vasily, building morale is worthy of recognition, but it cannot violate discipline. After everyone goes to bed tonight, we will clean the toilets and carry the excrement buckets to the cesspit. How the hell is this different from my order? Without waiting for Wang Zhong to complain, Popov turned to the special priest holding the guard's flag, give me the guard's flag. I think this unit really doesn't need any formalism. They deserve this flag. Yegorov immediately protested, the new recruits do have high morale, but my veterans have even higher morale. And the flag was earned by their hard work. It should be given to the veterans. Wang Zhong, it's all the same. Give it to me. Popov took the flag, tilted the flagpole, and unfolded the flag completely. It has a white background, plus the Saint André cross, and then there are the double-headed eagle and the words 31, as well as the infantry branch logo. To be honest, Wang Zhong always felt that this flag was a bit awkward. The double-headed eagle is very big and gorgeous, but, well, when the flag is not unfolded, it looks a bit like a white flag. He expressed his feelings truthfully. Vasily. Wang Zhong, do you want to continue washing the toilet tomorrow? The thorn immediately tightened his face and held his head high. Yegorov, well, at least the St. Andrew's cross is blue. The Carolingian flag is really a white flag. Pavlov frowned, there are silver iris patterns on it. It's just silver and white, so it can't be seen from a distance. Complaints are complaints, but Wang Zhong still took over the guard's flag on behalf of Yegorov. He suddenly realized that he didn't know what to do with the flag next, after all, he had never seen this process. Is it enough to leave it to Yegorov? When he was confused, Popov said, you should transfer it to the flag bearer. If there is no flag bearer, choose one. Wang Zhong looked at Vasily immediately, and the latter's eyes immediately lit up. Theoretically, Vasily is the tallest. During Wang Zhong's military training in junior high school, and college, the tallest person served as the flag bearer and walked to the front of the class queue. But he hesitated. Will the flag bearer die easily? In the end, Wang Zhong handed the flag to Zakhaev, who was the second tallest. Vasily, why? Wang Zhong, shut up if you don't want to spend another day in the toilet. Then Wang Zhong turned to the leader of the student team, the team is ready to return to the station. Yes, Brigadier General. Everyone is here. Look to the right. Inside the garrison, the veterans gathered on the playground and were chatting. Suddenly someone ran over and shouted, he's coming. He's not only bringing the bishop, but also a lot of new recruits. Gather quickly. The veterans put out their cigarettes one after another and started to line up. The entire line was completed in less than a minute. Then the sentry at the gate of the station raised the bar blocking the car and saluted with a gun. A tall recruit walked at the front holding the guard's flag, followed by recruits lined up in 4 columns. Looking at the pace of the new recruits, the veterans began to murmur, this team is walking so well, Are they new recruits? Probably served in the reserves. At least they don't have to teach them how to queue. Why do they still use bolt-action rifles? Where is Tokarev as promised? Not even a cloak. Stop talking. The former sergeant major, who was the only uninjured former sergeant in the entire regiment, scolded, "Shut up." After a while, the student team stood in front of the veterans, turned left neatly following the command, and came face to face with the veterans. Brigadier General Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov walked between the two groups and said loudly, "These are our supplementary soldiers. You veterans are now squad leaders. I will personally distribute them. Here are the new recruits. Come out when your name is called." 30 minutes later, Vasily, the only remaining recruit, looked at Wang Zhong and said with admiration, "Did you really write down all our names?" Wang Zhong thought, "No, I made a mistake, but I will definitely remember you, kid." "Yes," he admitted unceremoniously, "I said I would remember you and everyone who sacrificed. This is my responsibility." Vasily nodded and asked again, "Then, which old sergeant will take me?" "Wang Zhong, you are such a prick, I don't worry about others taking care of you." "Grishka." Grishka is the nickname of Grigory. Sergeant Major Gregory immediately stepped forward, "Here we go. Wang Zhong, discipline him. Try your best to teach him how to survive on the battlefield before the war begins." The leader of the alliance, Ziyuan, is the top scholar in liberal arts. See you tonight. Chapter 61 Brigadier General Rokosov is cheating and kidnapping everywhere. That night, Vasily and Filippov cleaned the toilet by candlelight. "Vasily, I think the Brigadier General is very optimistic about me." Filippov was shocked and looked up at his classmate who was much taller than him. "Why? Just because he asked you to clean the toilet." "Vasily, this is a feeling. Think about it, why doesn't he let me, the tallest one, carry the flag?" "Because you pissed him off." Filippov replied instantly. "No. It's because carrying the flag is dangerous." Vasily vowed, "He wanted me alive. Later, he even found the most powerful old sergeant to train me." Old sergeant is a common name, which refers to an experienced and respected old non-commissioned officer. Filippov, he just doesn't want to get into trouble. "Let me tell you, Natasha is right, you are always daydreaming." Vasily's face darkened when he mentioned Natasha. "She was once his girlfriend, but they broke up with her because you were always daydreaming." Filippov seemed to have noticed his friend's depression and hurriedly made up for it. "She also said that you are full of idealism and romanticism. Just look at it." Vasily said stubbornly, "I don't think I'm just daydreaming this time. The brigadier just thinks that I am quite to his liking." "Come on, you are the most hated person by our principal. How can any general think that you are interested in him? You don't know, right? I heard that when the brigadier general was in military school, he was also the person his principal hated the most. So he saw his own shadow in me." "You." Filippov was speechless. At this moment, Sergeant Major Gregory opened the door and came in. "What took you so long?" Before he finished speaking, his brows twisted into knots, and he snatched the tool from Vasily's hand. "That's not how this is used. Haven't you ever dug out the cesspit in the village?" "No." The two men replied in unison. "Vasily, we are all from the city." "Filippov, his father is a music professor. Don't mention this." Vasily frowned, his expression even worse than when he just heard Natasha's name. Grigory stopped and looked at Vasily. "Professor of music, no wonder you sang well in the morning. It's a pity that the enemy's bullets on the battlefield will not go around you just because you sing well. I'll teach you how to scoop out excrement first." "Vasily, Sergeant Major, have you ever done this?" "Of course, everyone in the village except the children of the nobles has paid for it. Don't look at these things as dirty, they are a guarantee of next year's harvest. Without this, the money for fertilizers would be unbearable," Gregory said, skillfully operating. At the same time, Wang Zhong, who was the most hated by the principal when he was studying, was having a meeting with his command team at the brigade headquarters. They put a pillowcase over the lamp, closed the curtains, and sat around the map table. At present, Prasen's planes will not bomb at night, so there is no order to control the lights, but several people still consciously take measures to control the lights. On the table, on top of the map, there was a list book. Yegorov tapped the list book with his index finger and said, "It seems that a lot of equipment has been added, but the anti-tank weapons only have anti-tank guns, which is not enough." Bishop Popov asked, "Why, anti-tank guns are not effective?" "It depends on your luck when shooting from the side. You can only open the observation window from the front. Sometimes you are lucky and can jam the turret seat." Yegorov shook his head. "Basically all the anti-tank guns of our regiment were abandoned in Ronnies. Anti-tank gunners were either killed or captured." Popov frowned. "You destroyed so many tanks in Upper Penier without anti-tank guns. That relies on incendiary bottles. You need to use firepower to block the enemy's infantry first, so that the tank is in a state without infantry cover, and then get closer and throw incendiary bottles. Yegorov explained concisely and concisely. But the problem is that most of the weapons we supplement are Tokarev semi-automatic, which are suitable for shooting against enemies on the plains. The suitable engagement distance is 100 to 200 meters. Molotov cocktails can only be used in close combat, no more than 50 meters away. In this case, a submachine gun is much more useful than a semi-automatic. After a slight pause, Yegorov raised his voice. We need anti-tank guns, even small 45mm guns, but preferably 76mm heavy anti-tank guns. Popov sighed. Theoretically, there should be no shortage of 45mm guns. The reason why they are not assigned now is probably because the logistics system has not yet been reorganized. And bombing by enemy planes. Yegorov, what about 76mm? This kind of product is in short supply, so it's not easy to deal with. Popov replied, and I'm here to be a bishop, so don't think of me as the captain of the logistics team who needs supplies, okay? Shouldn't logistics be managed by the staff? Pavlov, who suddenly received a pass, immediately replied, that's true, but do you think there is anyone here? If you don't believe me, just look at the map on the table. Pavlov pushed aside the supply list to reveal the map. I made this map by myself by going to the local military depot headquarters every day and copying it based on their maps. Generally, the staff officer is responsible for updating the situation of the enemy and ourselves on the map based on the battle situation report passed in. However, Pavlov did not have a staff officer, so he had to update it himself. Pavlov continued to complain, because there is no logistics staff, there is naturally no one to arrange supplies. Even the laundry team and cooking team in the current camp are all brought by me personally. Before, there were only 200 people eating, and the food consumption was not big. Now there are more than 1,000 people. Tomorrow I should go to the military station headquarters to ask for things. In addition to logistics and maps, we also need communications staff. We don't even have a communications company, and we don't have any messengers on horseback. After all, we are lacking a lot. Popov, shouldn't the local military depot supply you with radio supplies? We have supplies, but there are no telegraph operators and decoders. Do we have to learn to use the radio and read the code book to decode? Pavlov sighed. I know this is because it has only been less than 2 weeks since the war started. I have just recovered from the collapse, but the situation is still beyond my expectations. At this time Wang Zhong spoke, I will go to the hospital tomorrow to see if there may be telegraph operators and decoders who are relatively lightly injured. After all, they don't have to work on the front line. Others shook their heads. Pavlov said, all the people who come here are seriously wounded. Where are the lightly wounded? Wang Zhong, it's always good to go and take a look. What if I miss something? Pavlov shrugged, okay. Yegorov, it has been 3 days since we reorganized the defeated troops, and we are the only ones here. Where are the defeated troops? Everyone was silent. In fact, it is not that there were no defeated troops, but that there were no routed troops from Ronnie's. Wang Zhong slapped the table, now we have people. Tomorrow we will set up Kara people at a few intersections outside the city. If the defeated soldiers want to run east, they must pass by us. I don't believe there is no one. Popov reminded, the order only tells us to reorganize the troops that retreated from Ronnie's. Wang Zhong slapped the table again, never mind it. Among the people fleeing from here, if there are people who know how to handle paperwork, understand logistics, and know how to send telegrams, we will also advise them and tell them that they don't need to go to the front line to persuade them. They join. Popov, isn't the requisition over? Yegorov, if you don't go to the front line, you will die. Our headquarters is just a brigade headquarters, and it can't be too far from the front line. We will definitely be bombed all day long. Wang Zhong, that's why we have to tell them the truth and then persuade them. Bishop Popov stared at Wang Zhong for a few seconds and said, is it really you who made this speech? Alexei Konstantinovich. It seems that the original owner would not be so considerate of the people. Wang Zhong said firmly, it's really me. Along the way, I have received a lot of help from the people, which has changed my attitude towards them. Popov had an expression on his face that said, you're such a liar. Wang Zhong ignored Popov, that's it? We can't take it for granted that Bogdanovka can last for half a month. We have to take action. If the superiors don't provide us with supplements, we will find them ourselves. Just like us, that's what I planned before coming here. Yegorov slammed the table hard, that's it? I've been sick these days. Early the next morning, the streamlined team of the Rokasov battle group immediately took action. Popov took people to the train station to prepare the supplies for the battle group. Yegorov took people to set up roadblocks on the west side of the city. Pavlov went to the military depot headquarters to cry out. Yevsemenko and Sufang went to the local church to cry out about their poverty. Wang Zhong went to the hospital to see if the leak could be picked up. Everyone takes action. Wang Zhong took Grigory and Vasily, who was assigned to him, into the jeep, with Grigory driving. Just as he was about to set off, Ludmila suddenly rushed out of the dormitory and grabbed the rear door. Wait a minute, take me there too, Elisha. What are you going to do? Wang Zhong asked doubtfully. You can treat the injured. After all, they are prayer hands. Since they can guide rockets to hit targets like missiles, they can probably also use things like holy light, right? Ludmila, what are you talking about in your sleep? Doesn't the sacred power of healing only exist in legends? Just like Valhalla in Plozin. Wang Zhong, then what's the point of going? We have to go to the hospital, which is dirty and... Suddenly, Wang Zhong saw Pavlov riding a bicycle in the distance and appeared staggeringly. With Pavlov's size, he would have to ride at least a 26-inch bike, so that 28 inches would feel appropriate. But when he rode a 24-inch bike, he looked like a bear curled up on a fire hydrant. Wang Zhong felt uncomfortable just looking at his riding posture. Pavlov ran all the way to Wang Zhong and staggered when he got out of the car. Fortunately, Vasily quickly jumped out of the jeep and helped him. Wang Zhong asked in confusion, what happened? The enemy broke through the defense line? Where is your jeep? Pavlov, I asked, the driver to guard there. Where are you guarding? Grigory opened the safety of the submachine gun and checked the chamber with a click. Pavlov waved his hands desperately. No. No. I'm stupid, let me take a breath. After saying that, he threw away the bicycle, supported Wang Zhong, and gasped for air. After half a minute, Pavlov recovered and said to Wang Zhong, this morning, I went to the military station headquarters. I know this part, please keep it short. Wang Zhong interrupted him. Pavlov, oh. You know there is a repair shop in the city, right? Wang Zhong nodded, I know, what happened to the car repairman? Pavlov, they not only had cars there, but also the things towed by the cars that were shot at? Those that were not broken were towed away by the depot headquarters, and the broken ones were thrown there. Then the master worker saw that there were so many broken cannons, so he took apart the parts and saved 3 cannons. 2 45mm guns and 1 76mm gun. Wang Zhong's mouth opened into an O shape. No one wants that cannon. He asked. Pavlov, I just saved it yesterday and reported it today. When I saw the report, I rushed to the repair shop and asked the driver to guard it with a pistol with the safety on. No one was allowed to drag it away. Now we are going to rob it? It's ours. I can't drive, so I borrowed a bicycle from the worker. Wang Zhong, then why don't you stay there yourself and let the driver drive the jeep back to report the news? Pavlov was stunned, huh? Oh, that's right. No, the cannon. Go grab the cannon. No one may want the 45, but the 76 cannon is a treasure. Wang Zhong patted his thigh, okay. Vasily, run and order the first company to stop training, gather together and run over here. Vasily did not move. Wang Zhong, what's wrong with you? Vasily, we should let the third company go. They are originally from the artillery school. Wang Zhong and Pavlov looked at each other, and then cursed, you prickly head, have you never been able to execute orders properly? Then I'll call Yulian. No, go call the third company. Wang Zhong glared at Vasily with murderous eyes, run. Run faster. Don't let me kick your ass. Chapter 62, Dispute over Cannons. The city of Ltov is not that big. It only takes half an hour to walk from the northernmost point to the southernmost point. If you walk faster, it may take more than 20 minutes. If you have a bicycle, you can ride from any point in the city to any place in 15 minutes. Wang Zhong sat in a jeep and ran forward with Sanlian. Including the gathering time, he arrived at the repair shop in less than 15 minutes. Before arriving at the repair shop, Wang Zhong saw another group of people blocking the door of the repair shop from a distance. This group of people was led by a priest, who was shouting at the door, why don't you let us in? The cannon is first come, first served. This was meant to replenish our cannon. Pavlov's driver was also a person who survived Pionnier. He was not afraid at all. He held a pistol and shouted, no one is allowed to go in and touch the cannons. Chief of Staff Pavlov has requisitioned these cannons. The person on the other side also shouted, I don't know what Pavlov you are. Are you the one who raises dogs? Wang Zhong was shocked, what, there is also a Pavlov who raises dogs in this world? But this is not surprising, the surname Pavlov is quite common. Sergeant Major Gregory was very good at what he did. He drove the jeep until it almost hit the priest leading the team on the opposite side before braking. He also swung the jeep and almost hit the person. The raised dust directly covered the faces of these people. Wang Zhong straightened his clothes and was about to get out of the car when Vasily got out early and opened the door. "Vasily, Your Majesty General." The noisy crowd suddenly became quiet and looked at jeep. After seeing the general star on Wang Zhong's collar badge, everyone hurriedly stood at attention and saluted. Wang Zhong got out of the car under the watchful eyes of everyone, and responded casually, "Shi, what are you arguing about?" Pavlov got off the car from the other side, hurriedly walked around the car and came behind Wang Zhong, and winked at his driver. The driver immediately reported, "Report to the general, these people are trying to steal our artillery." The bishop on the opposite side immediately said, "Where did the order give you this artillery? Take it out and take a look." Wang Zhong glanced at the priest. Although Wang Zhong's general uniform is brand new, it cannot conceal the sense of pressure honed on the battlefield. The priest immediately calmed down the domineering look on his face. "Wang Zhong, which department are you in?" In fact, Wang Zhong's plug-in can see the numbers of friendly troops, but it is only reasonable to ask at this time. Moreover, the plug-in can only view the serial number, but not other detailed information. The priest replied, "We are the 5th Pyshinsk Infantry Regiment, which retreated from Lisovka. On Lisovka, northwest of Bogdanovka, it seems that Prasen's offensive line has completely advanced from Bogdanovka to Vozne." Wang Zhong suddenly realized, when did he become so familiar with the map? It seems that the past few days of thinking about maps have been very fruitful. "No, you can't be distracted, deal with the matter in front of you first." Wang Zhong glanced at the soldiers of the 5th Pyshinsk Regiment and asked, "Where are you military chiefs? Why are you brought here by a priest? There is no bishop at the level of the Ant Empire Regiment. The regiment has a military officer and a chief of staff. Now there is only one priest leading the regiment. There is a high probability that both the regiment commander and the regiment chief of staff have died." But Wang Zhong still wants to ask this question, what if people just heard that the regiment commander and chief of staff were shitting when they heard that there were artillery, and they could only let a priest lead the team first? The priest's expression darkened, all of them were sacrificed. Now the highest ranking officer in our regiment is me. According to the command sequence, I took over the command. Wang Zhong, I'm sorry. How many more people do you have left? The priest replied, "There are still 370 intact warriors." Pavlov said, "You are defeated." The priest immediately became angry and raised his voice, "We were not defeated. After completing the blocking mission, we retreated with all our structures intact. If we are given another order, we can build fortifications anywhere and continue to resist." Wang Zhong, in the above definition, this is a defeated army. We are also defined as a defeated army. Your Excellency, General. The priest looked at Wang Zhong seriously, "I cannot accept this evaluation. We fought like the 3rd Amur Regiment that fought bravely in Haute-Pinier. It's just that we don't have tanks or magic arrows, so it's just that we didn't destroy so many enemy tanks. We need these artillery pieces, and we will definitely achieve better results in the next battle." Wang Zhong nodded with a straight face, "Well, I believe you can do it. But my troops can do better." Both the priest and his soldiers looked unconvinced. "Priest, Your Majesty General, what kind of army is your army?" Wang Zhong, the 31st Guards Infantry Regiment. "Huh, the guards all have iconic cloaks. How many regiments do you have?" The priest suddenly stopped and looked at the soldiers lined up neatly behind Wang Zhong with confusion. "Wang Zhong, the 31st Guards Infantry Regiment." The priest raised his eyebrows, "Is it the heroic regiment of Haute-Pinier that destroyed 60 tanks?" Wang Zhong was embarrassed for a moment. This number might not count the destroyed half-tracks as tanks. However, it would be detrimental to the overall situation to expose the church's propaganda office at this time. In this situation of overwhelming defeat, heroic deeds are needed to boost morale. So Wang Zhong nodded seriously, "Yes, it's us." The priest took a step back and looked at Wang Zhong carefully, "Then you are the White Horse General, Count Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov." "What the hell is General White Horse?" Wang Zhong glanced at Pavlov, who whispered, "What the newspaper reported yesterday was the enemy's communication sent back by the believers of the Eastern Holy Church in Plosen." "The information sent back by the followers of the Eastern Holy Sect in Plosen?" Wang Zhong has learned about some of the situation here in the past few days. Prosan does not believe in the Eastern Holy Religion, and this war also has a hint of a crusade. Maybe it's because of the existence of magic arrows that can confuse the gods. The power of the church here is much stronger than that on earth. Wang Zhong, the enemy says I am General White Horse. Yes, you say that you specifically ride a horse to provoke the Prosan armored forces, and you are domineering and arrogant. Wang Zhong was overjoyed. He just overran on horseback for reconnaissance. He originally planned to run to the smoke and stop, But it turned out that it was difficult to control the horse from the bird's eye view. Busy Faraz ran very fast and rushed out of the smoke. In the eyes of the enemy, he was just out to ridicule. Wang Zhong, actually, I was just on horseback for reconnaissance. The driver of car number 422 I was riding in was injured and could not drive, so I had to ride on horseback for reconnaissance. This is the truth, the truth. But it may sound like modesty to others. At this time, the attitude of the people of the 5th Bishinsk Infantry Regiment was completely different, and they looked at Wang Zhong with a little more respect. Wang Zhong struck while the iron was hot. After knowing that I am General Whitehorse, do you still want to grab this cannon? The priest gritted his teeth and seemed to still want the cannon. After all, he has experienced bloody battles and knows how important artillery is to the next battle. He knows that one more cannon may save a lot of blood, so he really cannot give up easily. Wang Zhong had an idea at this time and asked, "Which division do you belong to?" 81st Infantry Division, the priest replied. Wang Zhong, then where is this division now? I don't know, the division has been out of contact for a long time. The priest lowered his voice. Pavlov said, although there is no notice to revoke the designation of this division, there is no supply for this division in the logistics transportation plan. The supplies for this regiment should be arranged separately. This is a precursor to cancelling the designation. Wang Zhong, then the situation is simple. There are no divisions above you, and there are no regiments below my Rokossov battle group. Pavlov, prepare documents and apply to incorporate them into our battle group. In this way, if we take the cannon, you can also take it? The priest scratched the back of his head. Isn't this not in line with normal procedures? Wang Zhong, during war, special things should be done. And the order I received was to gather broken troops here. You are not counted as broken troops, but if your division is defeated, your 81st Division is counted as broken troops. A division with all its structures wiped out would of course be defeated, which is reasonable. Pavlov looked at the sky with a tired look and complained softly, "Damn it, do you know how much paperwork this is?" Wang Zhong pretended not to hear and continued to look at the priest. "How is it?" The priest slapped his thigh. "Okay, that's it? Then we go back and wait for the order." After the 5th Bishinsk Regiment drove away, Pavlov's driver finally opened the door. A master chef was already waiting inside. When he saw Wang Zhong coming in, he immediately stepped forward to greet him. "But we waited for you. We have oiled the cannons, and we are just waiting for you to take them away and continue to fight the Prasen Japanese." As he spoke, the old master made a gesture of invitation, and then led Wang Zhong to the factory while continuing. "We actually don't know how to repair cannons. But you see, there are so many cannons, this one is bad here, and that one is bad there. Comparing them will tell you what the overall structure is. We have saved 3 cannons. The 2 doors of the 45 are all original parts. The 76 is short of parts, so we used a lathe to turn them out ourselves. It's okay." Wang Zhong wanted to take a closer look at the cannon, but he immediately realized that he didn't understand cannons at all and couldn't understand the way, so he had better let those who understood do it. So he turned back to the young men of the 3rd Company and said, "Are you from the artillery school?" The leading young man looked askance at the non-commissioned officer leading the team. "Sergeant, the brigadier is asking you something, just answer it, don't look at me." "Yes. Your Excellency, Brigadier General." "Wang Zhong, send the 2 with the best scores to inspect this cannon." All the recruits turned to look at a curly-haired boy. The young man walked out of the queue and saluted Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong nodded. "Dmitry Ivanovich, tell me immediately whether this cannon can be fired smoothly." Suddenly hearing his name, the young man was slightly surprised. "Do you really remember our names?" "Of course, check the cannon." Wang Zhong did try to remember everyone yesterday, but he has not succeeded yet and can only rely on the help of plug-ins. But now he knew that there was a boy named Dmitry Ivanovich who was a good fucker. Chapter 63 Even in this hell, the flower of love is still blooming. The result of this attack was that the group happily transported the cannon back to the station. Generally, the artillery of the anti-army would use mules and horses to tow these artillery pieces, but there were no mules and horses in the entire factory. They could only borrow 3 trucks from the factory that transported parts and supplies to pull all 3 cannons back to the station. The gunners who finally had a cannon were overjoyed and stood in the truck bed with high spirits, as if they could drive all the invaders out of their hometown with these cannons. After driving into the station and stopping, Wang Zhong jumped out of the jeep and shouted to Sanlian who was getting out of the car, "Hurry up and unload the cannon, and return the truck to the factory. You guys push the cannon under the tree over there, cut some branches and cover it. Don't be discovered by enemy planes." The planes of the Prasen army have been air raiding Lktov in the past few days, but they are mainly concentrated on the military station and have not paid much attention to this empty station. But today there are more than 1,000 people in the station, which is enough to attract the attention of pilot Prasen. Wang Zhong's order was quickly implemented, and the truck drove out of the station. The gunners used manpower to push the cannon into the shade of the tree, and then used machetes to climb the tree and chop off the branches. This group of children seemed to be having fun when climbing the tree. Their laughter could be heard throughout the playground, distracting the infantrymen who were training with the veterans. Wang Zhong had to scold, "Stop joking. You are so grown up. You veterans should take care of them." The former veteran of the Amur regiment who became the squad leader immediately became serious and began to scold the new recruits and kick their butts. Soon the work was completed, and Dmitri came over and saluted Wang Zhong, "Your Majesty General, where are the artillery shells?" Wang Zhong turned to Pavlov, "Where are the cannonballs? I'm going to write the application now, don't worry." Wang Zhong, "By the way, I can also apply for military vehicles, including mules and horses." At the beginning of Barbarossa on Earth, the degree of mechanization on both sides was not as high as most people imagined. The Soviet army relied entirely on mules and horses to transport a large number of artillery units. In addition to trains, logistics also relied heavily on mules and horses. Not only did a considerable part of the German army's logistics rely on mules and horses, but many units other than armored personnel and panzer grenadiers also relied on walking and mules for mobility. During World War II, the only fully mechanized army that basically got rid of mules and horses was the U.S. Army. The vast number of 10-wheel trucks and Willis Jeeps made the U.S. Army a completely on wheels. The Ant Army is not the U.S. military, and the number of gas trucks is quite limited. Now it is in such a collapsed state, so Wang Zhong does not expect Pavlov to find enough gas trucks. It can be dragged by mules and horses. Regarding Wang Zhong's request, Pavlov frowned, "General, all you have to do is talk, I will break my leg if I run away." "Forget it, I still need to prepare a lot of documents. At least give me the staff of the brigade." "Ah." Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows, pointed at the students in front of him and said, "They are all military academy students. Can't we find a few to serve as staff officers?" "No, they mainly learn how to be warrant officers, and they only know how to handle official documents that a platoon leader can encounter." Pavlov shook his head, "I need civilians with at least 9th level civilian status, 10th level is also acceptable. Or cadets who have completed the staff officer course. It's okay not to have completed it, but you have to learn it." "Wang Zhong, is that so? Maybe we can find a few weak people to learn from scratch. I'm already dying just running around now. Do you still want me to teach students? Or do I just have a little basic knowledge?" Pavlov asked rhetorically. Wang Zhong also felt that this was the case. But Pavlov added, "However, you can consider finding a few people who are better at learning maps and responsible for updating the maps every day, so that I don't have to do it myself. If you just copy the symbols on the depot headquarters map, a novice can do it." Wang Zhong clapped his hands, "That's it? Vasily, which of you is good at drawing maps?" Vasily pointed at the 3rd Company of the Artillery Academy, "They need to learn surveying and mapping. After all, they may have to lead an artillery observation team in the future. We will only report the coordinates on the map." Wang Zhong nodded and turned to Dmitri and said, "Recruit 2 volunteers and come to the headquarters to draw the map. Anyway, 3 cannons don't need so many of you." "Yes." As soon as Dmitri left, there was the sound of an engine from the other side of the gate. Just as Wang Zhong turned around, he saw one gas truck after another driving into the station. Wang Zhong muttered, "What happened? The commander of the military station finally went crazy? The supplies he gave us before were all in vain." Then he saw Popov sitting in the leading truck. The bishop's task should be to go to the station to pick up the supply train for the Rokossov battle group that was supposed to arrive today. It seems that the trucks are pulling supplies for the battle group, but where did the trucks come from? Popov's car drove until it was in front of Wang Zhong and then stopped. The bishop opened the door and jumped out of the car, blinking at the brigadier general who looked puzzled. "Do you have any questions to ask, Alexei Konstantinovich?" Wang Zhong, "Yes, where did the truck come from? Is it borrowed from the military depot headquarters? Can I detain the truck?" "Don't worry, this truck is just for us." Popov turned to the convoy and shouted, "Unload the truck quickly, the weapons are piled next to it, and the ammunition is moved into the warehouse. Those who are playing with the cannons over there also come over quickly to help." Cannons. Only then did Popov realize that the cannon was covered by branches under the tree, and he quickly asked, "Where did the cannon come from? Don't you want to rob your brother's troops? I will not support you in violating military discipline." "Wang Zhong, don't worry, this is made by the masters of the auto repair shop using scrapped guns. There is absolutely no violation of discipline." Popov raised his eyebrows, "I would not believe it before. Now, let's trust the White Horse General of Upper Pinayi. Why do you also call him by this nickname?" Popov shrugged, "Everyone at the station is talking about this, and they know that we are the White Horse General's troops. Don't disappoint everyone in the next battle. After that, he turned to the soldiers, unload the car quickly, hurry up, otherwise the enemy air raid may come. It's not good if the ammunition we got with great difficulty explodes. In fact, the soldiers were already unloading the car, and Popov's urging just made everyone move faster. The bishop turned back and took out a thick stack of registration forms from his briefcase and handed them to Pavlov. Here is the list. Pavlov sighed, turned his head and said to his driver, go call the accountant. Wang Zhong asked, are these gas trucks delivered with the military train? Yes, the trucks are loaded with supplies and fixed directly on the military train. It seems that the Crown Prince has severely instructed the Imperial Logistics Department. Popov put his hands on his waist and watched everyone busy. Tokarev alone issued us 3,000 guns, which we can't use at all. There are also a lot of heavy machine guns and anti-tank guns. Wang Zhong, so, can we take the weapons we can't use and exchange them with the military station for other things? It seems that there is no such system. Popov seemed unsure and looked at Pavlov. Pavlov handed the list to the accountant who came over, go and verify the quantity according to the list. After turning the sad expression on his face to the accountant, Pavlov responded to the two people with a relaxed face, there is indeed no such system. But I think the military station commander will not care too much about taking Tokarev back. My suggestion is to find friendly neighboring troops to exchange for what we need. As soon as the voice fell, one of the students unloading the truck shouted, look, it's a cloak. The cloak of the guards. The student who shouted picked up a cloak, draped it on his shoulders, and stood in the truck bed and began to show off. Others also came over and wanted to try on the cloak. Popov shouted, don't move. Wait for the quartermaster to give it to you. Anyone who takes it privately now will be put in solitary confinement. The monkey who took the cloak at the beginning could only put the cloak back reluctantly. Wang Zhong heard someone say, Elisha, you'd better wait until you get the cloak before you go to present flowers. Wang Zhong's nickname is also Elisha, so his first reaction was that he was called, but he immediately found out that it was not. There are many overlapping names among the Mazi, and there are a lot of Alexei. Wang Zhong even suspected that the Mazi would use the name and the patronymic to avoid confusion when calling people they were not familiar with. Obviously, this Elisha was calling a soldier named Alexei. Wang Zhong found this Elisha at once from a bird's eye view, Alexei Barfionovich. So Wang Zhong asked loudly, Alexei Barfionovich, who are you sending flowers to? The students who were going to get the cannons and the students who were going to the station to pick up supplies stopped and looked at Wang Zhong in surprise. Alexei Barfionovich said in surprise, you remember my name? Wang Zhong nodded, don't be so surprised every time. I said I would remember all your names. As long as I am not dead, you will not become an unknown hero. Alexei, who are you going to give flowers to? The quick-talking monkey said first, it's Natalia from the laundry team, General. Wang Zhong, then I wish you a smooth operation. There is a lawn in front of the west wall of the station, where baby's breath is blooming, which is very beautiful. In fact, this was discovered by Ludmila. The girl told Wang Zhong about it as soon as possible and made a wreath for him. Alexei Barfionovich looked surprised, really, General? Really? You can pick it during the rest time after dinner today, and then give it to the girl you like when the sunset falls. Wang Zhong suggested. Popov said, as expected of the love saint of Saint Ekaterinburg, he knows everything. Wang Zhong shrugged. Actually, he had zero experience in love, but he had read 200 love comics. Not 200 books, but 200 series. Popov, okay. Stop it. Continue to follow orders. When the soldiers resumed the orderly transportation of artillery shells, Popov turned to Wang Zhong, in fact, there is another good news. Wang Zhong, oh. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince plans to send those professional parade troops in the capital. Those troops are under the management of the Palace Etiquette Department, and the Crown Prince can mobilize them directly. Pavlov frowned when he heard it, you mean, the ceremonial troops equipped with T-35? What value does that thing have besides being a royal tour bus? The thickest part of the armor of that thing is only 30 mm. The thinnest part is only 10 mm. Wang Zhong, you know all this very well. Pavlov's face was dark, I saw this thing during the Winter War, it was very bad. The person who ordered it to be driven into the battlefield should be shot. Popov, but you can't deny that it looks very majestic and domineering, and it is very suitable for parades. Wang Zhong thought about it and it was true. Damn, before equipping me with T-34, do you want me to use all the weird Soviet equipment? As soon as he finished speaking, the air raid alarm sounded. Wang Zhong shouted, stop moving, get out of the truck, stay away from the ammunition, and take cover. If it's just an air defense warning, the enemy planes won't arrive for a while, enough time to find cover. Wang Zhong, Pavlov, and Popov quickly hid in the nearby bunker and looked up at the sky. There were explosions and anti-aircraft gunfire from the military station. Pavlov breathed a sigh of relief. It's the bombing station again. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of engines quickly approached from the direction of the military station, and then two Stukas appeared after dropping bombs. They discovered the Gaska convoy parked in the station before they had time to hide, so they fired a wave of fire. A gas truck in the middle of the queue immediately exploded and caught fire, and several other trucks caught fire. The sound of enemy engines faded away. Wang Zhong confirmed through the bird's eye view that the enemy planes were gone, then got out of the bunker and looked at several burning trucks. Damn it, it's the work of the maintenance factory workers again. Is anyone injured? The dead people will speak for themselves. One sound. Wang Zhong's poor talk immediately aroused laughter among the young people. The chill brought about by the enemy plane's attack was diluted as a result. Stop laughing. Popov said angrily, get the fire extinguisher. If you are artillery students, you should have learned to put out fires. Put out the fire quickly. Don't burn other cars. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. Chapter 64 Heavy Hammer. 10 minutes after the air raid. The last open fire was extinguished with the joint efforts of the 3rd Company and the 1st Company who came to support. When the flames disappeared, the young people cheered as if they had won a great victory. Popov shouted, don't be too busy having fun. Look at the burned out cars to see if there are any usable parts. Check the cars that were shot again. If there are any faults, eliminate them. If there are no faults, drive them to the auto repair shop. Masters, check again. The cheers of the soldiers subsided, and Wang Zhong whispered, it doesn't matter if you cheer them up a little, right? I don't think it's good for the future, Popov replied, showing an attitude of never giving in. This is the scope of my job. Wang Zhong was speechless. However, the army does need to maintain good discipline. Popov did nothing wrong and he has nothing to say. Popov issued a new order, the squad leaders of each squad will check the number of people to see if there are any injuries or sacrifices. In fact, Wang Zhong had already confirmed that there were no casualties from a bird's eye view, but at this time he pretended not to know and watched as the veterans who served as squad leaders nodded. At this time a carriage appeared at the gate of the station. The gate guard wanted to stop the car at first, but after seeing the driver clearly, he chose to open the guard rail. Yegorov took the long pole used to drive the cart and did not know what it was called, and drove an old horse to drag a two-wheeled carriage into the camp. Wang Zhong, do you still have this skill? Yegorov stopped the carriage with a long sigh, jumped down and handed the driving pole to the guard. He looked at Wang Zhong seriously, I am a farmer, and all farmers can't drive a carriage. At this time, several civilians on the carriage got off. After seeing Wang Zhong's generals, they became embarrassed and stood there a little cautiously. Yegorov, let me introduce these people who volunteered to help us. This is Androvic, a tailor. This is Pierre, a cook. Finally, this is Nikolai, a shoemaker. Wang Zhong frowned, what do you want these people to do? Yegorov said seriously, tailors and shoemakers are very important. Otherwise, when the mud season comes, we will wait for the soldiers to get sick. Are you an ant? Yes, no. But Wang Zhong could only pretend to be a playboy who didn't know the sufferings of the world. To change the subject, he asked, what about the cook? We have a field cooking team. Yes, it's soup cooked with potatoes, onions, and carrots, and dry bread every day. I don't dislike the rice cooked by ladies, but we need to enrich our diet. Yegorov said, turning to the cook, what kind of cooking are you good at? Pierre pushed up his glasses, traditional Carolingian cuisine. I am the chief chef of Mr. Boyer at our place. Wang Zhong frowned, so, your name is not Peter but you are called Pierre. You are actually Pierre. Because for a time all Europe yearned for the French court, Russians sometimes changed the pronunciation of their names to French pronunciation. For example, Pierre, one of the protagonists in War and Peace, is actually called Peter, but when pronounced in French, he looks more fashionable. Wang Zhong originally thought that the cook was like this. Pierre straightened his clothes, I am originally Pierre, a Carolingian who fled after the fall of Carolingian. Wang Zhong, that's it? Popov teased. It just so happens that Alexei Konstantinovic likes French food, so you can be the general's cook. Do I still have this setting? Wang Zhong shook his head, it's good to be here. As a cook, you are good at managing ingredients, right? Yes. I am the master's head chef. I am in charge of the entire kitchen operation. Pierre raised his head proudly. Wang Zhong, well, you go and manage the food in the supplies. If the army runs out of food, I will come to you. Jules on July 4, 1914, as soon as Wang Zhong put on his general uniform, Popov rushed into his bedroom, Alexei Konstantinovic, I found the communication staff. Wang Zhong, really? So in the future, the person in charge of the map will not have to go to the headquarters to copy the map. The General War Situation Report is publicly broadcast by Ixukov's Front Army Headquarters. Anyone with the ability to decode can receive the interpretation and restore it to the battle line situation on the map. The Rokosov battle group currently does not have its own radio communication company, so it goes to the depot headquarters every day to copy updated maps. Until yesterday, Pavlov had been doing this work himself, but today he could finally leave it to 2 artillery trainees. If you have your own radio company, you don't have to waste time going to the depot headquarters. Of course, what's more important is that with a communication company, you can directly accept orders. Now the orders from above to the Rokosov battle group have to be transmitted through the depot headquarters. However, Wang Zhong always felt that the superiors might deliberately let his battle group bask in the sun here. After all, the base camp battle report is already announcing that a counterattack is imminent. After Wang Zhong found out that he had become a celebrity yesterday, he specifically looked for newspapers from the past few days to read. He didn't read them before because it was really difficult for a young man from the earth who traveled through the 21st century to read newspapers. If you just read the newspapers, the front line is now in a good situation. The Prasen Empire has suffered heavy losses due to the determined resistance of the Ant Empire army, and the situation of the war will soon be reversed. This style of annihilate 100 million enemies and turn like the wind is too familiar. Wang Zhong had a bad feeling. He could only prepare his troops as much as possible. Let's go, Wang Zhong put on the guard's cloak assigned to him. Go and have a look. Where are they? Popov, the house next to the headquarters is in place. I'll take you there. 2 minutes later, Wang Zhong frowned and looked at the Inquisition team lined up in front of him. Didn't you mean the communications company? He asked Popov, why is it the supervisory team? Popov, you misunderstood, Alexei Konstantinovich, they are the local Inquisition counterintelligence force, responsible for using radio positioning vehicles to detect spies' radio stations. They have all learned how to use telegraphs and decode them. The best thing is that they themselves are inquisitors. When decoding, the confidential inquisitors who do not need to carry guns are watching. Captain, please introduce to the Brigadier General. The captain leading the team took a step forward. We have obtained the radio and code book, and we're already working on decoding today's war report before you came. Wang Zhong, what about counterintelligence work? Captain, all the local suspected spies have been shot, so there is no need to locate the radio station. The efficiency is so high. Should it be said that it is worthy of being a blue hat tribunal? Popov said next to him, they were idle anyway, so I pulled them over. It saves time rather than waiting for the communication company to be replenished from above. At this time, Pavlov came out of the headquarters and immediately frowned when he saw the blue hats. You actually brought the tribunal's electronic detection team here. Do you know how many reports I have to write for this matter? Wang Zhong said seriously, I know you can do it, Pavlov. You are a professional soldier with a sense of honor and an excellent clerk. Don't give me rainbow farts. Look at the circles under my eyes. You've slept well. Look at me. The dark circles under Pavlov's eyes were indeed very obvious, and it was obvious that the chief of staff was worried. Wang Zhong decided to run away quickly, not wanting to listen to Pavlov's words of bitterness. Your Majesty Bishop. Isn't it time to greet the honor guard troops that were added to us today? As mentioned yesterday, the Crown Prince wants to give Wang Zhong the military parade professionals from the Palace Guard of Honor. They may be looking at the useless multi-turret heavy tank T-35. Wang Zhong's current idea is to use it first regardless of whether it is easy to use or not. The T-35 has thin armor, so dig a hole and fill it with its body and the like to use as a fixed gun emplacement. The 76mm and 45mm guns on the tank are not just for show. That tank also has a machine gun. As long as it is used properly, the Prasen devils can be eliminated. Popov looked at his watch and nodded, yes, it's time to arrive if the military column is not delayed. However, the troops were often delayed due to enemy air raids. But Wang Zhong really has nothing else to do. All he can do now is logistics, and his plug-in is not used. He didn't know how to deal with the official documents of Ant's military system. The original owner didn't know how to do this. He got 0 marks in all relevant subjects. He graduated because of his good relationship with the Crown Prince. Wang Zhong is a Chinese, and he can communicate well by relying on the spoken language left by the original owner. There are a lot of grammatical errors in his articles. Ludmila asked him to write a letter to his hometown before, and he took his time to write a page, but Ludmila picked 17 mistakes. From then on, Wang Zhong resolutely implemented his illiterate acting style. In short, Wang Zhong, who was unable to do clerical work and did not want to do it, decided to run away and wait for the honor guard. I'm waiting at the station. You guys are busy. Gregory. Bring the car over. Wang Zhong shouted as he walked in the direction of the car. Popov, I'll go too. Pavlov, what are you going to do? Help me with the paperwork. As a bishop, you already have some paperwork that you need to stamp. Popov, the Crown Prince told me to ensure that the things are received by the Rokosso battle group, and I am carrying out his instructions. Wang Zhong, no, I'll just accept it in person. You go help Pavlov handle the paperwork. Popov looked at Wang Zhong with resentment. It seems he doesn't like doing paperwork either. The two were staring at each other when Gunner Dmitry led a trainee to run over, Your Excellency General. Take a look at the artillery shells issued to us by the depot. Wang Zhong already had one foot on the pedal of the jeep. When he heard this, he looked over curiously and saw that the student Dmitry was holding a crate with 76mm artillery shells written in paint on the outside. Wang Zhong, what's wrong? The 76 gun is the only treasure in his hand. If the T-35 is unreliable, anti-tank will rely on this 76 gun. Dmitry opened the lid of the crate, revealing the tightly packed ammunition inside, these shells. He pulled out an ammunition and showed it to Wang Zhong. It's canned pickles. Wang Zhong held his forehead. In various memoirs, he had read many anecdotes about supplies being sent to the wrong people, but he had never seen many cases of people sending the wrong caliber or species. The key box also has cannonball written on the outside. Wang Zhong, go find the chief of staff. Pavlov, looking for me again? Well, you really should ask me for this one. Show me the supply list. Wang Zhong took advantage of this moment to get on the jeep and patted Gregory on the shoulder, let's go. When he arrived at the train station, Wang Zhong frowned at the smell of blood. He stopped a stretcher and asked the wounded on it, who seemed to be in good condition, how is the situation on the front line? As soon as the wounded man opened his eyes and saw Wang Zhong's uniform and general stars, he immediately wanted to salute, but Wang Zhong pressed him down, no need to be more polite. How is the front line? It's too bad. I'm from the military reserve. I was already deployed yesterday. The enemy is almost outflanking them. It's estimated that the wounded train won't be able to get out tomorrow. Wang Zhong frowned. He looked at Popov, it seems that our battle preparations must be made as soon as possible. I think we can start building defenses today. Popov, have you chosen the location of the fortifications? You've chosen. Wang Zhong nodded. In the past few days, he only looked at the bird's eye view when he had nothing to do. He had already memorized the entire topography of Luchthof. He continued, our defensive support point should be set up at the fertilizer plant in the southwest. The factory building is made of solid reinforced concrete, and several commanding heights are very suitable for observation points. If we have howitzers, we can control the entire southwest side of the city after setting up observation posts on them. The fence of the fertilizer plant is a double-layered red brick structure, with some small gaps on it to set up anti-tank guns. After the gun positions are exposed, they can be quickly moved using the cover of the fence. If we have tanks, there are several strips of woods on both sides of the southwest road where we can ambush the enemy. Popov looked at Wang Zhong, who had so many treasures. When did you know all this? Wang Zhong, before you came, I could see clearly while riding on busy ferries. You should be able to see it clearly from a bird's eye view while walking. Popov, but are you sure you want to use the T-35 to fight an ambush? If the ground is rough, it can only reach a speed of 10 km per hour, which is not as fast as a person walking. Wang Zhong also frowned, I mean if there is a good tank. Even if it is BT-7, I will fight in an ambush battle. At this time, there was a whistle in the distance. The man in the dispatch room came out. It had only been a few days. He looked much older. Hey, Brigadier, your car is at another platform, going up the overpass. Wang Zhong waved to the uncle and said to Popov as he walked, he was still using honorifics the day you came. Now, do you feel it? Popov nodded, people are panicked. The two led the guards across the overpass to the other side. By this time the train had started to pull into the station. Wang Zhong stopped and stood on the overpass looking at the things fixed on the long flatbed truck. He suddenly realized that he had been led astray by Pavlov. As soon as the product came up, he took it for granted and named the Parade Star T-35 heavy tank, which caused Wang Zhong to forget that before World War II, the Soviet Army had another darling in the military parade ceremony. That is the B-4 Steel Hammer heavy howitzer. Wang Zhong looked at the 8 203mm B-4 heavy howitzers on the train that was gradually coming to a stop below, and couldn't close his mouth. Damn it, I suddenly became a wealthy man. Crown Prince. Although I don't know you, you're doing a great job. Chapter 65 In the Name of the Crown Prince. Wang Zhong was dancing wildly with joy when he suddenly noticed something. Wait a minute. Why do I only see the ammunition truck and not the tow truck? The B-4 howitzer looks like a self-propelled artillery, but it actually has no power. Obviously it uses a tractor as its chassis, but it cannot move by itself and needs another tractor to pull it. This thing on Earth had a self-powered model, but found that it was too heavy and couldn't be supported by the tractor's two small tracks, and would sink on many surfaces, so I finally gave up. Isn't this world different? It is true that in this time and space, the tracks of these heavy artillery are longer than those of tractor chassis on Earth. So Wang Zhong asked tentatively, this cannon, is it to be pulled by an ammunition truck? Can't it be pulled? Popov once again cast a contemptuous look. Alexei Konstantinovich, what are you doing during the military parade? Wang Zhong shrugged and answered openly, look at the beauty's breasts. What's wrong? Vasily, who was working as a guard with Grigory, laughed, and then was glared at by Popov. He immediately stood up and looked straight ahead. Popov withdrew his gaze and said to Wang Zhong, these things are for military parades. They drag the muzzles backwards, which is not good looking, so they have their own power. Wang Zhong was shocked. How much does it weigh with the power? 20 or 30 tons. I'm a clergyman. Ask the artilleryman for details. It's not light anyway. Wang Zhong, so how fast can it go? If this thing can run at 30 kilometers per hour on the road, it might be better than its cousin on Earth. There is a reason why the Earth's B-4 howitzer was given a seemingly bluffing name by German soldiers. In fact, the 203mm large caliber artillery equipment on the Eastern Front is quite common, and the German army also has it. I haven't seen Mao Zedong give it the nickname XXX hammer. Mainly, the German army used its 21 cm howitzer as a howitzer, bombing enemies more than 10 kilometers away. The people who were bombed could not see the fired cannon at all. But MZ is not like that. Although the B-4 heavy howitzer is a howitzer with a direct fire range of up to 17 kilometers, MZ likes to push this thing 500 meters in front of the Dachau bunker and fire. They even pushed this thing into the city for street fighting. Dachau could clearly see this thing slowly driving up and aiming at him. That was too terrifying. One shot would not kill him, but he would also be crippled. Over time, the nickname Steel Hammer came into being. Later, this thing became too famous, and then it was slow to get in place. Often, everyone in the bunker would run away once it was in place. If this thing could reach a highway speed of 30 kilometers, the people in the bunker probably wouldn't have time to escape. After all, the damage range of this thing is really large. Popov shrugged, don't count on it. When this thing walks on its own, the speed is the same as the goose step speed during the military parade. The walking part is specially designed for the military parade. Wang Zhong was greatly shocked. He had never thought of tinkering with this thing specifically for the military parade. He sighed and asked, can this thing be towed by a car and maneuver quickly? Popov, I'm just a bishop. You can consider asking the soldiers of the ceremonial artillery regiment. By this time the train had come to a complete stop, and the ceremonial artillery regiment got off the train and lined up on the platform. Wang Zhong's first impression of this group of honor guards was that there were a bunch of nutcracker toy tin soldiers. The clothes worn by the honor guard made people feel that the times were out of order. People wearing these clothes should go to sparring with Napoleon and should not appear on such a modern battlefield. Wang Zhong asked Popov, can I order them to change their military uniforms? As long as you can get so many military uniforms, that's fine. Well, that's it, Wang Zhong smiled, I believe Pavlov can definitely get it. At this time, Wang Zhong noticed that several railway workers in the southwest crossed the railway nervously and began to operate the switch located in the middle of the side-by-side tracks. In his impression, ever since he brought his troops to Ltov, he hadn't seen the switchmen move the switch. In fact, the rails between the two platforms are rarely used and should be used to miss trains during busy times. However, the locomotive losses on the railways close to the battlefield are so great that they have never been able to operate at full capacity and there is no need for additional off-track tracks. Wang Zhong watched the workers and watched them raise the green light after completing the switch operation. Soon, a train blew its whistle and slowly slid into the station. This train did not have a track repair vehicle or an air raid carriage. The whole train was hung with various carriages in a mess. Tank cars, ordinary passenger carriages and freight carriages were all hung together, and no attention was paid to the order. It gave people the impression that they were in a hurry. Hang up at any time and leave as soon as possible. Wang Zhong muttered, why do I think this car looks like the product of hurry up and send one more train before the encirclement is closed? Popov, same feeling. The car stopped slowly. Before it stopped, the driver opened the boiler's air release brake. White steam immediately spread from the front of the car, engulfing the wheels at the front. A driver jumped out of the car and shouted, the front cylinder of the car is leaked. This front end of the car can't run fast. We need to replace the front end. Wang Zhong did not pay too much attention to the driver's words, but stared at the passengers of this train. Civilian. And most of them were women and children, and many little faces were pressed against the glass of the car, looking out. There was no smile on any face. Railway workers pulled pipes to add water to the trains and provided water from window to window. Countless hands were sticking out of the window with various kettles, vying for water for the boiler. Wang Zhong saw a little girl touching the kettle and drinking heavily, as if she hadn't drank water for a long time. This is to get as many women and children out as possible before they are surrounded. He murmured softly. Popov, hold on for half a month, it seems we can't hold on anymore. Wang Zhong suddenly became excited, this is not the time to sigh. If we can't hold it there, we have to take action. He lay on the railing of the overpass and shouted to the honor guard below, I am Brigadier General Rokosov. Stop lining up. Quickly unload the artillery and drive it to the number 3 yard over there. Then go to the air defense camp next to it to get it. Camouflage cloth. I want you to turn the number 3 yard into an artillery firing position before this afternoon. The major of the honor guard saluted, General, as you command. Popov looked at Wang Zhong in surprise, how do you know that the number 3 yard is suitable for artillery positions? I went to check. It's just a bird's eye view. Wang Zhong, next to it is the anti-aircraft artillery battalion that protects the station. It also has certain defense capabilities against enemy air attacks. If it is well disguised, it can survive for a long time. It's not important. Follow me to the station headquarters. Under the current situation, the ammunition supplies and weapons and equipment sent to Bogdanovka will definitely not be delivered. We must requisition them immediately. Wang Zhong said as he walked back along the half-walked overpass, and the others immediately followed. After leaving the train station, Wang Zhong sat directly next to Gregory and urged, go to the military station headquarters. As soon as Popov got into the car, Grigory started the engine. Vasily originally wanted to get in the car, but he hesitated and turned around and ran towards the station. At the military station headquarters, as soon as the jeep arrived, Wang Zhong strode inside and met the head of the Ltov garrison head-on. Wang Zhong stopped him, where are you going in such a hurry, Alexander Alexandrovich? The group leader was stunned when he heard his name, because this was the first time Wang Zhong spoke to him, and his voice was unfamiliar. He raised his head and saw the general and the cloak of the guards. He immediately stood at attention and saluted, Your Excellency. Wang Zhong raised his hand casually and repeated the question, where are you going in such a hurry, Alexander Alexandrovich? The depot headquarters requires our regiment to build fortifications outside the city. Wang Zhong, have you never built it before? We dug, but not enough. The regiment leader looked depressed. Our main focus is on building cement bunkers. Now we are asked to dig anti-tank trenches. How can we dig out the shield that shields the entire southwest of the city in one day? Anti-tank trench. Wang Zhong, you can mobilize the civilians in the city to dig. Alexander, 3 labor camps have been organized in the city, but they have all been sent to repair the railway. Now there are only women in the city. It is better for women to hold up half the sky and let them dig than to fail to complete the task. As he said this, Wang Zhong patted Alexander on the shoulder. The latter nodded and strode away. Popov asked, know him? No, I just wrote down his name by the way. After all, he is the leader of the local garrison. Wang Zhong continued to walk into the headquarters, and when he entered the map room, he saw a busy scene. The commander of the military station was holding the phone and shouting, What? What? How many more trains are there? It seemed that he was on the phone with the station. Wang Zhong walked to the map and looked at the latest situation updated on it. At least this morning, Bogdanovka on the map had not been surrounded, and the enemy's pincer offensive seemed to be still some distance away before it could be closed. Popov also came over to look at the map with him, his expression serious. The commander of the military station finally finished talking on the phone and muttered, everything is really not going well. Then he raised his head and looked at Wang Zhong, good afternoon, General. In fact, it's still a while before noon. Ltov military station is relatively large, so the commander of the military station here is also a brigadier general. In this kind of workplace, officers of the same rank can save time by not saluting. Wang Zhong, Bogdanovka is about to be surrounded now. I guess the supplies that need to be sent there can't be sent there now. I think the Prozan people's next target is Ltov, and I need to requisition them immediately. These weapons and ammunition are prepared for defensive operations. The commander of the military station asked, do you have any orders? Wang Zhong, the enemy is coming. Are we not going to release weapons and ammunition now so that the enemy can seize them and use them against us? I have not received any notification that the enemy is coming, said the commander of the military station. Bogdanovka is working hard to relieve the siege. Wang Zhong, what can we use to break the siege? The 23rd Tank Corps is attacking. The depot commander replied, this is a newly invested unit. Wang Zhong, I didn't see them passing by us. They didn't go by rail, and tank units could maneuver through most of the country roads. Wang Zhong, then most of the tanks will be broken down due to mechanical failures on the road. And the enemy also has an air force. The tanks that are not broken will be destroyed by the enemy's air force. I don't know about that. In short, these weapons and ammunition will be transported upwards after the siege of Bogdanovka is lifted. No one can mobilize them without orders. The commander of the military station said firmly. Wang Zhong cursed, and at that moment a staff officer rushed in and shouted, "Oh no, commander, look outside." The two commanders in the room looked out the window pointed by the staff officer. Several large trucks drove into the yard of the headquarters. Soldiers wearing guards' capes and holding brand new Tokarev semi-automatic rifles jumped out of the trucks and lined up in the yard. The flag of the 31st Guards Infantry Regiment fluttered in the wind in the yard. The commander of the military station turned to glare at Wang Zhong. "General Rokosov, what are you doing?" Wang Zhong is also one of the tallest men, but he didn't give the order to mobilize the troops. Then he saw Vasily in the queue. Understood. However, in this situation, we might be able to use this to put pressure on the commander of the depot. Wang Zhong looked at the commander of the military station. "I have fought with the Prussians and defeated them. No one knows them better than me. My intuition tells me that Ltov will be attacked soon. You think so too, right? Otherwise you wouldn't have let the garrison dig anti-tank trenches." The commander of the military station pursed his lips and did not refute. "Wang Zhong, similarly, you also know that the supplies to Bogdanovka cannot be delivered. They may never use these supplies. Commander of the military station, even so, I can't give you anything without an order." Wang Zhong wanted to punch this bureaucratic bastard, but he immediately thought of an idea. "I can issue you an IOU." Wang Zhong paused. Seeing that the commander of the military station had no intention of letting go, he added, "In the name of the Crown Prince." The commander of the military station blinked and nodded. "Okay, you write an IOU, and then you can take whatever you want. I see you have already driven the car, so I can't stop you." Chapter 66 Encounter. Wang Zhong, "Okay. Bring your inventory list." After a while, a list as thick as Sahai was delivered to Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong frowned when he saw the list. When will this be turned over? So he asked directly, "Are there any landmines? In future defensive battles, we will definitely not have the advantage in terms of troops and equipment. It is unrealistic to destroy the enemy and we can only lag behind. When it comes to delaying the enemy's attack, nothing is more suitable than landmines." Wang Zhong is also a master who likes to use mines. Before time travel, he played a World War II RTS competitive game Company of Heroes 2. When playing 1v1 ranking, he would habitually lay mines. When the time was up, he would let the engineers attack the enemy's light armor. Plant mines wherever you come, regardless of whether the enemy's light armor is detected by reconnaissance. His impression of landmines is that they are easy to bury at low cost, and if you get one right, you can make a lot of money. That's why I'm the first to ask if there are any landmines. I don't remember it anymore. The commander of the military station shook his head. These things were taken away as soon as they arrived. You can ask the garrison. When they set up the defense line, they received a batch of mines and laid mines in the southwest of the city. District, there may be some left. Damn it, Wang Zhong thought, why can't I get what I want? Canned pickles are enough. At this time, from the corner of his eye, he saw Vasily sneaking into the room quietly and standing behind Sergeant Major Grigory. "Wang Zhong, Vasily Alexandrovich." Vasily stood at attention with a snap. "Here we come." "Wang Zhong, do you know why I called you?" "Let me continue to pick shit tonight." The young man replied eloquently. "Wang Zhong, okay, you are very smart. You are doing this knowingly." Just as he was about to scold him, Popov stepped in between him and Vasily and said seriously, "Did you fake the order to assemble the troops? I think more manpower may be needed to carry the equipment, Bishop." "Popov, go back and write a review, no less than 500 words, and pick up today's shit by the way." "Yes." "Wang Zhong, but now there is still a glorious task to be entrusted to you. Do you know Prasen?" "Vasily, yes. You can actually do that." Popov was shocked. "What do you do at home?" "My father is a professor of music at the university, Your Majesty. He knows Prasenkan and Carolingian, so I can too." Wang Zhong nodded. "Very good, I want you to find 2 familiar classmates, pick up a jeep from the depot's motor vehicle team, and get some wooden signs." Vasily looked confused. "What are you going to do, General?" "The 3 of you drive a jeep and drive around the southwest of the city. When you see a suitable place to lay mines, you put a sign with the word 'Beware of minefields' written in Prosen." Vasily was delighted when he heard this. "Okay, I like this job. This guy really likes this job." Vasily added, I applied to get some more explosives and detonators, and set up pole-type explosives under the brand to give the Prasen people a little surprise. When Wang Zhong heard the suggestion, he also became interested and said, then I suggest you get some more firecrackers and white phosphorus. If the enemy knocks down the sign, the white phosphorus will naturally light the firecrackers and cheer up the Prasen people. Vasily smiled even more happily, okay, okay. General, you have an idea. Wang Zhong said with a straight face, go. Vasily turned and ran. Popov said to his back, remember to write a self-criticism and criticize when you come back. Wang Zhong looked at the bishop and hesitated to speak. Popov, what are you doing? This is my job. I don't interfere with military command, and you don't interfere with me either. At this time, the commander of the military station spoke, will this be effective? Wang Zhong, I don't know. But it's better than doing nothing. The commander of the military station asked again, then why is it written in Prasen? Wang Zhong, because Ant people can't understand it, they won't pay attention to the sign. That makes sense. Wang Zhong, let's not mention this. There are no mines, but what about the cannons? I guess there are none, right? Yes. The commander of the depot spread his hands, right now, the news about Prasen's tank is so amazing that everyone everywhere is crazy about asking for anti-tank guns. Of course, if the transportation is smooth, the 45mm gun can handle it, but now the transportation is not smooth. As for ZIS-3, there are few of them. The 76mm anti-tank gun ZIS-3 was a rarity at this point in time. Wang Zhong suddenly thought of something at this time and said, I remembered, the 76 shells you sent me were canned pickled cucumbers. Give me real 76 shells. The commander of the military station looked calm, this is a problem when packing in the rear. Previously, there were 60mm mortar shells packed in boxes of 82mm mortar shells. I don't know how they packed them in if the caliber was wrong. What about the real 76 gun shells? Yes. There are quite a few in the supplies for Bogdanovka. Then Wang Zhong started to sign up for the dishes, I also want submachine guns, flamethrowers, anti-tank grenades, empty bottles, and alcohol. Commander of the military station, otherwise, I will open the warehouse door, and you can send an IOU to each warehouse, and you can go in and get it yourself. Anyway, you are all in place. Also, when Wang Zhong asked the soldiers to load the truck, Yegorov entered the military station headquarters compound in a jeep. Before the car stopped, he asked loudly, what's going on? Wang Zhong, Bogdanovka. He suddenly realized that this kind of news was not suitable to be spoken loudly, so he stopped talking and waited until Yegorov arrived before whispering, the enemy is coming soon. Yegorov, I guessed it too. I saw a large number of fellow villagers running with their families at the southwest intersection. Wang Zhong, today we will enter the position and start building fortifications. The fertilizer plant we have seen will be chosen as the defensive support point. Okay, I'll make arrangements. Wang Zhong asked again, based on your experience, after the enemy's attack on Luchtov is blocked, where will the headquarters of the front-line troops, such as the division headquarters, be? Yegorov, it's really hard to say. Theoretically speaking, the headquarters can be anywhere. The communication company and the telephone line are the headquarters. But the gathering place of the soldiers is easy to guess. After all, there is no reason not to use it if there is a house, right? Wang Zhong, so where will it be? Kalinovka, Novorossiysk, both are possible. Wang Zhong turned back to Gregory and said, drive over here. I want to go to these villages to investigate in person. Grigory, is it just the two of us? If the Prosens have surrounded Bogdanovka, their reconnaissance troops may have penetrated to our southwest and may encounter them at any time. Wang Zhong, then let's take a squad, add a machine gun, and get a truck to follow us. Yegorov, I'll go too. Wang Zhong held him down, you are responsible for setting up the defense line. You are good at this. After all, Wang Zhong himself has only played games. Although he has read some military textbooks available on the internet out of interest, such as the German Infantry Tactics Manual translated and published by Hiwen Books, they are all superficial. Yegorov is still more professional in arranging the defense line, much more professional. But when it comes to investigation, Wang Zhong must be very good. After all, he has eyes in the sky, right? Moreover, the plug-in also prompted Wang Zhong to investigate personally. The troops under his command cannot even highlight enemies, and the overall sight range is also shorter. Only by going to the front line in person can he maximize the effect of this plug-in. By the way, all the memoirs Wang Zhong has read, as long as they are the memories of middle and lower level officers, will definitely emphasize the importance of personally surveying the front line. Wang Zhong is ready to put it into practice. Yegorov had an expression that said, You are indeed a qualified superior that I am optimistic about. He saluted Wang Zhong, leave it to me. Please also pay attention to your safety. Wang Zhong, I'm taking Sergeant Major Gregory with me. A Slavic Superman who can knock back 7 or 8 grenades with an engineer shovel is quite reliable. Sergeant Major Gregory looked into the distance, seeming a little embarrassed. Wang Zhong just took the jeep and set off to inspect the terrain. In addition to Wang Zhong in the back seat and Sergeant Major Gregory in the passenger seat, there was also Dmitri who was temporarily driving the jeep, the Dmitri who was very good at sex. Behind the jeep was a Gez truck, with a DP-28 light machine gun on the roof of the truck's cab, commonly known as the Big Pan Chicken. A squad of guard soldiers sat in the bed of a truck holding a brand new Tokarev semi-automatic rifle. Not long after the car drove out of the city, Wang Zhong shouted, "Dmitri, stop." The jeep immediately braked and came to a stop on the dirt road. Wang Zhong got out of the car, stepped off the road shoulder, and stepped on the fertile black soil with his feet. He turned and asked Gregory, who was following him, "Are you a farmer, Sergeant Major?" "Yes, General." Wang Zhong continued to ask, "In this season, how fast can mules and horses travel on such black soil?" Gregory shook his head, "It's not fast, and the blacksmiths in the village will scold you if you use horseshoes. Only in winter, when the floor is completely frozen, can the mules and horses walk more efficiently on this kind of ground. But then the snow will usually be very thick." Wang Zhong nodded. "When a truck gets off the road, it will definitely move slower and may get stuck in the ground. If mules and horses cannot leave the road, then the enemy's offensive must be launched along the road. This kind of tactic can only be used by light infantry with relatively low supply requirements. In the village of Hotpinir, the number of troops that the enemy circled behind was not only small in number, but also the distance they circled was very short, so that the half-track vehicles would not lie down because they ran out of fuel. The difficulty of outflanking a city like Ltov with many factories will increase sharply. In addition, Rokosov is not an isolated island in the ocean. There are many troops around the city who are resting like the Rokosov battle group. These troops occupy the villages surrounding the city, and they should launch defenses on the spot. From this point of view, there is no need to worry about being outflanked for the time being." Wang Zhong climbed into the car, and after Grigory also got on the car, he waved, "Keep going." Kalinovka is a village that reminds Wang Zhong of Upper Pernia. Wang Zhong stood on the hill to the north of the village and looked around, and this impression became clearer. Of course, this village should be much smaller than Haupanir. At least Wang Zhong didn't see the winery or Mr. Boyle's large manor through the telescope. But the church looks exactly like Haupanir. The bell tower looked like it would be knocked down by a single shot from the Prasen tank. From an overlooking perspective, Wang Zhong discovered that there were troops from the Ant army in this village. So he decided to visit the village. After entering the village, Wang Zhong quickly met the second lieutenant who commanded the small unit at the village post office. "Your Excellency, General." The second lieutenant saluted, looking nervous. After all, the team led by Wang Zhong all wore guards' cloaks. Wang Zhong raised his hand in return, and then went straight to the point, "What kind of army are you?" "Report to General, we are the 133rd Air Defense Observation Post. Our mission here is to notify Ltov by phone once we hear the engine sound of the enemy plane." Wang Zhong said and asked again, "Look at the uniforms, are you priests?" "Second Lieutenant, we are not, we are skiterii." "Guards, skiterii. Do you still have slave workers and servitors in your establishment, and you are commanded by a mechanical priest equipped with 8 octopus-like prosthetic limbs?" "No, it's impossible, it should just be the same name. After all, the setting of Warhammer 40k was also created by the British based on various historical prototypes." "Wang Zhong, what about your priests?" "Second Lieutenant, we are monitoring the enemy's aircraft upstairs." "Monitoring?" Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows. "Yes. Take me up and have a look." After Wang Zhong said this, he realized that it was not good to be so forceful. After all, they were not in the same organization as him, so he added, "Can I go up and have a look?" "Please follow me." Wang Zhong followed the second lieutenant and climbed to the third-floor platform of the post office. There are many large speakers installed on the platform. Wang Zhong had seen this kind of equipment in an atlas related to World War I. The British used similar equipment to listen to the sound of Zeppelin airships attacking the mainland. Later, radar was invented, and this very steampunk-like thing was abandoned. A male priest was sitting under a huge array of speakers, wearing headphones. Wang Zhong asked the second lieutenant in a low voice, "Does this priest also have the power to guide divine arrows?" "Probably not." The ensign replied, "The holy emblem of a monk who can guide divine arrows is decorated with angel wings. Brother Peter can only drive this sound array. It seems that the scientific name of this device is sound array." Wang Zhong was about to ask a few more questions when Brother Peter suddenly frowned and began to operate the panel in front of him, so the mechanical device turned the speakers aimed at the sky towards the ground. Wang Zhong realized something and asked, "Monk, did you hear anything unusual on the ground?" Although the monk did not take off the headphones, he still replied, "Yes, and it's very close. Don't make any noise. I'm identifying voice prints." He picked up a book with a leather cover and flipped through it quickly, finally stopping at one of the pages. It's Proson's motorcycle. There are at least 3 motorcycles approaching this village. Chapter 67 Outsmarting the Advance Team. Wang Zhong immediately rushed to the railing of the rooftop and raised his telescope. "I can't see anything." "Brother Peter, of course, this thing can hear much farther than it can see. The problem is that there will be a delay in the sound transmitting, and the terrain may cause the sound to be distorted. There could have been more than 3 motorcycles." With his eyes widened, he looked at the sound array again. Millimeter wave radar that can detect ground units? Or does it not emit electromagnetic waves and is purely passive? He walked around the sound array, pointed at the wires and asked, "What does this wire power, the sound amplifier?" "No, it's for the base motor." Peter pointed to his ear, "and the sound recognition relies on my blessed ears." Wang Zhong, "Oh. I thought the praying hands and the chanting monks were all girls, I mean, girls, ladies." He changed his reference 3 times before switching to a more formal title. Peter frowned, "How can you be so devoid of common sense, Brigadier General? The monks who have received the gift are basically evenly divided between men and women." Wang Zhong, "I happen to meet all ladies, I'm sorry. When will the enemy arrive?" Brother Peter took out his watch and wrote down the time on the writing board in front of him. Then he took out the slide rule, checked the numbers on the ruler, and copied them on the writing board. Wang Zhong took a closer look at the pair of rulers and found that they were specially designed for Doppler calculations. They were considered a kind of mechanical computer. At this time the monk finished his calculations. "According to my calculations, we should have 10 minutes left." Wang Zhong snapped his fingers and said to Gregory, "Get ready to ambush them. The enemy is 3 motorcycles, and there are expected to be 6 to 9 enemies. They will arrive in 10 minutes. Gregory turned around and left. Soon Wang Zhong saw him appearing downstairs and began to assign tasks. The terrain of Kalinovka is much simpler than that of Upper Pinayi. There is only a village road in the middle, and there are no alleys on both sides of the road. The whole village looks like a rectum. Gregory directed the escort to hide the car in a roadside yard, cover it with horse fodder, and then placed machine guns on the church bell tower to cover the entire road. Wang Zhong also went downstairs to personally check the status of the new recruits he had brought. The recruits were very excited and eager to try. Dmitri, who is good at gunnery, frowned. When he saw Wang Zhong, he complained, "Brigadier General, why do you let me guard the car? I also want to participate in the battle. Can the car run away by itself here?" Wang Zhong, "Idiot, I asked you to guard the car and keep it on so that we can run away immediately if there is an accident." "Dmitri, run? 3 motorcycles, up to 9 enemies. We have more people than them, or an ambush." Wang Zhong, "On the battlefield, you must always be prepared for the unexpected and always leave a way out." After saying that, Wang Zhong thought to himself, "Oh my god, it sounds like I am an experienced warrior. It sounds like I have been in the army for 50 years. However, neither Wang Zhong from Earth nor Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov, the original owner of this body, was much older than Dmitri. But Dmitri didn't think of this at all. Instead, he nodded seriously, "I will remember it, General." Wang Zhong felt a little ashamed at being given such a serious response. He quickly turned around and shouted to Gregory, "It's not enough to defeat the enemy. I want to capture Sergeant Major Gregory." The Sergeant Major nodded, "Understood." Then he turned to the young man and said, "You guys will shoot the first and third cars later, and leave the second one to me. I'll catch the ones alive. Is it enough for you?" A young man asked. Gregory smiled slightly and did not answer. At this time, the second lieutenant of the Skiterii Corps at the 133 listening station rushed out of the post office door and stood at attention to Wang Zhong. "Report, General, Brother Peter said that the enemy has entered visual range." "Got it?" Wang Zhong immediately switched to a bird's eye view. At this time, his own field of vision could only see the village road because others were on the ground. However, the machine gunners on the bell tower, as the troops that Wang Zhong could directly command, their field of vision was blocked. "Shear it." The 2 machine gunners hid themselves on the edge of the clock tower window and looked out, just in time to see 3 motorcycles in the field. This group of motorcyclists all wear black leather jackets. On Earth, this type of leather jacket is a special leather jacket for the Sandoku motorcycle troops. If the motorcycle troops don't want to wear this leather jacket, they can only customize it themselves. A motorcyclist whose military rank could not be seen got out of the car and stood at the front of the queue to observe Kalinovka through binoculars. Wang Zhong also moved his vision to confirm whether his people were well hidden. Then he saw the huge sound array on top of the post office. Well, I guess I can't hide it anymore. Damn it, both Wang Zhong and Sergeant Major Gregory just took it for granted that the enemy would directly enter the village. If you think about it carefully, they are originally a reconnaissance force. When they arrive at a strange village, they must take a look at it from a distance first. The observing officer put down his binoculars and turned around to say a few words. The enemies who were still on standby on their motorcycles all got off the vehicle, pushed their motorcycles off the road, and hid them with wheat in the fields. The 9-man reconnaissance team formed a small formation. One of the soldiers carrying a backpack with an antenna came to the officer, took out the receiver and handed it to the officer. Walkie-talkie. Wang Zhong couldn't help but smacked his lips when he saw the walkie-talkie. Want to? I'm really short of radio equipment. Even if you only capture one walkie-talkie and there is no other that can be used as a pair, you should seize it first and then use it to listen to the enemy's calls. But the enemy does not enter the village. How can we introduce the enemy into the village? Suddenly, Wang Zhong had an idea. He switched back to the naked eye view and said to the secretary in the post office, quickly, light a fire and burn whatever you want. Just don't burn important documents. The smoke must be big. Second Lieutenant of the secretary Corps, this. Just at this time, Gregory the cat came over and reported, the machine gunner said that the enemy will not enter the village. He seemed to have seen the sound array on the roof. Wang Zhong was confused. How did you exchange information? The machine gunner ran down from the bell tower and said. Wang Zhong looked at the small door under the bell tower. A soldier was holding onto the wall and panting. It seemed that he was running a little too fast. Secretary Second Lieutenant, what does this have to do with ignition? Pretend to burn the documents and run away. Wang Zhong turned to Dmitri, when the smoke starts, you drive a jeep, drag a broom and run all the way, raising as much smoke and dust as possible, and come back when you hear the sound of machine gun fire. Dmitri, okay, let me tie up the broom first. Act quickly. Don't let the enemy call for more troops, it will be very difficult then. Who knows what kind of demons and monsters are following behind these scouts. 10 minutes later, smoke was rising in the post office yard. After Wang Zhong confirmed that the enemy noticed the thick smoke through an overhead perspective, he slammed the door of the jeep hard, quick. Let's go. Dmitri stepped on the accelerator and the jeep rushed out the door dragging the broom, picking up a lot of dust and heading northeast along the highway. Fortunately, most of the roads in Kosalia are smoothed dirt roads. If the asphalt roads were not so smoky. Wang Zhong switched his perspective and stared at the enemy nervously. He actually didn't have much confidence, after all, this strategy was too crude. We can only hope that the enemy will be dazzled by the victory and bet that an arrogant soldier will be defeated. But at least I tried. Just as Wang Zhong comforted himself in this way, the enemy commander shouted, so the scattered soldiers gathered again and the motorcycles were pushed onto the road again. The officer climbed onto the first motorcycle and sat on its side. The radio operator carrying the walkie-talkie sat astride the back seat. Wang Zhong immediately shouted, Gregory, the person in the first car is an officer. Don't make a mistake. Gregory, did you hear that? Hit the second and third cars, and leave the first one to me. 3 enemy vehicles rushed towards the village. I don't know if they were rushing to chase the escaping jeep or to rescue the documents that were being burned. Maybe they want both? Anyway, we will find out once we capture the prisoners and ask them. While Wang Zhong was paying attention to the enemy, Gregory was giving sign language to the people on the bell tower, probably asking them to fight the second and third cars. The first motorcycle rushed into the village at the lead. Gregory hid on the side of the road, holding up a hand. All 3 motorcycles entered the village, but Gregory's hand was not yet down. The first car is approaching the yard where Gregory is hiding. The sergeant major waved his hand forward. The machine gun on the bell tower immediately started firing, and the driver of the second car was immediately hit. He tilted to the left, and the handlebar was also tilted, causing the car to deviate from the direction and hit the low wall next to it. The rear wheel tilted high. The Prosan soldier in the back seat of the car flew over the low wall, smashed the wooden roof of the firewood shed, and was inserted into the neatly stacked firewood pile. The machine gunner in the truck was not injured. He picked up the machine gun to resist, and threw a grenade into the truck. The next moment, machine guns flew into the sky. The third car was set on fire by Tokarev. The 3 men in leather suits were all shot several times immediately, and the car also crashed into the compost pile on the roadside. In an instant, only the first car carrying the officers and walkie-talkies remained. I saw Gregory stepping on the pile of firewood and jumping over the low wall, jumping directly onto the truck body. He knocked the officer unconscious with a knee strike, knocked the rider out of the car with a punch, and then dragged the officer out of the car and fell to the side of the road. In the pile of horse feed. The signal soldier who was left behind wanted to raise his submachine gun, but the out-of-control motorcycle collided with the carriage parked on the roadside. The signal soldier flew onto the carriage under the action of inertia and fell dizzy. Immediately, several guard soldiers rushed out, and Tokarev pointed his gun at the communications soldier. Wang Zhong was anxious. Don't shoot. Don't break my walkie-talkie. My walkie-talkie. A minute later, Wang Zhong looked at the prisoner in front of him with satisfaction. There are 4 alive in total, and the task has been exceeded. The walkie-talkie was also successfully seized, and maps and many command documents were also found in the officer's personal file bag. The young guardsman who was escorting the prisoners proudly held the capture general-purpose machine gun and put the bullet belt on his body in a very shameful manner, cos Rambo from another time and space. Wang Zhong was also very satisfied, pacing back and forth in front of the captives with his hands behind his back to show off. The enemy officer's face was half swollen and several of his teeth were missing. Not to mention how miserable he was. Wang Zhong, is there anyone who knows Prasen? Dmitri, who had just driven back, raised his hand. I can. I participated in the military technology exchange with Prasen and learned it specifically. It seems that many military school students can speak Prasen language. After all, the 2 countries used to be friendly countries before the war started. Wang Zhong, okay, Dmitri, come here, let's interrogate this officer properly. At this moment, Brother Peter stuck his head out from the roof of the post office and shouted, enemy planes are coming. The enemy officer laughed and said in ant language, before we chased you, we called for air support. They are coming. You are going to die. Chapter 68. All the new recruits, including Dmitri, changed their faces. Even Gregory looked ready to pounce on Wang Zhong at any time. But Wang Zhong would not be fooled by such words. Damn, where did the air support come from so quickly in World War II? Do you think it was the US military in the Gulf War? This is not the game Steel Division 2. The Air Force was summoned and read a bar, and the Air Force flew over from the edge of the map. Wang Zhong stepped forward and slapped the officer. Nonsense. You can't provide such fast air support. This plane is going to bomb other places, it's just passing nearby. You want to fool us and make trouble while we are hiding. The officer raised his head. It seems that you know nothing about the progress of our country's military technology, stupid inferior people. Wang Zhong laughed. Military progress, look at your proud tank troops, they are still being beaten by our KV. The officer's expression immediately became not so good. At this time, the sound of the engine came from the southwest, and it could be heard directly without the sound array. The officer showed a smug expression, while Wang Zhong pursed his lips and looked at him with a half-smile. Dmitri, why don't we hide for a while? Wang Zhong, look at this village. Are there any traces of enemy bombs? This is not the enemy's target, and the enemy's call cannot be responded to so quickly, so isn't the answer obvious? The real reason why Wang Zhong was so calm was that he had seen the enemy plane from a bird's eye view, and the enemy plane's path did not pass through Kalinovka village. If it weren't for this, he would never let everyone accompany him to take risks to verify whether his speculation was correct. The roar of the engine continued to approach, and Wang Zhong walked out of the yard directly, stood in the middle of the village road, and looked up at the sky with fearless momentum. Officer Prosan shouted, you will be shot into a sieve by the machine gun. You will all die. Wang Zhong, you too, maybe a little earlier than us. At this time, the sound of the engine had reached the point where the window glass of the surrounding houses began to shake. The soldiers of the guards all pressed against the wall and lowered their postures. Some of the prisoners simply lay on the ground, and only the officer was still staring at Wang Zhong in the middle of the road. Then, the engine sound faded away. Wang Zhong turned his head to look at the enemy's second lieutenant. Where is your air support? The second lieutenant's face was livid. Brother Peter on the rooftop poked his head out. The enemy plane is gone. Flying to Luftwaffe. Wang Zhong opened his arms and greeted his subordinates' admiring eyes. Don't be so surprised, I said. Prosan's air-ground coordination is not that good, it is impossible to call a plane so quickly. Even if he really called a plane, it would take at least an hour for those guys to fly from the airport. And this village has no signs of being bombed at all, it is not the target of the Prosan Air Force. Wang Zhong pointed to his temple. Use your brains more, classmates, as long as you are smarter than the enemy, you can defeat them. The officer stared at Wang Zhong with wide eyes, looking him up and down several times, and the contemptuous expression just now disappeared. He asked in ant, excuse me, who are you? Wang Zhong, it seems that the Prosan people don't know etiquette. Shouldn't they introduce themselves before asking others' identities? You are right. I am Lieutenant Joseph von Hoffman of the 220th Motorized Reconnaissance Regiment. May I ask who you are? Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov, Brigadier General. Lieutenant Hoffman was shocked and took a step back subconsciously. As a result, the guards around him all stepped forward, and several guns were pointed at his back. The lieutenant looked at Wang Zhong again and shouted something in Prosan. Wang Zhong turned his head and asked Dmitri, "What did he say?" "White Horse General. The newspaper said that the enemy gave you a nickname." Wang Zhong approached the enemy and smiled slightly. "Yes, I am the White Horse General, an enemy you can't kill. I will fight until your empire is destroyed." "Second Lieutenant, impossible. The empire has won every war since its establishment." "Then this." Wang Zhong pointed to the ground under his feet, "This is its last war. At most 5 years, we will completely destroy it." The enemy officer's mouth trembled, but Wang Zhong's confidence suppressed his thoughts of rebuttal. In the end, he finally lowered his proud head. Wang Zhong waved his hand, "Get in the car and prepare to evacuate." Just then, the door of the yard next to the post office opened, and an old man came out with a cane and looked at Wang Zhong. "General, are you leaving?" "Wang Zhong, we will come back." "Old man, when?" "5 years later." It turned out that the old man heard what he just said. "Wang Zhong, maybe it won't take 5 years, old man." The old man hesitated, and finally took out a few potatoes from his pocket and stuffed them into Wang Zhong's hand. "I asked my daughter-in-law to run away with the children and belongings, and this is all that's left at home." Wang Zhong keenly noticed the key words, daughter-in-law, and he knew where his son had gone without asking. He looked at the potatoes and found that they had probably been kept by the old man for a long time, and they might be the life-saving food he left for himself. "Old man, we are full, you should keep these potatoes for yourself." The old man, "I am old. During the Civil War, I joined the army to fight for the secular faction, but no one wanted me." The civil war in the anti-empire was a war between the secular faction of the Eastern Holy Church and the Zhongsheng faction. In the end, the secular faction won and deposed the current Tsar to the throne. The old man, "Let these potatoes fight for Saint Andrew for the last time for me." Saint Andrew, the founder of secularism, the origin of the Andrew cross on the imperial flag. Wang Zhong stared at the old man for a few seconds, then took back the potatoes. "I will make good use of them." "Old man, you can just throw it at the enemy in a hurry." Wang Zhong nodded, and then he thought, why not ask the uncle about the wind direction here? So he asked, "Uncle, have you lived here for a long time?" "Lived there all my life." "Wang Zhong, then what kind of wind is blowing here this season?" The uncle smiled, "You are going to shoot here, right? Let me tell you, there is basically no wind at 9 o'clock in the evening this season. You can fire at this time and just follow the map coordinates." Wang Zhong nodded. At this time, Gregory came over and saluted Wang Zhong, "Your Excellency General, all the loot has been counted. A total of 5 submachine guns, 2 machine guns, some ammunition, and a motorcycle have been seized." "Wang Zhong, paint our army's logo on the motorcycle and requisition it." He turned to look at the corpses of Prosan soldiers scattered on the street, and added, "Bury grenades under the bodies of these soldiers, and hang pull rings on them to ensure that the grenades will sound when the enemy turns over their bodies." "Yes." Gregory turned around and ordered, "You have all heard it, take action." Then he said to Wang Zhong, "The walkie-talkie has been checked and is not damaged. Dmitri is studying the user manual found on the enemy's communications soldiers." Wang Zhong nodded and was about to look at the walkie-talkie. He remembered that he hadn't said goodbye to the old man yet, so he looked at him again. "Go ahead, General." The old man said with a trembling salute. Wang Zhong gave him a military salute seriously, and then walked towards his subordinate who was playing with the walkie-talkie. The old man leaned against the chairman of the small courtyard, watched Wang Zhong's figure, and murmured softly, "What a brave and young general, may Saint Andrew bless you." At the same time, southwest of Oktov, Vasily showed the newly written sign to his temporary subordinate Filipov, "Look at this." Filipov stopped the sledgehammer in his hand, rested against the sign he had just hammered into the ground, and said, "Don't let me see it, I don't understand Prosensive. What I wrote is, there are no mines here." Filipov frowned, "Will it be useful to use such words to scare people? It feels like a child playing tricks on people." "Vasily, let's put a big detonator under the sign, and the enemy will have to believe it." "Let's go, insert it over there, it just corresponds to the minefield you just inserted." Filipov shook his head, If the school instructors find out, they will scold you for being smart. He would also tell me, such cleverness is of no use in a real war." Instructor Vasily learned the lesson perfectly. "Filipov, it's good that you know. But you see, the Brigadier General asked me to do this. Doesn't he know that I only have a little cleverness? What he must know is that he wants me to use these little clevernesses to surprise the enemy." While they were talking, the two of them walked to the place. Vasily threw the sign on the ground and started digging a hole. Filipov took out the detonator and explosives from his backpack. "How much?" "Have a piece." "So much." This could send someone flying to the moon. Hey, this little clever thing, it's better to bury it too hard than to blow it up hard. It's better to explode it once so that all the Prosan troops can see it. Then they won't dare to push these signs in the future. Just put one down. Filipov dropped a block of explosives and installed the detonating device. Because they are all likely to be assigned to command engineering teams, they have learned demolition and are very skilled in these things. Finally, Filipov tied the detonating tap to the root of the brand with wire. Okay. Vasily inserted the sign into the hole and began to fill it with soil. Take it easy. Filipov shouted, this thing can also send us to the moon. Vasily didn't care at all. After filling in the soil, he said, let's find some tin cans or something and throw them into the field behind. This will make the enemy's mine detectors scream. I support this suggestion, Filipov said, but where can I find tin cans? Let's buy some from the locals. I have rubles with me. Vasily said and suddenly sighed, if you don't use it now, you may not have time to use it in the future. Filipov, will the locals who are still here accept rubles? If we don't accept it, just say ours belongs to the Inquisition, and they will accept it, Vasily said. We're not wearing blue hats. It's simple. Let's hide our hats and say that we were shot away by enemy bullets on the way here. Come on, Filipov, give the Prosan people a surprise. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 69 Where is my Carolingian cook? 20 minutes later. Vasily looked at the iron objects piled on the jeep and couldn't help but hold his forehead. It's hard for such a small thing to cause enough trouble to the enemy. Filipov, after all, the fake minefield we created is huge. As long as the channel opened by the enemy is not in the position where we deployed this thing, it will be in vain. Vasily looked around. There are many houses scattered in the wilderness near Lktov. Most of them are barns and cattle sheds, but there are very few houses. Even if there were residential buildings, the locals had fled to the city early and there was not much iron left. Vasily touched his neck, what can we do? Filipov slapped his thigh, yes. The military station gave us canned pickles as cannonballs. That thing is a glass bottle, but the lid is made of iron. Vasily looked surprised, huh? I'll go. Usually I should have thought of this kind of idea. Why did you think of it this time? I understand. He looked at Filipov with a half smile but said, you're a bad boy if you get too close to the ink. Filipov, do you think it's appropriate for you to say this as the piece of ink? Vasily smiled, never mind it, your idea is great, let's go. The jeep probably can't pull it, we'll drive a truck to transport the can lids. Then the two of them grabbed Mikhail, who was relatively taciturn, and jumped into the car and drove away. The scrap metal in the truck body kept clanging. When they drove onto the road towards Lktov, they suddenly saw people wearing uniforms of the city defense regiment laying mines on the road. Vasily braked, stopped in front of the mine, and shouted, who told you to lay the mine? The engineers of the city defense regiment replied feebly, Commander Alexander Alexandrovich, you guys go over there quickly, the mines haven't been wound up yet. Asshole. Vasily rushed out of the car, rushed forward angrily, grabbed the engineer's collar and lifted him up, do you know that Brigadier General Rokosov is scouting the terrain outside? Are you trying to assassinate him? Brigadier. Only then did the engineer see the cloak of the guards, and then heard the name of that Brigadier General. The anger on his face immediately disappeared, the regiment commander ordered us to lay mines. We didn't know that the Brigadier General was out. Investigated. After saying that, he turned to his subordinates and shouted, go and call the regiment leader. Okay, stop digging, stop working. After a moment Alexander Alexandrovich came running over, what's going on? Why did you stop? Just as the engineer was about to answer, Vasily said in vain, Brigadier General Rokosov led a squad to conduct reconnaissance of the enemy. He went to Kalinovka. Are you laying mines here to kill the Brigadier General? The regimental commander was shocked, I don't know. Did the Brigadier General go out for reconnaissance? No one informed me. Our bunkers on both sides of the road didn't report seeing the Brigadier General. Vasily, anyway, the Brigadier General is conducting reconnaissance outside, and he is not allowed to lay mines on the road until he comes back. The regiment leader glanced at the unsealed crate containing mines on the road, it's not good to just leave the mines here and be strafed by enemy planes. We have to move them back to the bunker. Vasily, well, give us the mines. We are laying out fake minefields under the orders of the Brigadier General. For this kind of minefield to be effective, we need to plant some real mines. I think these boxes of mines you have are good. You are buried on the road. If an enemy tank comes over and crushes one, you will know that the road is full of mines. You can blow it up with an explosive cord or something and it will be all over. Give it to us, and we can make it real and fake, and we can delay the enemy for longer. At this time Filipov said, wait a minute, Our minefield signs are all written in Prosan. What if the locals can't understand and enter the minefield? Vasily, it's simple, just make up a line of ant language. He continued to look at the garrison leader. How is it? The regiment leader touched his chin. The box near the bunker can't be given to you. We still have to block the road near the bunker when the brigadier general comes back. You can take the rest. As he spoke, the regiment leader turned around and said to the engineers, first lay mines in the field, and send someone to guard the roadside. When you see the brigadier general's car, stop it, tell them we have laid mines on both sides of the road, and take the convoy over. Vasily nodded with satisfaction. That's it? Filipov, take the mines and let's go. Get the kinlids. The group leader looked at them doubtfully. Kinlid. However, the guard's jeep had already driven away. Kalinovka village. In front of the counter on the first floor of the post office, Dmitry turned the frequency knob to the frequency written in pencil on the title page of the manual, and sure enough he heard the call. Wang Zhong, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but ask, what are you talking about? SHH. Dmitry raised his index finger in front of his mouth, cleared his throat, picked up the receiver and muttered a few words. The other person responded immediately, also in a woo-woo voice. Prosan gives people the feeling of arguing with someone, which is very similar to the so-called effective German I saw in some short videos before traveling. After the other party finished speaking, Dmitry replied a few words, then put down the receiver and said to Wang Zhong, the enemy said that the plane will now start loading bombs and refueling, and it will be able to depart in an hour and arrive in 2 hours. Immediately some young people cursed, damn it. It's really fake. Thank you for the general. Wang Zhong ignored the compliments from his subordinates and confirmed, you mean 1 hour to reload and 2 hours to arrive, right? Right. Wang Zhong, the flight time is 1 hour. As he spoke, he ran directly to the map. This was the monitoring station of the Skiterii. Naturally, there was a map, because they had to record the routes of enemy aircraft every day to provide a basis for rear interception. Of course, and Air Force doesn't have the strength to intercept it now. Wang Zhong found a compass among the drawing tools nearby, opened the angle against the scale, inserted the steel needle into Kalinovka, and drew an arc in the west with a compass pen. He didn't know the specific performance of enemy attack aircraft, but relying on the game War Thunder, he had a vague and general understanding of the speed of most World War II attack aircraft. This arc was estimated by Wang Zhong based on the fastest speed. The enemy airport must be closer to Kalinovka than this arc. Damn. He muttered, the enemy's field airfields have advanced to this area. Bogdanovka is going to become a playground for enemy bombers. No, I'm afraid it already is. At this time, Brother Peter came down from the top floor and said directly to the second lieutenant of the Skiterii, we are leaving, let's check the car. Wang Zhong, are you leaving? Yes, I heard the news you got from the enemy above. I don't want to stay here and get bombed. Also, you killed the enemy's reconnaissance team, which also contacted the rear. I don't want to stay in the vanguard of this enemy. Before Wang Zhong could speak, the second lieutenant of the Skiterii army spoke first, we haven't received an order. Should we ask for permission first? By the time we finish asking for instructions, we have been captured by the enemy. Those heretics will shoot every capable monk. I don't want to die. The monk said decisively. During the few days he had just arrived in Lkta for rest, Wang Zhong made up a lot of basic knowledge. Prosan did not believe in the Eastern holy religion, so for Prosan, this invasion also had the attributes of a holy war. Of course, the Holy See in Prosan has also become secular, so the term jihad is not used. Wang Zhong, I support Brother Peter. If the second lieutenant doesn't want to leave, Brother Peter, just come with us. Brother Peter didn't see Wang Zhong's little thoughts at all, and nodded, it's okay. But I think the second lieutenant will leave. After all, he doesn't want to face Prosan's armored army with such a thin force. Second lieutenant, you're right, I'm going to check the car and fill it with gas. At this time, Dmitry suddenly raised his hand to signal everyone to stop talking, and turned up the volume of the walkie-talkie with a solemn expression. The Prosan language came from the microphone, and Dmitry listened while checking the signal soldier's manual, picking out the code words he heard one by one. The conversation on the walkie-talkie lasted for about 20 seconds. After the sound disappeared, Dmitry reported, just now I am convinced that the division command vehicle of the enemy's 15th Armored Division called the Lead Reconnaissance Battalion. Saying that Apple Orchard is about to be bombed, the reconnaissance battalion should occupy Apple Orchard after the bombing. Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows. He couldn't help but think of the famous anecdote about AF has no fresh water. The Apple Orchard is about to be bombed, and the enemy's leading reconnaissance battalion can capture it during the bombing. Then the Apple Orchard is most likely Kalinovka. Brother Peter, this is it? Is the guy in leather clothes you arrested from this reconnaissance camp? No, The ID is from the 220th Motorcycle Reconnaissance Regiment, belonging to the Prussian Air Force. Dmitri took out the seized ID and opened the first page to show it to everyone. Wang Zhong thought to himself, good guy, the Air Force is organizing its own motorized infantry unit. This is a very German style. Complaints remain complaints, but what we want to do remains the same. Let's go. Wait a minute, won't the sound array on the roof be demolished? At this time, Wang Zhong already regarded the sound array and Brother Peter as his own, and it was absolutely impossible for him to throw this thing away. Brother Peter shook his head, it's too late, it's a long time to take it apart. Wang Zhong was slightly disappointed, but he turned around and left the post office immediately. Then he found several guard soldiers on the village road surrounding the woodshed, looking at the two legs sticking out of the hole in the roof. Wang Zhong, what's going on with you? Report to the general. We are discussing whether to set up homemade booby traps on this man, or drag him out of the hole and put him on the ground. After all, this gesture is too. The guard thought for a while before he came up with an adjective, humor. Isn't that humorous? Such a big man inserting himself into the firewood shed in such a funny manner. Usually this kind of scene only appears in comedies. Wang Zhong, there is no need to lay booby traps for the soldier. I put a piece of paper in his pocket and wrote on it, White Horse General Alexei Konstantinovich wishes you a happy occupation. I have left you 20. What a surprise, I hope you like it. In fact, there are not so many booby traps at all, but saying more can make the Procenians more happy. Wang Zhong's order was quickly implemented, and then the convoy with one more car left Kalinovka. When Wang Zhong left the village, he saw the old man who gave him potatoes and a group of grandparents who were too old to walk standing at the entrance of the village. He stopped the jeep, got out of the car and said to his grandparents, we still have room in the car, you can follow us. When the Plazans come, we will bombard this place with heavy artillery. The man who gave the potatoes smiled, General, you are still worried about this. Are there still people in the village, so your heavy artillery will not explode? In order to save our old bones, the enemy has no losses and can attack with all its strength and let your young men sacrifice their lives. Okay. Wang Zhong, this. You have to blow it up? Isn't that what war is all about? If it kills us so that our sons and daughters can survive, then let's blow it up. We have lived enough anyway. I know you mean well, General, but when we get to the rear, we can only consume supplies, and we really can't do any work. I have experienced war, and I know how little food will be in the future. It is better to give it to the children. When you are full, you can kill the enemy. The other old people nodded together. Wang Zhong couldn't think of words to respond, so he could only climb into the car and order to drive. He looked back and saw old people standing at the entrance of the village, as if abandoned in the past. In the evening, Wang Zhong finally completed the investigation of all villages that might be enemy campsites. When he returned to the city, he unexpectedly discovered that the garrison had arranged for someone to lead the way at the entrance to the minefield. Arriving at the brigade headquarters, Wang Zhong decided to immediately start interrogating the prisoners, but was stopped by Popov. They are Prussian soldiers. They will only constantly report their affiliation, rank, and soldier number. Popov said, unless you use some unconventional means. Wang Zhong asked doubtfully, can't we use it? Popov, after all, we are regular troops, and the opposite side is also a regular army. This is inappropriate. Wang Zhong was about to refute when he saw people from the tribunal arriving. Popov, look, this kind of thing still has to be left to professionals. Transferring it to the trial court is also more procedurally compliant. Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows and found that this seemed to be the case. So he said, of course, we should act according to the rules. Dear judges, thank you for your hard work. The judge nodded and stepped forward to take away the prisoner who had an expression of my life is at risk. Popov said, okay, you may be hungry too. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat. Wang Zhong was indeed hungry. He turned around and said to everyone who accompanied him on the investigation today, as well as the skiterii who had been brought back, let's go and eat. Follow me. Then he led the group to the dining hall. Then, he frowned at the large pots lined up at the canteen's entrance. It's all pickles. Every big pot is filled with pickles. Wang Zhong admitted that the pickled cucumber was quite refreshing and not bad to eat, but it couldn't be like this. At this time, the aunt from the cooking team came out and said, that frizzy boy, his name is Vasily or something, told you your order and took away the lids of the canned pickles. I saw that so many cans were opened, so I don't want to eat them. It will spoil quickly if left alone, so I'll try to cook it all and eat it. Facing the huge pile of pickles, Wang Zhong shouted, I'm French, no, where's my Carolingian cook? Chapter 70 Fire and water are incompatible. After dinner, the senior officers of the Rokossov battle group met again. A map of the defense of Ltov was placed on the table where they sat. Yegorov spoke first. I put the first and third companies in the chemical plant. To be honest, it is relatively solid there, and when the enemy's heavy artillery fire is prepared, the casualties will be lower than in the garrison. Another bunker that is more suitable for anti-artillery is here. He pointed to the back of the fertilizer plant. The warehouse area is also a very solid concrete building. We can put the reserve, that is, the second company, here. Ltov is a semi-industrial city with many concrete buildings. This is one of the few good news. Yegorov paused and said, by the way, the military station headquarters sent a company from their communications battalion here. We worked hard this afternoon to get the telephone line connected. Yegorov picked up the phone on the table and continued, this is finally no longer a decoration. You can call the main position of the fertilizer plant, the hidden B4 howitzer battalion, the position of the Aero Company, and the Ltov Garrison Regiment. He put the microphone away. Wang Zhong, there are not many places that can be connected. After all, it was just installed this afternoon. Pavlov frowned, why is there still a telephone line to the Garrison Regiment? It is not under our command. Now it is. Popov replied, we have established contact with the front headquarters of Iksakov. The front ordered us to unify the command of Ltov's combat forces, block the harassment of small enemy forces, and support General Anton's counterattack. Wang Zhong sneered, small forces? We heard clearly that an armored division is advancing towards us, and its vanguard reconnaissance battalion is now in Kalinovka. Popov, did you pass on the intelligence we obtained? Report to the intelligence department of the front army? We have reported, but they need time to interpret it. Popov looked helpless, maybe they just don't believe it. After all, it's just a eavesdropped radio communication. They think that the really important information must be transmitted through the radio, and the enemy's Enigma machine is prepared for this. When Wang Zhong heard the familiar term Enigma machine, he immediately remembered the story of the British gathering a bunch of mathematicians in Bletchley Park to decipher the Enigma code, so he asked, what is the level of mathematics in our country? I remember that the mathematics level of Tsarist Russia and the later Soviet Union was very high. Since the British can do it, Tsarist Russia can do it too, right? After all, this is a different time and space. Maybe all the members of the anti-empire in this world can't do mental multiplication and division within 100? In Wang Zhong's view, his question is closely related to the topic, but in the view of others, his sentence is not closely related, at least it is irrelevant. Everyone looked at Wang Zhong in confusion, and the headquarters suddenly became quiet. Only the beeping sound made by the guest telegraph operators of the Telegraph Investigation Bureau of the trial court next door could be heard. Pavlov, mathematics. Popov, what does this have to do with mathematics? Wang Zhong, we just mentioned the Enigma code, didn't we? Just find a bunch of mathematicians to decipher it? It's just a mechanical device, and it's not really undecipherable. Of course, the premise is that Ant must be good enough and have enough mathematicians. Everyone looked at each other, and Yegorov asked, then why not seize an Enigma machine? Wang Zhong, it's not enough to just seize one. The Enigma machine can adjust the encryption by changing the initial settings. Even if the settings are exactly the same, the encryption effect is different if the starting position of the rotor is different. So even if the Enigma machine is seized, a large number of cryptography experts are still needed. Why are you looking at me so affectionately? Popov, I never knew before that you actually had this knowledge. I thought you only knew what size bras the socialites in the capital wore. Wang Zhong was shocked. Is this the son of a playboy? I want to know too. Pavlov interrupted, none of this matters. Mathematicians or chest braces are not what we need to consider now. Whether the higher UPS believe it or not, we all know that an armored division is coming towards us. It is said that Prosan has only deployed 20 armored divisions in total, and one of them is heading towards us. And all our anti-tank weapons are only 10 magic arrows and 3 anti-tank guns. About the magic arrows. Wang Zhong interrupted Pavlov, I would like to ask where the magic arrows are deployed now. Yegorov, in the fertilizer plant, the second floor of the plant has a good view, which is very suitable for launching magic arrows, and it can be safely transferred after launching. Yet Semenko praised the new launch position. Wang Zhong, they should be withdrawn. What? Yegorov frowned, withdraw. Wang Zhong, I plan to use the magic arrows for air defense. Are you going to use the magic arrows to protect our 203 mm artillery positions? Yegorov was amazed, it's quite appropriate. 203 can survive one more air raid, which will definitely cause more casualties to the enemy than destroying 10 tanks. No, Wang Zhong shook his head, the motor reconnaissance battalion I captured in Kalinovka today was the enemy Air Force's ground-to-air missile unit, which inspired me. The Air Force needs to know where the target is to bomb. Do you understand what I mean? Yegorov shook his head. I don't understand. Wang Zhong, Luktov is a city of decent size, with many buildings, and there are no high mountains around. When I went out for reconnaissance, I saw clearly that the highest observation point the enemy could find was the barn outside the city. The ground missile troops will never be able to see where our heavy artillery positions are. The enemy needs aerial reconnaissance. Wang Zhong stopped, hoping that others had understood what he meant. Pavlov, and Wang Zhong, we rescued a monk with very strong hearing in Kalinovka. You mean the sound array master? Popov asked. Yes, although he threw away the listening equipment, he said the blacksmith in the city will soon be able to build something that will work. He will have it ready tomorrow. He can distinguish the engine sound of enemy reconnaissance planes. Yegorov finally understood, you mean to use magic arrows to destroy the enemy's reconnaissance plane. Wang Zhong, yes, when the pilots of the attack aircraft are dropping bombs and attacking, they are highly nervous when faced with the anti-aircraft fire of our army and may not be able to detect the well-camouflaged B-4 launch position. But the reconnaissance aircraft can take photos for reconnaissance, and the intelligence staff behind them can carefully study and analyze the photos in a safe place. The chance of them finding our artillery position is very high. Others nodded, that makes sense. With blocking and reconnaissance, coupled with good concealment, those bulky B-4s may survive longer, inflicting greater damage to the enemy. Yegorov, if we find another launching position and place the B-4 separately, we can withstand more attacks. Wang Zhong, use wood or other objects to make some fake positions. If you don't fire, you can't tell the real ones from the fake ones. We just don't fire when the enemy planes are in the air. Yes. Yegorov slammed the table, I'll let the boys. No, Popov interrupted, this job should not be done by young men. The church is organizing civil servants and self-defense forces to let them do the job. Some of them are carpenters and blacksmiths. Wang Zhong, the church is organizing. Yes, we are a secular sect, and the local priest is very popular among the citizens. If we are a saint sect, that is not necessarily the case. Popov said with some pride. Wang Zhong, that's good. The best card we have now is these B4s. The good news is that we have captured the enemy's communication call sign book. As long as the enemy does not change the call sign, we can deduce where and what troops are based on the call content. I have personally inspected several habitable villages within the coverage area of B4. There are basically only elderly people, people who do not believe in the Eastern holy religion, and a small number of Chongsheng sects in the villages. We can safely and boldly bomb. Especially at night, when the enemy is camping, it should be able to cause heavy damage to the enemy. Kalinovka. The No. 2 tank of the lead reconnaissance battalion of the 15th Armored Division of the Prasen Army stopped on the road 500 meters away from the village. The battalion commander, Captain Hank, stuck his head out of the turret and observed the village with a telescope. The plumes of smoke created by the Air Force's bombings rose high into the sky, and the particles in the smoke formed large clouds, which were painted blood red by the sunset. The topography of Kalinovka village is that one road leads from beginning to end. Captain Hank can see the road out of the village on the other side from outside the village. So he clearly saw the motorcycle belonging to the 220th Motorcycle Reconnaissance Battalion lying crooked in the village. Apparently these friendly forces were ambushed. The captain put down his telescope and ordered, "Gunner, shoot every window in the village." The Panzer II tank's machine gun immediately started firing, and at least 3 20mm high explosive rounds were inserted into every window. Most of the houses in Kalinovka are made of wood, and the machine guns have even removed the window frames. When he hit the 5th window, the captain shouted, "Stop." The machine gunfire stopped abruptly. No one came out of the village and no one fought back. No, someone came out of the village. An old man, wearing a military uniform from the war period between the Ant Empire and the Anatolian Empire, came out of the village tremblingly and stood at the entrance of the village, looking at the Prasen people. "Captain, catch him and ask him where the people who ambushed the motorcycle camp are." The soldiers of the reconnaissance battalion who were hiding on the roadside immediately stood up and advanced towards the entrance of the village. After the infantry advanced 50 steps, the captain ordered the tank to advance. When the tank arrived at the entrance of the village, the infantryman had already pinned the old man to the ground. A second lieutenant came to the tank with a saber. "Captain, this is the only thing he has on him." The captain took the saber, looked at it carefully, and exclaimed, "What a great sword." As soon as he finished speaking, there was an explosion in the village. All the Prasen soldiers around the tank suddenly fell to the ground, and the captain himself shrank into the turret. He didn't even want the good knife and threw it on the ground. The helmet blown away by the explosion fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The old man who was pushed down took the opportunity to stand up, picked up the saber on the ground and was about to slash the nearest Prasen, but a submachine gun rang out. The old man's body tensed suddenly, and the blood like sunset fell on him. He fell down little by little. Although the dynasties have changed, he still shed the last drop of blood for his hometown. Captain Hank got out of the turret again and asked loudly, "What exploded just now?" "Report to the captain that the enemy has planted booby traps under the corpse." The captain cursed and ordered, "Pull out everyone in the village and ask where there are booby traps. Anyone who refuses to tell us is a rebel, and they will all be shot." Soon, a dozen old people were taken under the birch tree at the entrance of the old village. The translator asked the first lady, "How many booby traps are buried here? Where are they buried?" The ant spat in the translator's face. "Translator, these are rebels. Shoot them." The submachine gun fired immediately, and the ant fell down, still staring at the invader. The translator walked up to the man who was second in line and asked, "How many booby traps have been buried? Where are they buried?" "Uncle, I am a sergeant of the 13th Guards Grenadier Regiment, soldier code. I'm asking you a question." The translator slapped the uncle in the mouth. The uncle wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and continued, "I am a sergeant of the 13th Guards Grenadier Regiment. These are resistance elements. Shoot them." Da-da-da. The translator walked towards the third one, who was a middle-aged man. Before the translator could speak, he said, "I believe in the Protestant state religion. I secretly worship it at home." The translator interrupted him, "How many booby traps do you think there are?" "There are only 5 of them, and they are all buried under the corpses of imperial soldiers in the village. These damn inferior peoples actually desecrated the corpses of imperial soldiers." Translator, "Yes, you are an inferior race, that's why you betray your neighbors." As he spoke, the translator turned to the surrounding Pluosan soldiers and said in Pluosan, "Just now, they were all willing to die rather than surrender. I thought their national character had improved. Fortunately, there is this one. They are indeed an inferior race." The Pluosan soldier laughed. The traitor looked at the Prosan blankly, with fear written on his face. The translator stepped forward and patted his shoulder, "Don't worry, we will treat people who are loyal to the empire. You did a good job. Well done. By the way, who laid these booby traps?" Anzay replied, "It's a man named Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov. He calls himself General Whitehorse." The translator's smile suddenly froze. At this time, a corporal ran to command number 2 and reported loudly, "A note written in Prosan was found on the body of our soldier." "Read it." Captain Hank said. "Whitehorse General Alexei Konstantinovich wishes you a happy occupation. I have left you 20 surprises. I hope you like it." Captain Hank frowned, "Is that really what it says?" "Yes." The captain winked at the translator. The translator immediately slapped Anzay in the face, "Damn it! You actually lied to us. There are obviously 20 booby traps." "Ah! 20. I swear I don't know. I hid far away and couldn't hear their orders clearly. I only saw them burying 5. The translator himself pulled out the Ruger pistol and loaded it. Anzay knelt down with a plop, "I was wronged. Anyone who deceives the empire will die." The translator said expressionlessly, raising his gun and pointing it at Anzay's head. The man was so anxious that he shouted, "Long live the Prosan Empire! Emperor reign ha!" Before he could finish speaking, the translator pulled the trigger. The bullet hit the target in the middle of the head and passed through the back of the head, creating a large hole. The white brains were sprayed on the roots of the birch tree. Then the translator kicked the body away. The ant in 4th place spat on the corpse. Translator, "It seems you don't know how to speak anymore. The day my son comes back, he will send you all to hell." Snapped. The gunfire continued. Chapter 71 Firepower Supremacy. Jules 914, early morning on July 5. Wang Zhong is already in place at his wartime command post. It is actually the office building of the fertilizer plant. This reinforced concrete building is quite solid and is suitable as a frontline command post and can also serve as a defensive support point. More importantly, the fertilizer plant already has a telephone, which greatly reduces the workload of the communication company. The brigade headquarters was headed by Pavlov, and the radio station was also with the brigade commander. Pavlov strongly opposed Wang Zhong's approach of going there in person, but was ignored. "Yegorov liked this very much. This was originally my wartime command post. If you are willing to use it and give it to you, I will leave the army." "Wang Zhong, you can go, but you must stay where I can contact you by phone." Yegorov sighed, "Then I won't go anywhere. This frontline command post is already at the forefront of where the telephone can reach. The communication company sent from the depot headquarters cannot pull it over at all. It will take at least another day to ensure that the telephone line reaches the battalion command post below." Wang Zhong ignored the sighing Yegorov and went to the window to raise the telescope. In fact, when he raised the telescope, he changed the angle of view. The telescope had a bird's eye view and he could see clearly. The wilderness in the southwest was quiet, and there was no trace of the Prasen army at all. After looking around, Wang Zhong came back and saw Dmitri and another third company soldier coming in carrying the artillery mirror. The front finger has the best view, so it is natural that the artillery observation post should be built here, so that it can share the telephone line with the command post. Dmitri was the best achieving artillery trainee among the artillery trainees who joined the 31st Guards Regiment, so he was naturally transferred to the artillery observation post. The walkie-talkie is now guarded by Vasily, who also understands Prosen. Dmitri set up the artillery lens, unfolded the two lens tubes into a V shape, then placed his eyes on the eyepiece and adjusted the knob towards the distant target. The subject matter is the fake minefield wooden sign that Vasily and his men planted yesterday. Wang Zhong watched Dmitri's operation and found that he didn't understand it at all. After all, the military training he received was only at the level of university military training. But he suddenly found that he had something to point out to Dmitri, a professional artillery trainee. If the artillery mirror is left like this, enemies in the distance may see the mirror reflection. So Wang Zhong said, Dmitri, enemies like you may notice your position through reflection. I suggest you use gauze with a relatively large mesh to cover the mirror. Before Dmitri could answer, Vasily spoke, then you can't see anything. Wang Zhong, are you stupid? The gauze is so close to the objective lens, and the imaging position is far in front of the eyepiece. The cloth cannot be seen through the eyepiece, but it will affect the amount of light entering. What? Vasily looked confused. What are you talking about? Dmitri, do you understand? Dmitri, the general is right, it will not have much impact on the observation. The artillery mirror is different from the telescope. The telescope can only be raised when looking. The artillery mirror will always be placed here after Zhu Yuan has adjusted it. It is indeed possible that the enemy will notice the position due to reflection. Why didn't I think of this? The teachers in school didn't teach it either. Wang Zhong, now I will teach you. Dmitri glanced at Wang Zhong and hesitated to speak. But Vasily had no worries and asked directly, Brigadier General, how did you come last in the exam? You have such a high military quality. Wang Zhong is a little embarrassed, and now he can no longer say that he learned this knowledge from Operation Red Sea. Dmitri turned to the student who was moving the artillery mirror with him and said, Mishka, go to the hygienist and get some gauze, the kind of gauze with the largest holes that is used for fixing. Mishka nodded, turned, and ran away. At this time, the phone rang, and Yegorov, who was closest to the phone, picked up the phone. Hello, Kinsey, please speak. What? You should inform the Aero Company first, Brother Peter. Notified. Okay, we understand. Yegorov hung up the phone and looked at Wang Zhong. Brother Peter used that simple sound array to hear that a reconnaissance plane was flying towards us, and the Divine Aero Company is ready. Wang Zhong, order to deploy 3 soldiers who can drive, equipped with a jeep and a deshka. When the reconnaissance plane is shot down, they will immediately rush to the crash site to ensure that the enemy cannot obtain reconnaissance information. Vasily, I'll go. Sit down. Wang Zhong glared at this guy. Have you heard any valuable news? Vasily shook his head. No, the enemy is very careful. They don't say where they are at all. They only say the progress is going well and the first target has been reached. This notebook only has the call signs of each unit and the code names of a few locations, but not the target numbers. In addition, some of the dialogue is in dialect with a strong accent and is basically incomprehensible. Wang Zhong was speechless. Dialect. It reminds me of the movie Wind Talkers. The Americans used Indians as radio operators and used Indian language as a secret language, which the Japanese could not understand. So Indians had more to America than just their scalps. Vasily continued to complain, what's the use of listening to this thing? Let me go to the front line. Wang Zhong put his index finger on his lips and hissed, listen. The engine sound is different from that of a bomber. Wang Zhong went to the window and lowered his body, looking towards the sky. After switching to a bird's eye view, he finally saw the aircraft. It was a Focke-Wulf 189 reconnaissance aircraft. This is a professional reconnaissance aircraft that can be equipped with a camera gun. The cockpit itself has an excellent field of view. The pilot can clearly see the ground in front of the aircraft, thus ensuring that it can accurately pass over the reconnaissance target. Moreover, because of its good survivability and low-altitude performance, this thing often conducts low-altitude reconnaissance and can also carry a few small bombs. In short, this is a special reconnaissance aircraft with a very high threat. However, because it has a light body and a twin engine, it is easier to be heard by Brother Peter's sound array. Wang Zhong stared at the plane, watching it pass over the minefield and fly into the sky over the city. The magic arrow was launched. The pilot of Prosan immediately circled to the left to avoid it, but was caught up by the magic arrow. After the flash of the explosion, the right engine of the enemy plane emitted a flame and dragged along black smoke. It just fell to the ground at an angle. Wang Zhong, well done. Yegorov, the plane is falling towards the police station, send out a search team quickly, there are 3 people on the plane, there may be weapons, be careful. Yes. Yegorov picked up the phone, search team is on the way, the enemy plane may have crashed near the police station. Wang Zhong added, the film must be destroyed. Vasily smiled and said, if we can block the reconnaissance all the time, maybe our bulky tractor guns can survive until the end of the battle. Dmitry glanced at him, don't be such a pessimist. Yegorov repeated what he said on the phone and hung up. As soon as he put down the receiver, the phone next to him rang again, so he picked it up, forward command, please speak. What? Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Yegorov said to Wang Zhong, Brother Peter heard a lot of tactical bombers and Stukas. There may be more than 20. Wang Zhong, everyone enter the bunker. While Yegorov gave the order, Dmitry asked worriedly, are we going in? Wang Zhong patted Dmitry on the shoulder, this building is reinforced concrete, and the outer wall is very thick, don't worry. While speaking, Wang Zhong had already seen the enemy planes. He counted them and found that there were 15 Stukas and 12 Deo 215s, as well as several escorting Messerschmitt 109s. When the fleet approached the city, the anti-aircraft guns in the city opened fire, creating a fire net in front of the fleet. The Deo 215 fleet plunged into the fire net and headed straight for the train station to drop bombs, while the Stuka cut into the dive with its signature turnover action. The piercing death scream pierced everyone's eardrums. This scream made people want to lower their heads and lie on the ground involuntarily. But Wang Zhong saw very clearly that all the enemy planes were facing the bunkers of the garrison regiment. At this time, he realized that his bird's eye view only had the vision of the 31st Guards Regiment. The Guards Regiment was dark, and only a military unit symbol floated on the real map. This situation was very similar to when Wang Zhong just got the command of the 31st Guards Regiment in Ronnies, then called the 3rd Rear Amur Regiment. Could it be that if you call the garrison regiment, you can get a shared vision? Just like at that time? The enemy planes completed the bombing, and the bombs all fell on the garrison regiment's position, but Wang Zhong could not see the specific damage effect clearly, and could only see the smoke and dust flowers created by the explosion. Wang Zhong, Yegorov, call the garrison regiment. Yes. Hello, pick up the garrison regiment. After a few seconds of waiting, Yegorov said, it's connected. As he said this, the garrison regiment's area lit up and Wang Zhong gained the garrison regiment's vision. As expected. The troops I personally directly command will have vision and belong to me, but for the troops commanded by their own commanders, I can only see the position of the troops. Only after the call is connected and direct command is established can I gain the troops' vision. At this time, Yegorov came to Wang Zhong and handed him the receiver. Wang Zhong took the receiver, how are your losses? I saw the Stuka heading towards you. The commander of the garrison regiment, Alexander Alexandrovich, said, the 2 bunkers were completely blown up, and all the work these days was in vain. However, we did not enter the position, so we only lost the machine guns and other equipment in the bunkers. Wang Zhong, only the bunkers. There were 7 or 8 more bombs that fell on our position, blowing up all the fake anti-tank guns we made of wood. At this time, a cry of the enemy plane is back came from the phone. Wang Zhong looked down and saw that the Stuka, which had finished the bombing, circled back and began to fire. But most of the garrison regiment was still hiding in the artillery shelter, so it did not suffer too many casualties. Wang Zhong, wait for the enemy plane to leave and restore the position immediately. The enemy's vanguard may arrive today. Understood. Wang Zhong returned the receiver to Yegorov. The moment Yegorov hung up the phone, the garrison regiment's vision disappeared again. So that's how it is. Only when I talk on the phone can I get the vision of the troops that I don't directly command. It seems that I have to call the front-line units frequently in the future. Wang Zhong thought so. At this time, the phone rang again. Yegorov answered a few words and hung up again, reporting, Brother Peter heard that the enemy's mechanized troops should have a considerable number of light tanks. Wang Zhong nodded. This Brother Peter and his sound array are more useful than I thought. It feels like the ground hearing car in Gundam 08 MS team, which can hear everything. Vasily took off his headphones and asked excitedly, are you ready to use B4 to blast the enemy? Wang Zhong, listen to your walkie-talkie. If you miss key information, I will shoot you. After hearing that the punishment was to be shot instead of digging out feces, Vasily shrank his neck and put on the headphones again. Wang Zhong looked outside again, waiting for the arrival of the Prosons. At this time, Mishka, who had gone to get the gauze, came back and brought the rope for fixing. The 2 worked together to cover the artillery mirror with a layer of cloth and tied it with the rope. Dmitry put his eyes against the eyepiece and tried it, and said happily, it's very clear. At this moment, Wang Zhong saw the enemy from a bird's eye view. A Panzer II tank appeared on the road to the southwest. It seems that the Prasen army in this time and space also handed over the No. 2 tank whose performance had lagged behind to the reconnaissance force. Behind the No. 2 tank was a wheeled reconnaissance vehicle, and behind it was a half-track vehicle full of soldiers. It's obviously just a reconnaissance force, but they came up in such a mighty manner. Suddenly, Wang Zhong noticed that this group of people didn't seem to have a good rest. Their expressions were very tired, and their clothes were full of wrinkles and grass leaves, as if they had slept in the wild overnight. Could it be that the booby trap took effect? At this time, the second and third No. 2 vehicles came into view. This advance team was a bit strong. Seeing so many people, Wang Zhong decided to give them a surprise and shock the enemy. He said to Yegorov, "We need artillery position A. After deciding to divide B4 into 2 positions yesterday, we took action overnight and assigned the 4 guns to other places. The original position code was changed to artillery position A. Of course this A is a Cyrillic letter." Yegorov picked up the receiver and complained, "I'm in charge of the phone." "Vasily, then I'll take care of it. Listen to your walkie-talkie, otherwise the brigadier general will be angry again. Take over artillery position A." Dmitry quickly began to calculate the coordinates of the enemy. Yegorov, connected. Here. Wang Zhong took the receiver and immediately started reporting the coordinates. Dmitry, who had just finished half of the calculation, was shocked and looked at Wang Zhong with wide eyes. Captain Hank poked his head out of the turret and observed the city with his binoculars. The Air Force's bombing seemed to be effective, and it could be clearly seen that the positions outside the city were severely damaged. The Anders are repairing the destroyed fortifications. Maybe they can take this opportunity to attack quickly? Captain Hank yawned loudly when he thought this. The reconnaissance battalion did not dare to camp at Kalinovka last night because they could not deal with the booby traps before the engineers arrived. Camping in the wild did not allow Captain Hank to sleep well. He had not slept well for many days. He had expected to take a bath and have a good sleep on a clean big bed yesterday, but everything was in vain. Damn General Whitehorse. So cunning, so bad. Just as I was thinking about it, a sharp hiss suddenly came from the sky. This was the sound of artillery shells piercing the air. The moment the roar sounded, the reconnaissance battalion that had not been deployed around the tank all dispersed and fell down. People who were still on the half-track vehicle also scrambled to jump out of the vehicle, rushed off the road shoulder and lay down in the field. Captain Hank immediately retreated into the turret and closed the hatch. This became muscle memory. After doing all this, he realized that the sound of cracking the air was obviously a heavy artillery, at least 122 mm. With the armor of the No. 2 tank, it is still difficult to resist such heavy artillery. At this moment, the shell hit the ground. Wang Zhong called for a volley of 4 rounds in total. The first shot landed at the front of the enemy's array, about 4 or 5 meters away from No. 2, who was at the head. As a result, the storm directly overturned No. 2's small body on the road. When the tank overturned, Wang Zhong clearly saw 2 infantrymen lying on the ground being pinned underneath. The explosion's dust cloud immediately engulfed the surrounding enemies lying on the ground. The second shot landed in the field, a little far away from the enemy column, but the clods of soil it kicked up flew dozens of meters and hit the road, knocking the enemy's helmets loudly. The third shot flew over the head and landed at the end of the formation, overturning the half-track vehicle that was leading the formation. The fourth shot hit the center of the queue, and people were densely packed around it. Wang Zhong clearly saw a Prosan soldier being sent up to an altitude of tens of meters with his equipment, literally taking a plane. A conservative estimate is that half of the enemy's advance team was wiped out by these 4 rounds of 203. No wonder cannon is said to be the god of war. Is it so strong? For no reason, Wang Zhong recalled the scene when he was greeted by a 381 mm heavy artillery in Ranaz on the day he crossed over. Now that he thought about it, it was a miracle that he didn't die. There must have been about 100 people in the room at that time, and only 2 were left alive. It was unbelievable that he was one of the lucky ones. At this time, cheers came from outside. The soldiers did not have telescopes, and their field of vision was not as good as Wang Zhong's. However, the dust cloud created by the 4 shells was more than 10 meters high and could be seen clearly without a telescope. Ula! Dmitry did not cheer, but calmly read, "Fire correction, high and low angle correction too." The artillery trainee nicknamed Mishka took a writing pad nearby and quickly took notes. Wang Zhong, no, there's no need to shoot again. Dmitry, don't you need to shoot? A more accurate attack can hit you hard. That's enough. The key is to tell the enemy that we have this kind of weapon, so that they will never dare to take it lightly again. Wang Zhong said in the tone of elders educating younger ones. Captain Hank climbed out of the tank through the hatch at the bottom of the tank. Now this is not the bottom hatch, it should be called the top hatch. He looked around. 5 vehicles were burning, and at least 80 Plusen soldiers lay motionless on the ground. They took the correct position to avoid the artillery and lay down, but they still could not withstand the local overpressure created by the heavy artillery. More people were lying on the ground wailing, and the cries of mom kept coming and going. Captain Hank wanted to calm the troops. He decided to stand up on the overturned tank. As soon as he dragged his legs out of the hatch, he found that his legs had been bent at an impossible angle. The moment he realized his leg was broken, the pain blocked by adrenaline finally hit him. Captain Hank shouted at the top of his lungs, "Sonny Tower, medic!" Chapter 72 Minefield blocks the enemy. Next, Wang Zhong gained a deeper understanding of the role of heavy artillery. It was obviously just a salvo, and 2 of the 4 shells missed. In fact, the one that hit the enemy was the last one that fell. But even so, the enemy's armored reconnaissance battalion can't do anything for the next hour. Just rescuing the wounded, collecting equipment from the wounded and dead, and pushing the destroyed vehicles to the roadside will keep them busy. It's overwhelming. At first, Wang Zhong paid close attention to the enemy's next move. After watching it for a while, he became discouraged. He pulled up a chair and sat by the window to look at the sky. On the surface, he is looking at the sky, but actually he is looking at the enemy from an overhead perspective. His mentality has changed, and now he feels like a child squatting on the school playground, having just destroyed an ant's nest with a bottle of mineral water, and now watching the ants save themselves with relish. In fact, originally, an armored reconnaissance battalion posed no threat to Ltov's defense. Now that it was bombed by heavy artillery, it no longer poses a threat. At 11 o'clock at noon, the enemy seemed to have finally completed their reorganization and dispersed across the field. Then, they encountered the first gift prepared by Wang Zhong, a fake minefield. No, the minefield near the main road was planted by the city defense group, and it was genuine. Vasily also reported that they had buried 2 boxes of real mines in the fake minefield, mixed with the lids of a large number of canned pickles. This is enough for the pros. While Wang Zhong was thinking about this, the enemy infantry searching for and advancing on both sides of the road stepped on the mines laid by the city defense regiment. The man was blown 3 meters into the air. His legs flew even further, flying across the road and landing on the other side. Wang Zhong was speechless. "You told me this is a landmine." Dmitri, who was observing through the artillery mirror, said, "It's normal. This thing has a 300-gram charge. If it doesn't kill the one next to it, it's considered abnormal." Wang Zhong was shocked. "Is this an anti-tank mine?" "Anti-personnel mines." Vasily said, "I buried 2 boxes with my own hands. They are indeed anti-personnel mines. What kind of infantry requires 300 grams of explosives to kill? Could it be that there is an Asir clan in Prasen? Valkyrie. Can't it be blown up without so much explosive? No, it might just be Mao Zedong's regular way of making big bricks and flying." Wang Zhong continued to observe the enemy. After 1 person was killed, the remaining enemies all exited the minefield without a sound. At this moment, the scattered enemy troops discovered the sign that Vasily had planted. The soldier who noticed the sign called the officer, probably to ask what to do. After a brief exchange, the soldier grabbed the sign and appeared to be preparing to pull it out and show it to a more senior officer. Soon enough, the ground was ready. Then it popped like a blown balloon. The fountain formed by the soil sprayed the group of Prosan soldiers into the sky. Vasily was very excited when he heard the sound. "This sound. Did the big thing I buried explode? I buried a whole piece of TNT underneath, more than 2 kilograms. Wang Zhong was sweating. "You should be ruthless. Do you know how far the enemy flew?" he asked. "Vasily, how far?" Dmitri said quickly, "I saw one flying to the top of the barn 10 meters away." "Ha ha ha." Vasily slapped his thigh and laughed wildly. "Wang Zhong, pay attention to the monitoring, you bastard. I think you plan to pick shit for the rest of your life." Vasily quickly put his headphones on straight. The explosion just now caused all the Prasen troops to lie down, seemingly thinking that the heavy artillery bombardment was coming again. An officer was shouting something, and the soldiers got up in 2s and 3s. The orderly soldiers ran along the line of deployment of troops, shouting new orders. Wang Zhong guessed that all soldiers should stay away from those minefield warning signs. The enemy began to retreat and did not stop until they were 200 meters away from the minefield, almost out of Wang Zhong's sight. Dmitri said happily, "The enemy has retreated. It seems that they have no engineers, so there is nothing they can do with the mines." At this time, Yegorov, who was guarding the phone, also came to the window, held up a telescope to observe the enemy, and exclaimed, "If it were me, I would send a reconnaissance team to move along the minefield to see how wide the minefield is. No matter where you go, you'll end." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 half-track vehicles carried soldiers to the northwest and southeast respectively. It was obvious that the enemy commander's current thoughts were the same as Yegorov's. Wang Zhong was speechless. "If we have more magic arrows, we can take out these two reconnaissance teams, or at least blow up the vehicles to slow down the enemy's reconnaissance. Yegorov, but we don't have magic arrows. Vasily suddenly shouted, I heard the enemy on the front talking to his superior. He reported. Let me take a look. As he spoke, he looked through the notebook that Wang Zhong personally led the team to seize yesterday and checked the radio call signs and location codes recorded on it. The Armored Reconnaissance Battalion reported to the 15th Armored Division headquarters that Ltov has army artillery-level firepower and a large number of mines. Maybe the information about the number of defenders here is wrong. After finishing the translation, Vasily looked at Wang Zhong excitedly, General, we are regarded as a group army. Wang Zhong smiled slightly, it's mainly due to the B4 heavy artillery. Yegorov was speechless, they definitely didn't expect that there are heavy artillery here just because the commander is the prince's dandy brother. Just when Vasily was about to answer, he suddenly pressed the earphones again to listen carefully. Apparently someone was talking inside again. He listened and flipped through his notebook frantically. After a moment, he said, the 15th Division said that the engineers will arrive around 3 p.m. The officers in the room all looked at their watches. Yegorov, 3 o'clock. There will only be 5 hours until dark, and it should be impossible to clear so many minefields. It looks like the first day of the battle will be like this. Wang Zhong, do we have any firepower to reach the engineers who are clearing mines? Yegorov, the maximum range of our heavy machine guns is 1000, but experienced veterans can shoot up to 1500, but, the accuracy is completely unbearable. Wang Zhong, it doesn't matter. Don't expose the firepower points we really want to use. Put the machine guns in temporary positions and shoot up to block the enemy engineers. If it's just to block the enemy, Yegorov blinked, you can shoot up behind obstacles so that the enemy can't see the shooter and the machine gun. Of course, new recruits can't do this, but the few machine gunners who survived in my old unit can do it. Anyway, it's all about probability. As long as you can shoot the bullet near the enemy, the rest will be left to Saint Andrew. Saint Andrew, the founder of the secular sect of the Eastern Holy Church, is also the only secular sect canonized. Wang Zhong, very good, arrange it immediately. Yegorov immediately gave the order. At this time, Vasily asked, what should we do before the enemy engineers come? Just wait. Wang Zhong, is that right? Vasily, what was it like between the two attacks of the enemy in Upper Pinayi? Wang Zhong, I had a fever at that time, and I went to sleep when the enemy retreated, so don't ask me. Vasily was shocked, fever? Is that the fever I understand? Yes. You still won the battle like this? If you don't have a fever now, the enemy will be in trouble. Even Dmitri, who had been concentrating on observing the enemy, couldn't help but turn around and say. Vasily, no, it's possible that you can fight better when you have a fever. Wang Zhong stared at Vasily, thinking that this dog is really bad-mouthed. If it were another general, he might have been shot. At this time, Yegorov came back, and Wang Zhong took the opportunity to throw the question to him, Yegorov, the new soldiers asked how to pass the time between two battles. Yegorov immediately answered, clean the gun. This is what the veteran taught me when I participated in the first battle. At that time, we were a secular army guarding a place called Tsaritsyn during the Civil War. The enemy launched a total of 7 attacks in one day, and each time was repelled in about 20 minutes, and then they had to spend an hour and a half to organize a new attack. So from 4 in the morning to 9 in the evening. When I repelled the first attack, I asked the veteran why the enemy didn't attack immediately. The veteran said that the enemy had to spend time to gather the troops that ran back and let them return to the base, which took an hour, and then replenish ammunition and arrange a new attack formation, and half an hour passed. And the first thing we defenders need to do during this time is to clean the gun. There must be a lot of sand and dust in the gun in the battle just now. If you don't clean it well, it may jam the next time you shoot, and you will die. After listening, Vasily lowered his head and clicked his fingers, then asked, 4 o'clock to 9 o'clock, 17 hours, one attack took 2 hours, a total of 7 attacks, and there are still 3 hours. The brigade headquarters fell silent. Wang Zhong regretted choosing to focus on training this thorn. Well, a little bit. Yegorov, the enemy needs to eat, you idiot. Picking manure tonight will teach you a lesson. Vasily looked depressed, so the smile shifted to Wang Zhong's face. At this time, the walkie-talkie suddenly rang again, and Vasily hurriedly put on the headphones to listen. While listening, he flipped through the notebook. This is the 15th Armored Division asked the Air Force to destroy something. I guess it's our howitzer. Wang Zhong, where is the response from the Air Force? No response yet. Wait a minute, it's coming. The Air Force asked the 15th Armored Division to provide a location. Wang Zhong, it seems that our blockade reconnaissance tactics worked. There is really no place around Ltov where the two positions of B4 can be seen, So we can only rely on aerial reconnaissance. Vasily, pretending to be stupid, aerial reconnaissance should be the responsibility of the Air Force. Do the Plossins have a bad relationship between the Army and the Air Force? That's quite bad. It seems that most countries have conflicts between the services during World War II. Vasily listened for a while and replied, no more information. Both sides are silent. Wang Zhong, let Brother Peter pay more attention to enemy reconnaissance aircraft. Also, try to make as many fake artillery positions as possible. Yegorov immediately passed the order down. Vasily, besides cleaning the gun, what else do you do to kill time? No, do you still want to discuss this issue? Yegorov, play cards. Play cards. Vasily exclaimed. Yes, it's better than drinking. Anyway, it's all about killing time. It doesn't matter what you do. War is like this. Most of the time you have nothing to do. The time you need to lick blood on the tip of the knife is only that 1%, but you don't know when this 1% will come, so you are always worried. Wang Zhong, do you have any playing cards? Yegorov took out a deck of playing cards from his jacket pocket. We usually bet on cigarettes on the front line. He said. In the afternoon, Yegorov happily put the cigarettes he had just won into his briefcase. I am also a person who has defeated a legendary general, a future legendary general. Wang Zhong threw the poker cards in his hand on the table and said in amazement, I don't smoke much anyway, I let you win on purpose. Ah, is that so? Yegorov said proudly, your card-playing skills will soon make you a big enemy. At this time, Dmitri, who had been observing in front of the artillery telescope, shouted, Tank number 1. The obstacle-breaking vehicle modified from the tank number 1. The engineers are coming. Chapter 73 Anti-aircraft guns are used for horizontal shooting, Alliance Leader additional update. Everyone at the front command immediately went to the window and observed with binoculars. There were not only the engineer obstacle-clearing vehicles converted from the number 1 tank, but also a series of other Proson engineer vehicles. It might be that the commander of the engineer battalion was communicating with the commander of the reconnaissance battalion who had already deployed outside the minefield. Just as Wang Zhong was about to call for another wave of artillery fire, the engineer battalion that had gathered together began to deploy. It was estimated that the commander of the armored reconnaissance battalion told them that they might be hit by artillery fire. Although the enemy dispersed, they obviously underestimated the caliber of the artillery fire and did not disperse enough. It may also be that the Proson army advanced too smoothly, so they were careless. No matter what, Wang Zhong was ready to shoot him. It happened that the B4 at the B position had not fired, and each gun had one more round of spare ammunition than the A position, and a salvo would balance the ammunition. Wang Zhong picked up the phone himself, connect to position B. Wait a minute. The male operator of the telephone class replied, okay, General. This is position B. Wang Zhong, this is Rokosov, fire a round of salvos immediately, 1 second interval between firings, coordinates. This kind of heavy artillery has muzzle storms when firing. When the artillery position is relatively narrow, firing at the same time will affect the trajectory of the shells, so even if it is a salvo, it is fired one shot after another. Of course, if the position is relatively open, there will be no problem, and you can fire at the same time generously, but there is really no terrain in Lktov city that is easy to hide and open. After Wang Zhong performed his unique skill of calculating coordinates in his mind again, he stood by the window with the phone and observed. The sound of the shells breaking through the air came. It may be the sequelae of being repaired by the 381mm heavy artillery. Wang Zhong's head was numb when he heard the scream, and he subconsciously wanted to shrink his head. The enemy simply lay on the ground again, and everyone took a standard posture to avoid artillery. The first shot landed, obviously too close to the minefield, and brought up a real mine. Wang Zhong looked down and saw the lids of pickled cucumber cans flying all over the fake minefield. I hope the next shot can hit the target. No, the next shot must hit the target. The next shot landed, far away, at the edge of Wang Zhong's field of vision, but much better than the first shot. Wang Zhong clearly saw at least 10 enemies unblocked, and he didn't know whether they were dead or knocked unconscious. Wang Zhong's mood at this time was like a mobile game card draw, and he kept saying in his mind, hit it for me. The third shot landed, right between two engineering vehicles. The blast instantly overturned the two vehicles. From Wang Zhong's perspective, with the landing point as the center, a group of enemies unblocked the highlight at once. He couldn't help but clench his fist and said in his mind, good. There is one more shot, and another one. Hit. Then, something embarrassing happened. A silo far from the point where the first 3 shells landed suddenly exploded, the stone wall was blown to pieces, and the grain stored in the silo leaked out like a tide, spreading a yellow patch on the green field. What the hell? How could it fall so far away? Even if they wanted to blow up the barn, They should blow up the silo near the bombardment area, where the enemy's observation team is located. It would be good to kill the observation team. Wang Zhong was wondering why the last shell got lost, and Dmitri reported loudly, the last gun either set the wrong firing parameters, or the gun mount or sight is faulty. Wang Zhong immediately picked up the receiver that had been clipped to his shoulder, B position. The last gun that fired either set the wrong firing parameters, or there was a fault. Check it quickly. Yes, the other side replied, check it immediately. A moment later, the other side responded, report to the general, the firing parameters are correct, it should be a gun failure, the blacksmith and mechanic are checking it. Fix the fault as soon as possible. Wang Zhong had no other orders to give except this. He put down the receiver and continued to observe the enemy. Yegorov was shocked, this gun always broke down during the Winter War. When it first joined the war, it even took 6 or 7 rounds to destroy the Monaheim bunker. Wang Zhong, you mean it's good that only one gun broke down? I mean the Imperial Equipment Department is really working, and the failure rate has been greatly reduced. Yegorov shrugged. At this time, the enemy found that the bombardment was over, stood up and began to rescue the wounded, and gathered the equipment and weapons that were blown to pieces. Wang Zhong, let your machine gunners fire and add fuel to the enemy's fire. Understood. Yegorov turned to give orders. A minute later, 2 heavy machine guns began to fire, and the arc formed by tracer bullets fell on the enemy's position like urine. Shooting at this distance really depends on faith, but as long as the firepower is strong enough, you can always piss to death. The most important thing about this thing is that it is a devastating blow to the enemy's morale. Just like this whip of death swinging over your head, I ask you if you are panicking or not, you can't do your job properly at all. Before Wang Zhong could be happy, a number 2 tank of the enemy began to fight back, using the machine gun equipped with the same method to fire at the fertilizer factory yard. So the scene of both sides using tracer bullets appeared. But the Prosons had a 20mm gun, and no matter how fragile the number 2 tank was, it was still a tank. The DSHK heavy machine gun could indeed penetrate the number 2 tank, but the machine gunner here had no protection at all, and was obviously more vulnerable under the attack of the 20mm machine gun. However, Yegorov did not put the machine gun on the open ground, but in the factory building, and fired through the window. Both sides were throwing water and neither was accurate, so it was difficult for the enemy's machine guns to pour into the room through such a small window. The machine gun can continue to kill enemies in the open space. This is a curved trajectory. Even if the enemy is lying on the ground, he will be shot in the back. Wang Zhong saw that the enemy had been forced to hide in the shadow of the armored vehicles, and 1 or 2 unlucky ones were taken away from time to time. It's a pity that the killing efficiency of the machine gun is too low. It would be nice if there was a machine gun like the one on the enemy's number 2 tank. Among various war games on Earth, Wang Zhong likes to use machine guns to shoot enemy infantry the most. The Shilka River is an infantry killer in Wang Zhong's hands. It's a pity that my plug-in is not very powerful. If there was such a system, I could summon the Shilka anti-aircraft cannon out of thin air, and I could use the quadruple 23mm cannon to massacre the enemy's infantry. Wang Zhong turned to Yegorov and asked, the 72K anti-aircraft gun of the Air Defense Regiment is a 25mm machine gun, right? Although Wang Zhong drove a gas truck carrying this thing in War Thunder, he still asked to be on the safe side. Yegorov, yes, what's wrong? Quickly, call the anti-aircraft regiment. Ask them for 2 72K anti-aircraft guns and drag them over by truck. Also drag over 2,000 rounds of ammunition. Why didn't I think of that before? Wang Zhong thought to himself, if the enemy can shoot flatly with anti-aircraft guns, naturally we can too. 20 minutes later, the 2 72K anti-aircraft guns used by the anti-aircraft artillery regiment as parts reserves were towed to the fertilizer plant building. After 4 test firings, the artillery shells fell among the enemies, so Wang Zhong ordered, start strafing. The 2 anti-aircraft guns fired tracer bullets that continued to fall into the enemy. Although it is only a 25mm high explosive round, its killing efficiency is much higher than that of a crane gun. All the enemy's number 2 tanks were put into firing, but they could not help but hit the concrete walls of the factory. Yegorov teased, wow, if they worked harder, they can see the first layer of steel bars in the factory. On the Ant Army side, they ignored the tanks and went all out to harvest the enemy infantry. Finally, the truck carrying the barrier-breaking explosives used by the engineers exploded into a rising fireball. This seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. The Prosen army began to release smoke and retreated backwards. All the armored vehicles began to reverse, and the soldiers retreated quickly as if they had had enough. Dmitri shouted, the enemy is releasing smoke. I can't see the enemy. Wang Zhong, the enemy has retreated. Okay, we can cease fire. In fact, Wang Zhong could use his overlooking perspective that was not afraid of smoke to continue directing the cannon fire, but if the distance was further, the scattering range of the artillery shells would be too large, which was too wasteful. I don't know how long Luftwaffe supplies can last, and I don't know how long I have to stay here. I need to improve the efficiency of ammunition utilization. As the order was given, the firing stopped. Immediately afterwards, all over the fertilizer plant, the soldiers who had just been pushed back into the bunker by No. 2's machine gun all appeared. Finished. Why don't you fire? The enemy releases smoke to attack. It doesn't look like it. The smoke is so far away and the fake minefield has not been lifted. He must have run away, right? The soldiers asked each other, not daring to confirm victory. Wang Zhong stuck his head out of the window and shouted outside, the enemy has retreated. We repelled the enemy's first attack. Everyone looked at each other. Then the cheers erupted. Ula. It's no big deal. The young man inside the front finger also cheered, with a look of joy on his face. Vasily did not forget the rainbow fart. Is victory that simple? The brigadier general is really like a god with his troops. Wang Zhong frowned, turned to Yegorov and said, don't let the troops underestimate the enemy. Do the ideological work of the soldiers immediately, strategically despise the enemy, and tactically attach importance to the enemy. The enemy can immediately use the tank's machine gun to attack us just now, obviously well trained. Just as he was talking, Popov came in and sighed, why are you taking my job again? Wang Zhong, why did you reach the front finger? A train just came into the station, and there were priests assigned to us on it, so I brought them here. According to the regulations, each company must have a priest accompanying the army. In fact, we have been operating in violation of regulations. Popov shrugged. The priests have already gone to the company, I came to see if I can help. Wang Zhong, hurry up and ask the church for capable monks and divine arrows. Just now I almost used a 76 gun to hit the enemy's number 2 at such a long distance. But in the end, I still don't want to expose the gun position, no beat. Popov shook his head, the church responded, saying that the praying hands of the divine arrow suffered heavy losses in the previous 10 days of fighting, and are now preparing to let the 10th grade children in the monastery graduate early and add them to the front line, but they need to accept military training. Wang Zhong was speechless, forget it, let's just use the equipment and personnel we have now. Leader Heavy adds more updates. See you tonight. Chapter 74 Wildflowers on the Battlefield. The calm lasted until 7 o'clock in the evening. Just as the sky began to dim, Brother Peter heard the sound of enemy reconnaissance planes again. 5 minutes later, everyone in front of them watched the reconnaissance plane fall to the ground dragging thick smoke. The effect of the divine arrow on low-flying air units is really great. Wang Zhong praised. Popov, yeah, but it's a pity that it can't be used against enemy planes at high altitudes. Wang Zhong, it will be difficult for the enemy to discover carefully disguised artillery positions through high-altitude reconnaissance. He could say this mainly because first, he had seen the photos taken by the Sandoku high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft in the war history before traveling through time, and second, he had confirmed the camouflage of his artillery position from an overhead perspective. At high altitude, it is difficult to find these positions with the naked eye. Popov, I hope so. Wang Zhong looked at Popov, suddenly came up with a suspicion, and asked, are you standing there in front of me because you don't want to help Pavlov handle the mountains of documents? Popov said seriously, how is that possible? I will never evade my responsibilities. But many documents do not require my signature as the battle group bishop. Wang Zhong looked at Popov and was about to speak, when Vasily, who was guarding the walkie-talkie, suddenly began to flip through the seized notebooks. Everyone's attention suddenly shifted to him. After some searching, Vasily reported, the enemy's 223rd Panzer Grenadier Regiment is camping in Kalashno tonight. Wang Zhong immediately found this village on the map, we went to investigate here. It is a large village with almost 100 houses, and all the people have fled. According to the results of asking locals in other villages, there is generally no wind around 9 o'clock in the evening, and the shelling effect will be better. Yegorov picked up the phone, but did not immediately ask the operator to answer the artillery position. Instead, he asked Wang Zhong, how much ammunition? Wang Zhong, 3 rounds for each gun. 24 rounds is enough for the enemy to drink a pot. I don't know when the next supply of 203mm shells will be, so save it. Yegorov then said to the operator, take over the artillery position. The 223rd Panzer Grenadier Regiment entered Kalashno, 10 kilometers southwest of Luchtov. According to the latest aerial reconnaissance report, the Ant Army unit closest to here is a regiment in Lower Lini village in the northeast, and the aerial patrol has seen the defensive position. Tomorrow the 223rd Panzer Grenadier Regiment will launch an attack on the village of Lower Lini. Once captured, they can outflank Luchtov. The 150 half-tracks in the 223rd Loading and Throwing Organization now fill Kalashnoy so much that the self-propelled mortar company assigned to the regiment can only park on the threshing floor at the entrance of the village. The threshing floor was also full of trucks attached to the logistics team. The 223rd was an infantryman attached to the armored division, and there were no mules or horses in the organization. The 8 Panzer IV tanks reinforced for the 223rd Regiment were lined up in the northeast of the village, and the tank crew was overhauling the walking system. After the infantrymen had finished maintaining their firearms, they were now gathering around the fire to eat cans and captured sausages. Someone took a radio and placed it on a gasoline drum on the roadside, and from the speaker came Prasen's most popular love song Lily Marlene. This is the music played by Prasen's military radio station to the entire army. This night looked no different from the first 13 nights when the 223rd Regiment entered the Ant Empire. Suddenly, the scream of heavy artillery shells piercing the air came from the sky. After all, the Prussians in this regiment were veterans of the war. They could roughly judge where they would fall when they heard the screams, so they dropped their military lunchboxes filled with broth and got into various places that could provide cover. The first shell fell, hitting the church in the center of the village, causing the church's bell tower to collapse from the roots. Then shells fell one after another, destroying houses, blowing up cars, and overturning half-tracks in the middle of the road. After the first wave of shells fell, the whole village was filled with flames and the groans of the wounded. The surviving Prasen raised his head tremblingly, but did not leave the bunker. About 30 seconds later, a second round of howling came from the sky. A big explosion occurred in a truck, and the oil tank it was carrying exploded into an orange-red sphere, rising slowly, illuminating the night like day. The cauldron in which the cook was making soup was knocked over, and the hot soup poured on the unlucky guy nearby, causing a hoarse scream. After the second round of shelling, no Prasen dared to raise their head, and they were all waiting for the next round of shells to fall. Someone was praying softly, but at this time no one even mentioned "See you in Valhalla." This was the most common answer given by the glorious imperial soldiers in Prasen's slogan when they faced death. The third round is coming. The church finally collapsed completely, and the senior officers and staff of the regiment hurriedly ran out. The cattle, which the locals had no time to take away, were covered in fire and charged wildly along the street, trampling on several unlucky ones lying in the middle of the road. After the third round, the entire village could only hear groans and the crackling sound of fire. Almost a minute passed before the leader of 223 pretended to get up with lingering fear. He looked at the collapsed church behind him, then at the burning half-tracks on the street and the corpses on the ground, his brows twisted into knots. "Count the casualties. Hurry. Also, notify the division headquarters as soon as possible." As soon as we reported our position, artillery fire came. It is estimated that the enemy has mastered our code list. The code must be changed in advance. Generally, the radio call signs of the Prasen army are changed every 3 days. This kind of change is very troublesome, and the messengers have to physically send the new call signs to each unit. "Yes." The staff officer replied. The regiment leader looked at the messy village and shouted, "Rescue the wounded quickly. Put out the fire." Wang Zhong looked at his watch, looking at the time. "The cannonball has arrived, but I don't know how effective it will be. Kalashnoy is 10 kilometers away from Luktov, so even with Wang Zhong's plug-in, the effect of the shelling cannot be seen." Yegorov comforted him, "Don't worry, this is a 203 mm heavy artillery. This regiment must have suffered heavy losses. Whether it can move tomorrow is a question." "Hope so." As soon as Wang Zhong finished speaking, Vasily shouted, "The enemy's communication. It's actually in clear code. Our regiment was hit by heavy artillery precisely as soon as it reported its position. The radio call sign must have been leaked. Please change the call sign in advance. General, hit." "Okay." Wang Zhong clenched his right hand into a fist, as if he was a proud young man. "Yegorov, now the infantry attached to the enemy's armored division has suffered heavy losses, and the pressure on the city to grind meat will be much less. That is something that needs to be considered tomorrow." Popov said, "Today's battle should be almost over, and the soldiers except the sentries should take time to rest. Vasily, and clean the gun." Yegorov glanced at him and nodded, "Yes, and clean the gun." At this time, Wang Zhong suddenly realized that he was very hungry. He had been highly concentrated before and did not notice this. As if it was predicted that Wang Zhong was hungry, the voice of the cooking team ant came from outside, "Boys. The food is here. Let's go eat." Wang Zhong said excitedly. After eating, Wang Zhong took Gregory, the guard, around the position to eat, and by the way, he also performed the duty of a commander to check the posts. After checking around, he happened to pass by a factory where 72K anti-aircraft guns and heavy machine guns were deployed. Wang Zhong stopped in front of the southwest wall of the factory and looked at the dense bullet marks on it. Just by looking at the bullet marks, You can imagine how intense the afternoon shooting was. Wang Zhong walked along the wall, and when he reached the corner, he saw a group of young people crowded at the corner of the factory building in front of him, as if they were watching something. Gregory took a step forward, intending to inform the young man that the commander was coming, but was stopped by Wang Zhong. Then Wang Zhong tiptoed behind the young people and peeped with them. In the night, someone was holding a bottle, and under the starlight you could vaguely see that the bottle was full of gypsophila flowers. He handed the vase of flowers to the girl in front of him. Natalia, I found these at the station. They are as beautiful as you. Wang Zhong remembered that this was the recruit named Alexei like himself. He liked Natalia from the field laundry team. Good guy, my partner has come to the front line. Must criticize well. So Wang Zhong came closer. Chapter 75. You are just a brigadier general and you are gone. Alexei Bolfenovich was completely unaware of the attention of everyone, and was only focused on the girl. Natalia took off the floral scarf on her head, letting her hair spread out in the moonlight, and looked at the boy lovingly. She took the glass jar filled with gypsophila and rushed into the boy's arms, and the two kissed each other. Wang Zhong was stunned. Is it so direct? Are there any intermediate steps missing? He poked the recruit in front of him. Have these two been in love before? No, Alyosha just fell in love with her yesterday. He picked the flowers secretly at night. He wanted to take action during the day, but the enemy came. The recruit explained without looking back. Wang Zhong was greatly shocked. Is this their first date? Is this something you would do on a first date? While in shock, Wang Zhong suddenly thought of something and poked the person in front of him on the back again. Isn't this Natalia from the laundry team? How could she appear at the front line? If she was a girl from the cooking team, she would have carried a large pot of vegetable soup up on a pole, so it would not be surprising to see her here. Why did the laundry team come forward? I never heard that soldiers would change their clothes before the battle was over. The recruit explained, the girl also likes Alyosha. Is there anything strange about this? At this time, the two people who were kissing began to do unspeakable things. Wang Zhong was even more shocked and continued to stab the person in the back. So fast? Isn't this wrong? After asking Wang Zhong, he thought about it, and it seems that people in the West are so fast. For example, in Titanic, the two of them just saw each other, drew a picture and then went to the garage. In the foggy car, a handprint suddenly slapped on the window. Wang Zhong was still too young when he first watched this episode. At that time, he thought of The Shining and had a vision of the scene where an axe breaks down a door, and he burst into tears. Wang Zhong figured it out, but the person in front of him couldn't figure it out. Why are you making such a fuss? Isn't this just like the coming-of-age ceremony party in the village? Just go to the haystack when you see someone, right? I'll go. Your Majesty the General. The new recruit snapped his balls and stood at attention, saluting, so fast. Wang Zhong got too close and his head was pushed to his chin by the recruit who suddenly stood at attention, and he screamed. The moment he stood up straight, the person standing behind him was knocked upright and screamed, huh? Alyosha, don't stand up suddenly. Wang Zhong was covering his chin. He was confused when he heard the voice. When he looked back, he found Ludmila covering her chest. It was obviously painful from being hit just now. Alyosha. A cry came from behind Wang Zhong. It should be the girl from the laundry team. After suddenly realizing that the situation might develop into a misunderstanding, the brigadier general shouted, the man over there is also called Alyosha, we are not the same person. Ludmila tilted her head, I know, I saw a girl calling a boy Alyosha. Only then did the surprised recruits react, and they all stood at attention and saluted, Your Excellency, Brigadier General. Good evening. Wang Zhong waved his hand in return and continued to look at Ludmila. Why did you come to the front line? You should be connected with the Divine Arrow. Ludmila pouted, Deputy Knight Yetsemenko said that there would be no reconnaissance at night, so I could take a rest, and then I came. I even took care of your horse on the way here. Wang Zhong, oh, are you okay in Bucephalus? It's okay, you only care about the horse and not about me. Wang Zhong, are you okay? Well, the bombing of the enemy planes is far away from us, so it's okay. Ludmila glanced at the two people who were awkwardly there and asked, Are you, so free? Watching other people go on dates. Wang Zhong replied solemnly, I'm checking the post. If you don't believe me, ask Sergeant Major Gregory. Sergeant Major, huh? The Sergeant Major was gone. Not only the Sergeant Major disappeared, but also the military academy cadets who were saluting next to Wang Zhong just now disappeared. This concealed speed was indeed that of professional soldiers. Even the two people on a date held hands and ran wildly into the shadows. Suddenly there was no one in sight. Wang Zhong, Sergeant Major. Your duty is to protect me. A response came from somewhere, don't worry, I'm here. Okay, I have become a monkey being watched. He looked at Ludmila and said seriously, I was really checking the post. I just saw them watching on the way to the post. Then you will go and see it together? Ludmila asked. As a commander, you must fully understand the lives of soldiers. What about your life? Ludmila asked. Wang Zhong didn't react at once, huh? Ludmila continued, in the past, Elisha, you had 7 or 8 servants to take care of your daily life, and they didn't even know how to clean your leather shoes. Wang Zhong frowned, was I such a waste before? Ludmila shrugged, although you still don't shine your shoes, you can do other things by yourself. Wang Zhong lowered his head and saw his dirty military boots. He suddenly remembered that in foreign armies, shoe polishing was equivalent to stacking tofu cubes in our army. As for Wang Zhong, let alone polishing his leather shoes. He didn't wear leather shoes most of his life before time travel. He only wore them when he went to interviews after graduating from college. When he actually went to work, he wore sneakers. Now Wang Zhong thought to himself, it was a good thing that he had time traveled to such a waste, and he was not suspected because he could not shine shoes. At this time, Ludmila looked at the sky, I don't know if Miss He and the others survived. Miss He? Who? Wang Zhong guessed that they might be acquaintances, so he tried to act familiar, they will definitely. You don't know who I'm talking about? You never remember the names of servants, right? Ah, so that's it? Fortunately, I wore such a heartless thing. Wang Zhong simply asked, so who are you talking about? Miss He, your maid, and old man Mendeleev, your butler. They all stayed in Ronnie's. Oh, them. Wang Zhong tried hard to say something, but after seeing the atrocities of the Prasen army, he couldn't say they must be fine. Ludmila looked at Wang Zhong, after I arrived in Luktov, I finally found a way to write a letter to my family, telling them that we are all alive and you have become a white horse general. But there has been no reply yet. But in this situation, it is normal that there is no reply. Wang Zhong, don't worry, the Crown Prince knows our situation and sent us a B4 howitzer. He will definitely take care of our family. Ludmila smiled, him? Although it is disrespectful, I don't think he is so meticulous. I think he must be bragging about your achievements as his own. Sending artillery here is also to help you achieve more powerful results. Is that so? The image of the Crown Prince suddenly became concrete. At this time, Wang Zhong suddenly remembered the question that had been bothering him, who is Ludmila to me? The name can rule out siblings, after all, the surname and father's name are different. And she is so familiar with me, and can report safety to my family on my behalf, she can only be my fiancée. It's pretty cool to have such a beautiful fiancée, especially Ludmila's silver hair and breasts, which are almost like Wang Zhong's XP, completely hitting the strike zone. Although there was a voice in his head saying now is not the time to think about this kind of thing, Wang Zhong still couldn't help but want to confirm whether Ludmila was his fiancée. At this time, Ludmila said, walk with me. I'm here anyway. Yes. Wang Zhong nodded and made a gesture of invitation, go this way. I've checked the posts behind. I can walk with you and check other posts at the same time. Ludmila, you didn't care so much before. I have the consciousness of a commander now. Ludmila just smiled. Then she naturally took Wang Zhong's arm and let the front armor touch Wang Zhong's arm without caring. They are so close, she should be his fiancée, right? As soon as Wang Zhong thought about this, Ludmila said, your father said that he would go to my father to propose marriage in October this year. Now the war has started, and I don't know if he can fulfill it. Okay, she is a prospective fiancée. Wait a minute, I still have a father in this time and space? It's over. I can't call a stranger dad. Ludmila, my mother always dislikes you. She always says that even if it's a political marriage, there are better options. Now she should have no objection. At this time, Wang Zhong suddenly thought of a question. Ludmila is such a beautiful girl, and she is also a noble. She must have many suitors. How did she fall in love with the original owner? So Wang Zhong asked, don't you have any objection to me? I actually always regard you as my younger brother. After all, I have been cleaning up your mess since I was a child. After a long time, I feel, well, I'm used to it. And except for you, everyone in your family is pretty good. Ludmila looked at the ground. But after the war broke out, you changed, you became like a hero in the story, and you like to ride a white horse. Because her face was already red, Ludmila leaned directly on Wang Zhong's arm, blocking his sight in this way. It's a pity that Wang Zhong has a bird's eye view and can adjust the angle to see the girl's face. What does this mean? My heroic behavior has boosted the girl's favorability? She likes the current me, not the waste before? At this time, Wang Zhong thought of the inappropriate behavior of those two just now. Now it seems that it is okay for him to hug the girl and start to bite her mouth. This is their custom. A part of Wang Zhong's body began to shout, "You can go." The only thing that hinders Wang Zhong now is the reserve of a Chinese man. As long as he gives up this reserve. At this time, a new idea came into Wang Zhong's mind. What if I die? Although I have survived many very dangerous situations so far, the fact that I have been dancing with death has not changed. An old song sounded in Wang Zhong's ears. Maybe I say goodbye and will never come back. Do you understand? Do you understand? Maybe I fall down and will never get up again. Do you still have to wait forever? At this time, all the vulgar and reproductive thoughts disappeared, and Wang Zhong only had an unshakable belief in his mind. People who love you should not be allowed to wait forever. Children should not be born in such a hell. Until one day, the cruel and evil enemy is eliminated, until one day, the smoke returns to the hometown, and the angel can sleep peacefully again. Only then could he embrace the girl without any worries and build a future with her. So Wang Zhong suppressed his impulse. Ludmila, he said, I will defeat the enemy as soon as possible, defeat the Prosan Empire, and then formally respond to you. Ludmila smiled, you said it as if you were the generalissimo who could decide the direction of this war. Sure enough, you are still the same you, and the brigadier general was so confused. As she spoke, the girl hit Wang Zhong on the shoulder several times. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 76. Jules, July 6, 914, early morning. As soon as Wang Zhong got up from the simple camp bed, he saw Yegorov sitting on the bed next to him, shining his shoes. Yegorov, why did you come back to the front finger last night? We all thought you must have found a car or something and spent the night. Wang Zhong, it's inconvenient for her. How could she come to you when it's inconvenient? Yegorov asked, No, she just came to sleep with you. The same goes for Natalia. If you don't believe me, let the B4 fire. As soon as the cannon fires, you can see another Elisha emerging from the corner with his pants lifted. Wang Zhong was speechless. Do Westerners have fun like this? Yegorov waited for a few seconds without getting an answer. He raised his eyes and glanced at Wang Zhong, and asked again, so what's going on? Why don't you let the girl get her wish? Wang Zhong could only tell the truth. Yegorov was so shocked that he stopped polishing his shoes. Then if the war lasts for 3 to 5 years, you won't touch women in these 3 to 5 years? What if you hold it back? Oh, I understand. Looking for a lady, right? Wang Zhong was convinced, how could he turn up there? This shows my ambition. He wanted to recite some frontier poems to Yegorov to express his heroic ambition of not returning Lilin until it is destroyed, but suddenly found that he could not translate the poems in his mind at all. Into the Ant language. It's broken, I can't copy poems to show off. Just then, Popov rolled over. The three of them slept on camp beds in the large room next to the front finger, with each bed 3 meters apart. Popov looked at Wang Zhong suspiciously, Alexei Konstantinovich, this doesn't seem like something you would do. Although I did hear that you have never hooked up with Ludmila Vasilyevna, but you are known for being a dick. As he spoke, Popov glanced at Wang Zhong's crotch, is it, injured? Wang Zhong, is this what a bishop should say? Popov, I am a secularist, have you forgotten? So worldly? I see you are a speedster. The car is going very fast. Wang Zhong decided not to dwell on this issue. If he continued to dwell on it, Popov might think he was possessed, even though he was actually possessed. He looked at Yegorov, I think the enemy will definitely find a way to clear mines today. They will use smoke to obscure our sight and cover the mine clearance. Definitely. Yegorov put new shoe polish on the leather shoes, then carefully spread the shoe polish with a shoe polishing cloth and spread it evenly on the surface. Before the war, I heard that Prosan liked to use smoke, I didn't expect them to like using smoke so much. As long as the Prosans attack, smoke will be everywhere, and they use smoke superbly. Yegorov continued, in contrast, we ignore the use of smoke. The front-line infantry is not even equipped with smoke bombs and must be captured from the Prosans. Wang Zhong, we need to seize a lot of things from Prosan, such as walkie-talkies. Why are there so few radios? Because marshals still like to use messengers. Yegorov shrugged. Wang Zhong shook his head and stood up to soothe his body, which was aching everywhere because the camp bed was too hard. As a result, he accidentally pulled the wound on his shoulder and grimaced in pain. It's been almost 2 weeks, why is it still not healing from a mere gunshot wound? Yegorov didn't care whether Wang Zhong was in pain or not. He asked, don't you want to polish your shoes? Don't you want to? Wang Zhongzin wondered if I didn't want to wipe it. I can't wipe it? I have never seen anyone polishing shoes since I was a child. I haven't even seen how to wipe pig run. He could only change the subject, Today we have to find a way to prevent the enemy from clearing mines in the smoke. Do you have any ideas? Yegorov looked at Wang Zhong. You are General Whitehorse, and I am just an ordinary regiment leader. I couldn't be more ordinary. You should tell me what to do. Wang Zhong, let's give full play to military democracy. Do you understand that we can work together as a team? Yegorov, then you go ask that weird Vasily. He may have some whimsical ideas. Isn't that why you reuse him? Wang Zhong did not answer because he had already begun to think of countermeasures. Because he had no military education at all, he could only start with games. The way to deal with smoke in the game is very simple, that is, use a large caliber cannon to hit the floor with grenades. When playing Advance Order, I saw the enemy firing smoke, and a wave of BM-21 hail rocket launchers was sprayed down. Generally, it can effectively delay the enemy's offensive and even eliminate many attacking enemies. Refer to the method in the game. Wang Zhong asked Yegorov, what do you think of us using the 76 gun to blindly fire at the enemy? The firing parameters of several preset gun positions of the 76 gun were measured on the day of deployment, which can ensure accurate hits on enemy tanks at various distances. After switching to a grenade, the trajectory will be more curved than that of an armor-piercing projectile. A gunner who is familiar with the performance of artillery can send a grenade to a similar position based on the firing parameters of the armor-piercing projectile. Yegorov nodded. We don't have many 76 guns, but we do have enough shells. The pickles are enough, Popov said. Several people thought of something bad at the same time and frowned. At this time, the recruit on duty in the morning opened the door and came in. Report. Brother Peter called and said that the enemy reconnaissance plane is flying towards us from the southwest. Wang Zhong, the monk has notified the Divine Arrow Company, right? Right. Then don't worry. Yegorov said, I hope the praying hand girl will not be sad because her beloved general does not understand people's hearts, resulting in prayer errors. Wang Zhong, no. He didn't know why he was so sure. Moments later, the sound of aircraft engines could be heard. Wang Zhong came to the window and looked out. He cut the angle of view and discovered the enemy plane. Just like yesterday, it was a Fokker-Wulf 189 reconnaissance plane. As soon as the plane entered the city, it was shot down by a divine arrow and crashed into a residential area in the north of the city. When Wang Zhong switched back to the perspective, Yegorov said, it seems that he was shot down, so the praying hand girl doesn't want to sleep with you that much. Wang Zhong shrugged. Speaking of which, of the two reconnaissance planes shot down yesterday, are the pilots still alive? It was Popov who answered him. There is a captain in charge of investigation who is alive and has been sent to the court. If you find out the information, we will be notified. Wang Zhong nodded and decided to go out to inspect the position. He left the large room where several people slept and entered the front room next door. He saw Vasily sitting in front of the walkie-talkie with a frown on his face, writing something down in a notebook. Wang Zhong, how's it going? Vasily took off his headphones and stood up to salute, Your Majesty General. Okay. Wang Zhong waved his hand. How is the situation? Vasily handed Wang Zhong the notebook he had just written. The notebook is full of translated enemy phone calls. Wang Zhong looked at it and said, just now I saw that you no longer need to look through the confiscated notebook to check the call sign. Yeah, I basically memorized it. Wang Zhong, then why did you look so serious just now? Because I find it very strange. Yesterday, the Prasen people rarely said the call sign and location of their units, even if they used code words. Today, you see, you heard so much early in the morning. Wang Zhong nodded. He also felt something was wrong, maybe the enemy was deliberately leaking false information. But he did not say it directly, but encouraged Vasily, why do you think this is? I think they are deliberately leaking false information. The Prosans are very strict and will not change so much all at once. Someone must have ordered them to change their approach. Wang Zhong, you are right, I feel the same way. At this time Dmitri entered the front finger and saluted Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong, Dmitri, don't take over the artillery mirror yet. Let me ask you, how big is the ballistic gap between the grenade and the armor-piercing projectile of the 76mm gun? How to adjust it to pass the measured data of the armor-piercing projectile and let the grenade fall on a similar place? Dmitri, that depends on how far away the target is. Do you hope that the ballistic trajectory will eventually fall on the ground and detonate the grenade? Yes, I expect that the enemy will use smoke to cover the engineers' demining today. Our response is to use the data measured yesterday to launch grenades to disrupt the engineers' actions. It's very simple. I'll make a new set of data right away. At this time, the phone rang. Wang Zhong answered the phone himself. I'm Rokosov, what's wrong? You'd better come to the brigade command. We have received an order from the front headquarters. Pavlov said on the other side of the phone. Brigade headquarters. Your troops should stay in place until 8 o'clock in the evening on July 11 so that the front army can form a new line of defense. Wang Zhong read the order and looked up at Pavlov, so the front army finally realized that Bogdanovka lost. Pavlov shook his head, "We haven't fallen yet. We have received many telegrams from Bogdanovka. But the 23rd Tank Corps responsible for the relief is finished. The remnants are said to have retreated to Dorje to the north of us." Pavlov tapped on the map, and there was a symbol of armored forces at the tip of his finger. "Wang Zhong, the map was updated this morning." "Yes. The intelligence department of the front army believes that the troops facing us are part of the 15th Division, which has strengthened some auxiliary troops. They think that we can defend it perfectly with the help of fortifications." Wang Zhong frowned. "The enemy's armored division has at least 15,000 people. We count the garrison regiment and the 5th Pishinsk regiment. We only have about 2,000 people. Moreover, we are extremely short of technical equipment. On the contrary, we have only 2,000 people. There are only 3 tank guns. The enemy may have hundreds of tanks." Pavlov frowned. "The front army insists that we only have part of the 15 pack on the front." Wang Zhong was about to scold his mother when there was an explosion outside the house. But the sound was very small, and it felt like rolling thunder in the distance. "Wang Zhong, what's going on? Are other places being bombarded?" Gregory rushed into the brigade and said, "It's a mortar. It sounds like a 120 mm heavy mortar." "Wang Zhong, that should be the 15 pack division artillery. He has commanded 15 pieces of equipment in the game steel division, which is clear." He put his hand over the phone and waited for it to ring. He didn't have to wait long. "I am Rokosov, speak." From the receiver came the voice of Yegorov, who was pointing forward. "The enemy has fired smoke, and the engineers are probably going to clear mines." Before the smoke rose, the artillery team saw the number 1 tank of the engineers moving along the road in the mirror. It was probably preparing. "Arrange mines on the road first, even though there are no mines on our roads. Wang Zhong, fire first, remember to use smoke to cover the front of gun position 76. Anyway, according to the original setting of Zhu Yuan's blind fire, he simply blocked the front of his gun position to avoid the enemy's discovery. I'll rush back right away." After hanging up the phone, Wang Zhong said to Pavlov, "Continue to complain about poverty. With the troops we have now, we will never be able to stop an armored division. It's up to you." Chapter 77, Artillery Arcade. When Wang Zhong rushed to the front, the enemy's engineers had been blown away and retreated. This is not particularly accurate, because the wreckers modified from the number 1 tank still succeeded in shooting out the rockets dragging the blasting cords after the loss of 3 vehicles. From Wang Zhong's bird's eye view, the traces left by the blasting cord in the middle of the road can be clearly seen. After Wang Zhong observed it for a while, he exclaimed, "Now the enemy knows that we have not laid mines on the road." "Yegorov, if the enemy attacks from the road, wouldn't that mean they are looking for a fight? We have destroyed 3 engineer number 1 tanks. If they attack from the road, we can definitely destroy more. When the time comes, they will be living targets when they are blocked on the road, and they will not be able to disperse. The 2 sides of the road are real minefields." Wang Zhong nodded. "Indeed, let's see what the enemy will do." Major General Randolph, commander of the 15th Armored Division, stood on the top of his armored command vehicle and observed the destroyed Panzer No. 1 tank with a telescope. "The enemy has calculated the shooting elements, and can even destroy the tanks of our engineers through the smoke." Randolph put down the telescope. "Although the Ant Army has been just a group of useless consumables for a long time, this time they did not bad. Attacking through the main road will cause serious losses." The division chief of staff echoed, "You must not take the main road." The engineers also reported that there are minefields on both sides of the road and there are no warning signs. If the attacking troops are blocked on the main road, they will really be a living target. How about laying out smoke more thoroughly and letting engineers start clearing mines? Major General Randolph said and held his chin in deep thought. Wang Zhong discovered something at this time. The enemy's mortar truck was in his field of vision. When he was on Pioneer, he could see the enemy's mortar truck. It seemed that this was a standard operation in the Prosin's tactical manual. The mortar truck had to advance to this distance and fire. When going to Pioneer, Wang Zhong had no direct fire power, and others parked their vehicles on the reverse slope behind the high ground, so there was really nothing they could do with these artillery trucks. But now the situation is different. First of all, the southwest is a large plain with no backslope at all. Secondly, Wang Zhong has direct fire power this time. Wang Zhong looked at the enemy's mortar truck from an overhead perspective. It looked like it was a vehicle-mounted mortar battalion. In addition to 12 artillery trucks, there were also various ammunition trucks and half-tracks transporting gunners. A large number of Wuyang stopped on the plain. The enemy's other troops spread out very widely in order to prevent 203 from being captured, But this artillery battalion seemed to have a limited formation expansion for ease of operation. Also, who would have thought that there are clairvoyants here who can see the mortar truck through so much smoke? Of course, Wang Zhong's current position was relatively high, and it was not impossible to see the half-track vehicle equipped with mortars, but such a poor field of vision made it difficult to accurately determine the target position. So I can only test fire regardless, and then correct the impact point. By then the human mortar battalion had already fled. After all, they were all half-track vehicles and their maneuverability was acceptable. However, if we don't calibrate our fire and just attack them all over the place, most of the mortar battalion will be reimbursed. Wang Zhong is still very confident in the power of the B4 heavy artillery. So he directly picked up the phone receiver. After yesterday's practical test, the phone was moved to the window. Take artillery position A. After the call was connected, Wang Zhong reported a series of coordinates and ordered a salvo. Dietrich, who was in front of the artillery mirror, asked curiously, "What is this shelling? This coordinate is much further back than where we shelled the enemy yesterday. Can we hit anything?" Before Wang Zhong could speak, Yegorov spoke up, "You're shooting the enemy's mortars, right? When the enemy released smoke just now, I looked at the trajectory of the artillery shells in the air. The mortars should not be too far away from the front line. Mortar shells do fly relatively slowly, but being able to confirm the trajectory of the shells with the naked eye is a bit scary. But thanks to Yegorov, it now became reasonable to shell the enemy's mortar position. Anyway, it was impossible for this side to know whether it had hit or not. From this side, it was just pure ignorance. As for why the prediction was so accurate, it was of course the appearance of St. Andrew. Putting down the phone, he felt that a salvo from one position was not enough, so he picked up the phone again and said, "Take position B. Eat my 8 huge 203, invader." After a brief thought, Major General Randolph made a decision. The mortar battalion continues to lay down smoke to completely obscure the enemy's sight, and the engineers prepare to clear mines. Soon enough, there was a roar in the sky. Major General Randolph was also a veteran. As soon as he heard the roar, he knew that the artillery shells would fall behind him, so he immediately turned around. At this moment, the engine cover of a half-track carrying a 105 mm heavy mortar suddenly dented, and the edges of the cover turned up under the action of stress. Randolph couldn't see the culprit behind this phenomenon, because the next moment the half-track exploded violently. A handbrake flew over Randolph's head, and the strong wind blew away the large cap he was wearing crookedly. The Major General swooped down from the roof of the command vehicle. He put his head in his hands, so he didn't see the second shell fall. When the third shell hit the ground, the Major General remembered that he should prop up his body and keep a distance from the ground to prevent his internal organs from being damaged. The explosions continued, and the loud noise caused by the heavy artillery was mixed with small explosions. It was estimated that the mortar shells were detonated. The bombardment came and went quickly. It was estimated that the enemy's heavy artillery regiment only fired a volley. After there were no more roars and explosions in his ears, Major General Randolph got up. The orderly rushed out immediately and began to dust the Major General's body. As a result, he slapped the Major General's knee that was injured when he jumped down from the command vehicle. Randolph roared angrily, "Be gentle. It hurts me so much. Call the military doctor." "I'll go, my leg." Randolph originally suffered from bone hyperplasia, but this opened the floodgates of pain. The pain was so painful that he couldn't stand still and sat back. 2 guards rushed up and helped the Major General to the command vehicle next to him. At this time, the Major General had time to observe the losses of his own troops. There were many burning half-tracks scattered on the field, and some half-tracks seemed to be preparing to leave the shelling area, but the tracks were broken and lay crooked in the field. The bodies of the artillerymen were scattered among the half-tracks. Without counting the casualties, Randolph knew that this artillery battalion would not be able to regain combat effectiveness for a long time. Just as he was about to give the order, an ammunition truck suddenly exploded. The blown shells fell to the surrounding area, triggering a secondary explosion. An orange-red fireball rose into the sky, making the sun seem a bit out of place. As a nobleman, Randolph seldom cursed, but here he couldn't help it anymore. "Damn it. Reconnaissance camp. Clean all the commanding heights outside the city, and be sure to find the enemy's artillery observation team. Even if you use get on the radio detection vehicle and find it too." Randolph took it for granted that this was a shelling led by the Cunning Ant Army's observation group hidden on the commanding heights outside the city. He never thought that there was a Guaji on the other side. It should be said that he has made the most correct judgment within the scope of common sense. At this time, the division chief of staff limped over. It was obvious that he had been lying on the ground quite violently just now. "General, should we wait for the divisional artillery to come up before taking action?" "The divisional artillery has come up and can find the enemy's artillery positions with the help of observation aircraft. According to our intelligence, The enemy's heavy artillery is inconvenient to move. Our artillery they can't dodge if they fight back. Randolph nodded and added, also, let the 223rd Regiment be prepared to try to seize Lower Linney Village and outflank Lkta from the side. I will reinforce a tank battalion for them to replace the losses they suffered last night. Chief of Staff, no problem. Then, what about the front? Randolph looked at the grey city of Lkta exposed through the smoke, and shook his head. Unless we kill the enemy's heavy artillery, the losses in a frontal attack on this city will be too great, and we cannot afford it. We still have to attack Ixikov. We must cherish the troops His Majesty the Emperor gave us. We retreat 3 kilometers and place sentries to prevent the enemy's observation group from infiltrating out of the city. The Chief of Staff nodded and shouted to the ordering soldier, retreat 3 kilometers. Wang Zhong was the first person present to see the enemy begin to retreat, and probably the only one to see it. He couldn't help but laugh. Are Procenians so path-dependent? If you blow up your smoke generator, you won't be able to fight? By the way, the combination of this plug-in and artillery is really useful. It can be foreseen that I will be famous for my superb use of artillery in the future. I'm going to write an autobiography in the future, maybe it'll be called Arc of Gunfire. Unfortunately, with this plug-in, the field of view is only a little further than a human telescope. In the future, I may have to board a reconnaissance aircraft myself, walk around over the enemy's head to see through all the enemy's deployment, and then use radio to command the troops. With Ant Army's radio level, it may be faster to deliver orders from the air. At this time, the phone rang, and Yegorov picked up the phone. Front finger, tell me. Are you sure? I understand. Wang Zhong had already guessed who made the call, and sure enough, Yegorov hung up the phone and said, Brother Peter heard the sound of enemy vehicle engines receding. The enemy may have retreated. Although Wang Zhong already knew, he still pretended to be surprised. Really? That's great. Others in the room breathed a sigh of relief. Vasily, who was guarding the walkie-talkie, stretched out and said, the enemy is so incompetent. That's it? I never knew war was such a simple matter. As soon as the B4 exploded, the enemy ran away. Popov put on a serious face and was about to perform his duties as a bishop to eliminate the soldiers' underestimation of the enemy when the phone rang again. This time it's Pavlov. I was not able to get 203 shells. Because these weapons were deployed at the border, so was the ammunition. The rear told us they had enough 122 and 152 mm shells. Wang Zhong, then they should give me a 122 or 152 howitzer. In fact, the overall performance of the 152 gun is better than that of the B4, the range is about the same, the power is only slightly smaller, but the rate of fire is more than a little faster. When loading the B4 howitzer, you need to use the crane attached to the ammunition truck, which cannot be loaded manually. However, the 152 can be loaded manually by a strong man and... No. Pavlov sighed over the phone. And the supply train that was supposed to arrive today was destroyed by enemy bombers on the road. The wreckage also blocked the railway. I don't know when it will be repaired. Wang Zhong, what about our reinforcements? We need reinforcements if we are to stay until 8 o'clock in the evening on the 11th. There was silence for a while, and then he said, I'm trying my best. Wang Zhong was speechless. He also knew that it was not Pavlov's fault. In this situation of overwhelming defeat, it would be good to stabilize the front. The good news is that the enemy was repulsed this morning. The bad news is that today is only July 6th, and the order from above is to stick to July 11th. Chapter 78 Horizontal Bombing. Although the above task seemed to be very difficult, the senior officers of the Rokossov battle group, who had done everything they could do at hand, decided to play an exciting game of bridge. It feels a bit like playing Gwent first no matter how urgent the situation is. Wang Zhong has gradually adapted to this rhythm. When there is nothing on the battlefield, everything is fine, but there is always a sword of Damocles hanging above your head, and you don't know when it will fall down and destroy everything. People who have just entered the battlefield may be frightened by the sword on their heads all day long, but after veterans get used to it, they become like Wang Zhong now. Yes, Wang Zhong has only traveled through time for less than 2 weeks, and he is already a veteran. This is how the battlefield trains people. Just when Wang Zhong lowered his head to look at the cards, the phone rang. He picked up the receiver and said, I'm Rokossov, please speak. I am Brother Peter. I heard a large enemy aircraft group approaching. I don't know if they are bombing or passing. There are a large number of 6-engine heavy bombers. I know. Wang Zhong put down the phone and said to Yegorov, air defense siren. After he finished speaking, the air defense siren rang outside. It was obvious that Brother Peter had notified the military station headquarters and air defense force in the city. Wang Zhong threw down the playing cards, came to the window and looked at the sky. Dmitri asked, do we need to retreat? There is no subway in the city, and there were no planned air raid shelters before. You have to hide in a cellar where cabbage is stored in the winter. Wang Zhong said, this place is stronger than most basements. While talking, Wang Zhong saw the fleet of aircraft. He cut to an overhead view so he could see the entire fleet without being restricted by the window view. A large formation of 36-engine heavy bombers and the same number of fighter jets was approaching. If this was the bombing of Ltov, it means that Bogdanovka no longer has any targets that need to dispatch this kind of aircraft fleet to cover. Wang Zhong was thinking about it when Vasily suddenly shouted, I heard the enemy shouting clearly, it sounded like the ground was shouting to the Air Force. What did you shout? Wang Zhong asked, but he vaguely guessed it. Vasily, we need the Air Force to deal with the heavy artillery in the city. How did the Air Force respond? The Air Force said to call for the tactical bombers. They're the ones who blow up stations and supply depots. Yegorov was speechless. Fortunately, we moved the artillery position away from the station. At first, Wang Zhong chose the B4 position as the station stack, but now it has been moved to the city park near the station and the small garden in front of the municipal building. These places have dense vegetation, which is a natural camouflage, and the camouflage net is difficult to see from the air. Wang Zhong personally confirmed it from an overhead perspective. The city's anti-aircraft guns began to fire. Unfortunately, the 25mm anti-aircraft guns didn't have much to do against the high-flying enemy planes. They were only firing because they were air defense troops. The enemy plane approached the chemical plant and began to drop bombs. Ltov was not that big. Given the enemy plane's current level flight altitude, if he dropped the bombs as he approached the chemical plant, the bombs would just fall near the station and supply warehouse. The whistle at the end of the bomb made a sharp whistling sound, which made Wang Zhong's ears hurt. Yes, it is different from the whoosh sound that breaks through the air when the artillery shell falls. This whoosh sound is the masterpiece of a whistle specially installed at the tail of the bomb. The enemy plane that completed dropping the bomb began to turn. Wang Zhong moved to the window on the other side and watched the bomb fall to the ground. 30 heavy bombers, carpet bombing. The tightly packed bombs plowed 30 bloody scars on the ground. Diffuse dust clouds cover the streets of Ltov. More than a dozen smoke pillars rose into the air. Wang Zhong was suddenly glad that he did not have a view of the bombed streets, otherwise he would have seen the miserable appearance of the streets. Ltov is different from the villages and towns outside. There are many civilians in the city. Men who believe in the secular Eastern Holy Church form a self-defense army, while women join voluntary labor camps. There are also a large number of elderly and children waiting for the train to be evacuated. It is unknown how many civilian casualties such heavy bombing would cause. Ludmila got up from the ground. She was deployed with the Aero team on the roof of the only Anatolian public bath in Ltov, waiting to snipe enemy reconnaissance planes. The B4 artillery position is just a street away from the public bathing place. If an enemy dive bomber wants to attack the artillery position, the Shenjiang can provide some protection. One of the scars that had just been plowed into the ground by the horizontal bombing was not far from the bathing beach. As long as the enemy drops the bomb just a few seconds later, the Divine Arrow team will perish in a sea of fire. She lay on the railing of the roof and looked at the tragic scene below. Suddenly, she saw something. Ludmila ran quickly and rushed downstairs. Brother Yetsemenko shouted behind her, "Where are you going? There might be a reconnaissance plane coming to confirm the results of the battle at this time. We need to prepare for war." Ludmila shouted, "I'll be right back." She rushed down the makeshift ladder next to the bathhouse and rushed to the street, arriving at what she saw as if she was flying. It was a glass jar that shattered on the ground, and the gypsophila flowers inside were scattered all over the floor. One hand was still holding the jar tightly, and the skin on the fingers was wrinkled from washing too many clothes with crude soap. Ludmila picked up the hand with only the palm and half-stretched wrist, and looked around for the owner of the hand. Then she saw not far away where laundry soap was distributed, and several laundry girls assigned to the Rokosov combat group were squatting on the ground and crying. Ludmila took out the bandage from her body, tore off part of it, wrapped the gypsophila on the ground, held it together with the severed hand, and came to the girls of the laundry team. She couldn't recognize the girl who fell on the ground. After all, it was already dark last night. But the girl's severed hand said it all. And of course, there are these baby's breath stars. The girl on the laundry team was crying, "The captain just ordered us to come and get soap. How could this happen?" Ludmila stood silently. At this time, Brother Yetsemenko rushed to her side, "You must return to your post. Without the divine arrow, it cannot be guided." The monk glanced at the girl on the ground, sighed, and took the severed hand and baby's breath, "Leave it to me here, and you go back to your post." Ludmila nodded and walked towards the bathing place, looking back every step of the way. Wang Zhong withdrew his gaze and came to the phone, putting his hand on the receiver ready to answer the call. If the artillery position is damaged, They will report it to Wang Zhong as soon as possible. This was the call he was waiting for. 30 seconds passed and the phone didn't ring. Wang Zhong breathed a sigh of relief. Our artillery seems to be fine. Yegorov, it's really the right thing to do to keep artillery positions away from targets that can be bombed. Popov asked, do you want to change the artillery position? Will the enemy pilots already see that it is an artillery position? Wang Zhong, no, the enemy never passed over the artillery position. He probably completed the bombing turn above our heads. As he spoke, he made a circling gesture above his head. At this time the phone rang again. Wang Zhong picked up the receiver himself. I'm Rokosov, speaking. This is the 5th Bishynsk Regiment. We saw an enemy armored reconnaissance vehicle on the path southeast of our position. The 5th Bishynsk Regiment had no replacement members and little equipment, so Wang Zhong split them up and mixed them with the local religious militia to monitor the 2 main roads out of the city in the southeast and northwest. Ltov is indeed just a small town, but with the few troops Wang Zhong has, it is impossible to encircle the city into an iron barrel formation. He can only focus on defending the front, and place secondary troops on both sides to monitor the road. Wang Zhong, southeast? Half-track vehicle. The half-track and the number 2 tank. Based on the advice of the workers at the tractor station, we used a tractor to disguise a tank, which scared the enemy away. Wang Zhong, what? A tractor disguised as a tank? Yeah, it works great. Just pile straw on the front and it looks like you put straw on the tank turret for camouflage. We drive this thing out and let the gearbox click and the enemy runs right away. Wang Zhong laughed loudly. The others did not hear the words in the receiver and looked at him in confusion. You are doing a good job, continue to scare the enemy, don't let them find out that our troops here are actually very weak. You are doing a good job. After speaking, Wang Zhong put down the receiver and told everyone what the Bishynsk Regiment was doing. Vasily laughed, and then Popov glared at him, do your job. Yegorov, but fake tanks can only scare people after all. I still hope to have real tanks as soon as possible. Your Excellency General can also use his talent in tank command. It seems that in Yegorov's eyes, Wang Zhong is already a genius tank commander. Wang Zhong, I saw at the brigade headquarters that there are remnants of the 23rd Tank Corps in Georgy to the north of us. I wonder if they can be brought over. No matter what tanks they are equipped with, they should be able to play some role. The function refers to personally commanding a tank to steal the back of the enemy's head around the blind spot of the enemy's field of vision after being activated. This is the specialty of land combat players in War Thunder. Popov, they should be equipped with fast series tanks. Mr. Wang frowned when he heard this. Although the T-28 is also thin-skinned, its guns are still good. BT doesn't even have the firepower. At this time, many of Proson's tanks have strengthened their frontal protection based on their experience in the Carolingian campaign. The BT-7 small cannon may not be able to penetrate the enemy from the front. The BT-7 itself is super squishy and can penetrate the side even with deeper heavy machine guns. The only commendable thing about this tank is its maneuverability. It uses the famous Christie suspension, so when high-speed maneuvers are needed, the tracks can even be removed and the wheels can be used to run on the road. As he spoke, Wang Zhong had already begun to think about whether he could do something with the BT-7's amazing mobility after getting it. Just then, the phone rang again. Vasily, I never knew that war is about playing cards at the headquarters and constantly answering the phone. Say less. Wang Zhong picked up the receiver and said, I am Rokosov, please speak. This is Brother Peter. I heard a lone Dow 215, probably high altitude. There's also a Ford Wolf 189, low altitude. Wang Zhong frowned. Bombers in this era generally dispatched in groups to form a dense formation, so that self-defense machine guns could form a fire net to intercept enemy aircraft. A single road 215 is still high in the sky. Wang Zhong, one at high altitude and one at low altitude. Brother Peter replied, yes, if you count the time it takes for sound waves to be transmitted from high altitude, road 215 is in front. It flies very high, and only MiG-3 can go up and intercept it. And we obviously don't have MiG-3. Maybe there were originally some, but they were all destroyed at the airport on the first day of the war. Wang Zhong, I know, thank you. After hanging up the phone, he looked at the others. A single Dao 215 is at high altitude, possibly a reconnaissance plane. Then there is a 189 at low altitude. What do you think? Igorov and Popov looked at each other. Vasily, I know. The enemy always has 189 losses over Ltov, so I want to see what happened. Wang Zhong and everyone looked at each other. Major General Randolph, commander of the 15th Armored Division, heard the sound of aircraft in the sky and raised his head. His chief of staff said, flying very high, it's a reconnaissance plane. Is it to observe the effect of the carpet bombing just now? As soon as they finished speaking, a Focke-Wulf 189 flew past their heads. Because the appearance of the Focke-Wulf 189 looked advanced, the soldiers regarded it as a symbol of Prasen's cutting-edge technology and took off their hats to cheer. The Chief of Staff frowned. I heard that the Air Force lost several reconnaissance planes over Luftwaffe. Such reconnaissance planes are very difficult to shoot down. Could it be that they want to see what shot down their own reconnaissance planes? Major General Randolph scolded, we have talked about artillery positions so many times. Those B-4s have caused more than 1,000 casualties to us, and the Air Force is indifferent. They lost a few reconnaissance planes and mobilized troops. After speaking, the Major General sighed. We'll think of a solution after our divisional artillery comes up, the Chief of Staff said. The Major General nodded, that's all. When will our air-ground coordination be as good as that of Grand Duke Meyer? Chapter 79. Wang Zhong sighed. Intercept as usual. Wang Zhong said, the location of the exposed arrow is not important and can be moved. After the battle in Upper Pinayi, Brother Yevsemenko should be very experienced. Yegorov, he is so experienced. He prepared a truck specifically for the transfer and also called every alternative Shenjian position. Wang Zhong nodded, then intercept. Run after intercepting. As he said that, he picked up the phone and said, take the current position of the Divine Arrow Company. 2 seconds later, Ludmila's voice came from the other side of the phone, hello. Wang Zhong, why is it you? Where is Brother Yevsemenko? The monk went to perform rites for the dead. What's wrong? Can the arrow team fire now? Yes. The enemy plane is coming, right? Leave it to me, I'll shoot it down. I can already recognize the enemy's reconnaissance plane with my eyes closed. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Wang Zhong always felt that Ludmila was forcing a smile and deliberately pretending to be cheerful. What happened? Wang Zhong wanted to ask, after all, this was his prospective fiancée, but the military situation was urgent and he couldn't ask. So he said, leave it to you. The enemy plane is coming soon. Yeah. At least with this last voice, the girl sounded quite energetic. After hanging up the phone, Wang Zhong immediately switched his perspective to observe the situation. He first saw Dao 215 flying very high, Wang Zhong observed the Dao 215. He always felt that this plane was larger than the ordinary Dao 215. Could it be the Dao 217? And it didn't feel like the plane was here for reconnaissance. It seemed to be carrying a bomb at its slow speed. The Taoist aircraft coming for reconnaissance should not carry bombs, so that the aircraft can fly higher and faster. Wang Zhongzhen was confused when the Focke-Wulf 189 reconnaissance plane came into view. Before Wang Zhong could see clearly, the Divine Arrow took off. However, this 189 reacted very strangely. Its pilot parachuted directly as if he had been prepared. Other reconnaissance aircraft would have to struggle, such as trying to get into the blind spot of the Divine Arrow praying hand, but this one would fall flat. Wang Zhong felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong until he saw something dropped by the twin-engine heavy bomber suspected to be a Rode 217 flying in the sky. The number 1 captain of the 10th Squadron of the Royal 55th Bomb Wing of Plassen was ordered to drop an experimental weapon today. In fact, this squadron was transferred to the Kingdom of Bavaria in Plassen before the Carolingian campaign to participate in the testing of experimental weapons. This is the Empire's great attempt to replace the blessings of gods with technology. Its success will prove that the gods believed by inferior nations are also false gods that cannot be worried about. Now is the day when this great, symbolic weapon is put into actual combat, and its target is the miracle that false gods rely on to deceive the world. The observer shouted, the Divine Arrow is launched, confirm the trajectory of the Divine Arrow. Radio conductor, visual target, guidance preparation is complete. Observer, the heading parameter input is completed. The mechanical computer installed in the bomber controller's room quickly completed the calculation and spit out the heading adjustment parameters. The captain of the 10th Squadron tore off the paper recording the heading parameters, glanced at it, and pushed the joystick with his own hands to turn the aircraft to the calculated heading. Observer, aiming completed, there are still 20 seconds left in the bomb delivery window. The squadron leader pressed the temporarily installed timer next to the operator's seat. When the timer returned to 0, he shouted, for the Empire. For His Majesty the Emperor. When the timer reached 0, he pressed the release button, and the heavy radio-guided glide bomb hanging on the belly of the aircraft left its pylon. A small parachute helped the bomb adjust its attitude. The conductor reported, the drag chute was abandoned and the bomb tail light was observed. Start radio guidance. At this time, in the field of vision of the conductor, the tail light of the bomb emits a very conspicuous light. Ludmila and everyone from the Aero Company flew to the ground through the stairs and climbed onto the gas truck that had been prepared. The only driver of the Divine Aero Company was smoking. When he saw everyone coming down in such a hurry, he laughed and said, "Are you in such a hurry? Are the Prosens about to attack soon?" "Ludmila, the enemy has a reconnaissance plane in the sky. We have been exposed. There will be an attack soon. It may be artillery or bombers. Hey, it's not that fast. And you see brother Yetsemenko is still praying for the dead girl over there. Wait a minute." Ludmila grabbed the driver's collar, pulled him out of the cab and threw him to the ground. She climbed in and started the car skillfully. The driver was so knocked down that his eyes were filled with stars, and he didn't care when he got up. "Why are you so nervous? I haven't seen the Brigadier General these days, but I don't think he is that cool. It's just..." Soon enough, something suddenly smashed a piece of the dome of the Anatolian baths, just like a hole in an eggshell. The next moment, the explosion inflated the bathhouse like a balloon, and then exploded. The shockwave picked up the driver from behind and threw him to the stone wall on the other side. Suddenly, his neck was bent at an unhealthy angle. Brother Yetsemenko, who was performing a ritual, was also knocked off his feet and fell to the ground. The shockwave also made the gas truck driven by Ludmila sway like a convulsion, as if 5 large bottles of vodka had been poured. In desperation, Ludmila clicked on the brakes, causing the car to roll onto the ground and slide out a full 5 meters. "Everything is settled." Ludmila struggled to climb out of the cab and stood on the ground, covering her scratched right hand and looking at the bathhouse that had been razed to the ground. Brother Yetsemenko, now a deputy knight, also got up and looked at the baths together. "Yezmenko, what's going on? Didn't you hear the sound of the enemy plane? What bombed us?" Ludmila looked at Yezmenko. "You are looking for a new driver. Remember to find someone who can obey orders." Wang Zhong was greatly shocked. After confirming that Ludmila was fine, he began to think. Does he recognize the thing 217 just threw down, the Fritz X radio-controlled bomb? Could it be that Prosan was stimulated by the divine guided weapons of the Eastern Holy Church and Lutheran Church, so the development of guided weapons was faster than that of Earth's Santoku? Or is it that Juda is rich in resources, so the progress of scientific research in all aspects is faster than that of Sandeza? No, that's not right. Prosan is still using a high-low combination of the short-barreled number 4 and the early model number 3. It seems that the technology is not much higher than that of the Santoku of the same era. It was probably because he saw other people's guided weapons that he tried his best to make one. Now the question comes, how many pieces are there in this thing? If there are a lot of them, then the fertilizer factory where I am now will not be safe. If these things come down, they will all go up to the sky. Oh my god, how can I fight this? The opponent is a giant virtue, and the technology is still high. Could it be that we can only rely on divine power? The problem is that there is not much divine power. There are only 10 divine arrows in total, which is almost half of the shots. Wang Zhong decided not to think so much for now. There is no point in thinking too much, the ship will naturally go straight when it reaches the bridge. He exited the overlooking mode and picked up the phone. "Pick up Brother Peter." "Brother, have you written down the sound characteristics of the 217 above us? Let me tell you, it carries a heavy guided bomb. Next time you find the same sound, please notify me immediately of your target. Considering the threat of this thing, you might have to use magic arrows to shoot it down. After all, there are no MiG-3 high-altitude fighter jets on the front line that can reach the Dao-217. At this time, the Prosen army was over there. The communications staff officer ran over from the radio car and saluted Major General Randolph. "Report. The division's artillery has just passed Kalinovka and is selecting artillery positions." Major General Randolph clapped his hands together. "Very good. We arrived just in time. Give them 2 hours to set up their positions and prepare to fire." He took out his pocket watch and checked the time. "We will start artillery preparations at 4:30 tomorrow morning and spend 3 hours clearing the minefield. At 7:30, artillery fire will begin to extend towards the enemy's position. We plan to invest an armored grenade battalion, reinforce 2 Panzer IV tank companies, and launch a probing attack. The enemy will definitely use heavy artillery to stop us. This time, tell the damn Air Force to send a reconnaissance plane at high altitude no matter what. Even if you can't rush down the enemy's position, let the division's 15 cm heavy artillery kill those annoying B-4s. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 80 The Longest Day. It's 4:30 in the morning on July 7th. Wang Zhong was suddenly awakened by the thunder. "Is it thundering?" he asked Yegorov on the bed next to him as he sat up. "Is it thundering so hard this season?" "It's a shelling, General." Yegorov stood by the window, leaning against the edge of the window and looking out. Wang Zhong quickly stood up and stuck to the other side of the window. On the plain outside, countless large flowers made of smoke and dust have risen, and new flowers bloom every second. "Wang Zhong, the caliber looks very big." "It's a 152 mm heavy artillery," Yegorov said. The enemy's heavy artillery is coming up. The enemy's most direct firepower in Upper Penier is 75 mm infantry artillery. If they had heavy artillery at that time, we wouldn't be able to defend it at all. Wang Zhong nodded and asked again, are they clearing our minefield? Yes, we will probably start advancing after the explosion. Wang Zhong nodded. At this time, he switched to a bird's eye view to see if he could catch the enemy's artillery with a plug-in. This is a common technique for playing the war game series. In that game, even if the enemy's artillery is not in your field of vision, you can still see the animation of the artillery shells rising into the air. Therefore, you can use this method to quickly locate the enemy's artillery and use your own artillery counterattack. Wang Zhong wants to give it a try. What if? If this can deflect the enemy's heavy artillery, it will be much easier to fight later. However, there was no such good thing. He could only see the trajectory of the cannonball that had entered the process of falling. Maybe a math expert could use this trajectory to deduce the launch position, but Wang Zhong was not a math expert. He only passed the high-level mathematics courses in college after making up the exam. At this moment, the phone rang from the other side of the door. 5 seconds later, the student on duty came in and reported, Your Excellency General, Brother Peter heard a Tau-215 flying high in the sky. He was sure it was not the Tau-217 with terrible weapons yesterday. Wang Zhong looked at Yegorov, is this, waiting to observe our artillery position? It's possible, but if the enemy really launches an attack later, they still have to fire to block the enemy's subsequent troops. Yegorov looked at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong, if you have anything to say, just say it. Yegorov shook his head, no, I originally wanted to remind you that sometimes the commander has to decide which part to sacrifice to ensure the overall situation, but when I think of the battle on Penier, I don't think you need me to remind you. Wang Zhong understood. What Yegorov meant was to only let half of the B4s fire. If someone discovered the counterattack, they would lose an artillery position, and exchange the people on the artillery position for the enemy's offensive force. However, is this really the only way to go? He rubbed his chin, listened to the rumble of artillery outside, and racked his brains to think of countermeasures. Then I really thought of one for him. He thought of the movie Black Hawk Down, in which Somali warlords burned tires to produce black smoke to block the US military's aerial reconnaissance. In fact, if there are enough smoke-generating devices, you can create smoke around the artillery position. However, the Ant army does not have so many smoke bombs. Then we can only imitate fellow Somalis and burn tires. Anyway, the direct fire artillery does not need a direct line of sight, just fire according to the set data. Wang Zhong looked at Yegorov. Yegorov, you have another idea? Wang Zhong, yes. We piled tires upwind of the city and then lit them on fire. Burning tires will produce a large amount of black smoke, which will interfere with the observation of aerial reconnaissance aircraft. Yegorov was speechless. This is really a solution. Wang Zhong continued to think divergently, don't we have captured smoke bombs? Use smoke bombs at our fake artillery positions to make the enemy think that is the area we want to protect. It's feasible. Yegorov nodded repeatedly, I'll give the order right away. Major General Randolph was enjoying breakfast in his command vehicle when suddenly someone stood at the door of the command vehicle and knocked on the door. The Major General raised his head and saw that it was the Chief of Staff, so he asked, what happened? How did the Ant people react? Chief of Staff, the artillery observation post reported that there was a large amount of thick smoke rising in the southeast of the city. It may be a fire. The Major General frowned, it's on fire? What a coincidence. He put down his knife and fork, pulled up his napkin and wiped his mouth. He drank the coffee in one gulp and stood up. The orderly immediately brought over the hat and civilized stick. The Major General, dressed neatly, finally took the telescope handed by the orderly, and strode out of the command vehicle. The division's artillery mirror was set up next to the command vehicle. The Major General walked over and patted the shoulder of the staff officer who was using the artillery mirror. The staff officer immediately gave up his position, stood at attention and saluted. Randolph observed it himself and said, there's something fishy about this smoke. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and asked, has the Air Force reconnaissance plane arrived? We applied like this yesterday, and no reconnaissance plane has arrived today. We're here, said the Chief of Staff, and radio contact has been established with the division's artillery, which is observing LTA from high altitude. Major General Randolph was speechless. Could this be the smoke specially created by the ants to block the sight of the reconnaissance plane? Chief of Staff, there is a possibility. Randolph, do you know who is commanding the Ant army on the front? According to the note we found in Kalinovka, it should be Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov. Randolph frowned, why is Ant's name so long? So who is he? General Whitehorse, said the Chief of Staff. Major General Randolph turned his head sharply, is it that General Whitehorse? Yes. Major General Randolph pursed his lips, left the artillery mirror, and walked around. At this moment, the communication staff officer ran over with a message, Armored Group Headquarters message. Randolph took the telegram, glanced at it and handed it to the Chief of Staff. The Chief of Staff read out, the siege mission of Bogdanovka has now been handed over to the infantry unit of the 6th Army. Our group will recuperate on the spot for a day before starting to advance. Your troops should strive to capture Lkov before dawn tomorrow. We believe there are only up to 2 brigades of infantry there. After the Chief of Staff finished reading, Major General Randolph asked, the shell fragments we found yesterday were 203 millimeters, right? Yes, General. There are 203 infantry in 2 brigades. This is the artillery of the Army Group. None of the staff spoke. Major General Randolph thought for a while and then said, did the artillery observation post see many mines detonated by artillery? Rare. Randolph asked again, how many booby traps did the engineers lay down in Kalinovka? 4, and they are all simple booby traps made with grenades. They are easy to eliminate as long as you don't pull the strings. Randolph was speechless. This white horse general likes to make lies. It is estimated that only part of the minefield is real, and the rest is fake. However, if we want to expand the scale of our attack, we will need time to assemble our troops. Let the artillery turn over all those fake minefields. Start shelling enemy positions in the city at 6 o'clock. Our attack will be postponed to 8 o'clock in the morning. Our troop strength will be doubled based on the original plan. Launching an attack is a complex science, only slightly simpler than organizing a retreat. Doubling the number of troops participating in the attack often means reorganizing the offensive formation. Also, Major General Randolph added, don't release smoke when attacking. The Air Force said yesterday that it had eliminated the enemy's only divine arrow launcher. Although I don't believe in the Air Force, the enemy has been using divine arrows to hit targets in the air. The reconnaissance plane did not hit our armored reconnaissance battalion. I think they may not have many magic arrows. Wang Zhong sighed, it's 6 o'clock sharp. The first person to notice that the enemy's artillery fire began to move was Yegorov. He shouted, the enemy's artillery fire has begun to extend into the city. As soon as he finished speaking, the cannonball landed in front of the window pointed to. Although all the glass had been removed before the enemy arrived in order to prevent the window fragments from injuring people after the fighting started, the shock wave still poured into the room, completely tearing down the wooden window frame that had no glass, and smashed it on the table and telephone behind the window. The artillery mirror was pushed backwards and fell onto Dmitry. He hugged the mirror and carefully placed it on the ground before lying down. Wang Zhong also lay on the ground. Yegorov shouted to him, Your Majesty General. You can't lie down like that. Your internal organs will be shattered. Wang Zhong raised his head and looked at Yegorov's lying method, isn't this really a static support in place? With Wang Zhong's physical strength before time travel, his muscles would have dissolved within a short time of lying like this. But he still did as he was told. This Alexei here was not good at anything else. He had been exercising quite well, so he might be able to hold on. The shells continued to fall, and nothing could be heard except the explosion. Wang Zhong always felt that the house was shaking and could even hear the screams of steel bars. Fine sand and gravel kept falling on his head, neck, and collar. Suddenly, a palm-sized cement block landed not far in front of Wang Zhong. He couldn't help but look up, just in time to see the decoration on the ceiling collapse and crash down. The bombardment continued as if it would never stop. Wang Zhong heard someone yelling hysterically. He cut to an overhead view, and at a glance he saw that the shouts came from a few young people in charge of wiring next door. They were huddled in the corner, holding their heads, and yelling to relieve their fear. The shelling seemed to never stop. As the shelling time increased, Wang Zhong became more and more worried that the house where his front finger was located would not be able to hold on. The feeling of the earth shaking made him feel that the house would fall on him in the next moment. The urge to stand up and run out of the house became stronger and stronger, making his breathing quicken. Is it so difficult to prepare for enemy artillery fire? No wonder some troops with low morale and organization collapsed after being bombed. This is a collapse. If it weren't for the courage required to stand up and run. The bombardment was finally over. Wang Zhong waited for a while before raising his head. Is it over? Just by raising his head, a large amount of white dust fell from his head. Now he was covered in a layer of dust, as if he had been lying in the snow for 2 hours when it snowed. Popov spat, wiped off the dust on his watch and looked at it. Damn it, you bombarded us for 2 hours. Wang Zhong was shocked. I actually stayed static for 2 hours? The moment he realized this, his muscles began to ache, so he lay directly on the ground and let out a long breath. Dmitry got up, put the artillery frame back to the window, then looked outside and said, the field has been completely blown into another color. Can crops still grow on this land? The ground is full of iron. Popov also got up. Don't worry, the scars on the earth will heal themselves, just like people. Yegorov picked up the telephone from the ground and grabbed the receiver. Pick up Brother Peter. Pick up Brother Peter. What? The phone line was blown up? Repair it quickly. Putting down the receiver, Yegorov looked at Wang Zhong. The enemy should be attacking. We need to find Brother Peter to confirm the scale. Wang Zhong thought that the monk's ears were almost as good as radar. Except for the inability to accurately locate and measure distance, the reconnaissance effect was really good. He also climbed up with sore shoulders, came to the window, and cut into a bird's eye view to observe the distance. Then he found that Brother Peter was not needed at all. The enemy's armored forces deployed an inverted V formation in the wilderness and drove towards the city in a mighty manner. Behind each tank was a large group of infantry. The Prasen people didn't even lay smoke. In this way, the enemy's superior direct fire power can be fully utilized. Does the enemy know that there are not many magic arrows here? Wang Zhong, quick, notify artillery position A to block the shooting. Yegorov, I'll go fire a flare. This is a backup contact plan prepared at Yegorov's strong request, specifically for the situation where the telephone line is interrupted. However, this kind of communication cannot specify the coordinates of the bombardment in detail. The B-4 will bombard a fixed area according to the previously determined data. That is the area where the enemy is about to pass. While Yegorov was firing the signal flare, Wang Zhong checked the various positions. Yegorov carefully told Wang Zhong about his defense concept: make full use of the experience summarized in Upper Pioneer, put the enemy into the rugged terrain, use automatic firepower and grenades to eliminate the accompanying infantry of the tank, and then get close to throw incendiary bombs. Of course, before entering the close battle, it is still necessary to make full use of the outer fortifications to weaken the enemy. Among the only 3 anti-tank guns of the 31st Guards Regiment, the 76 gun was arranged in the most solid and best concealed gun position in the outer fortifications, with a platoon of infantry covering it next to it. This platoon also has captured smoke bombs to cover the artillerymen's retreat to the next gun position. In order to facilitate the mobility of the 76 gun, Yegorov prepared a mule in the house next door and asked someone to take care of it. If there is a need to move, the mule can be used to tow the cannon. As for the 45mm gun, it can be dragged by the infantry. Yegorov cleared the retreat route in advance. However, the 45mm gun has a poor frontal penetration effect on enemy tanks, so Yegorov originally meant to let them share the attention and cover the 76 gun. To put it bluntly, the 45 gun is used to block the 76 gun, and the gunners assigned to the 45 gun are the cannon fodder of the 76 gun. Wang Zhong, who knew this, looked at the young faces who were nervously operating the 45 gun, and silently reviewed their names. This is the only thing he can do as a brigade commander at this stage. Order the soldiers to die, and then remember their names. Suddenly, Wang Zhong noticed a name, Alexei Barfionovic. It was the guy who had a date with the battlefield, and he was actually responsible for operating the 45mm gun. He looked like a gunner. Obviously, the 45mm gun was just an outdated weapon, but it was assigned to 10 people to operate it. The gunner, loader, aimer, breech block, ammunition handler, and 5 grooms responsible for managing mules and horses were also reserve personnel, ready to take over if the operator died. However, the mules and horses assigned to this artillery group had been killed by the explosion. The ammunition truck was intact, and the ammunition handler was squatting beside it holding an armor-piercing shell. Wang Zhong looked at every face carefully. The young people were not afraid, but excited. Obviously, the previous bombardment and the dead mules and horses around them did not scare them. The blood of the mules and horses wet their shiny and dust-free boots. At this time, the signal flare was launched. There was only one signal flare, which meant that the A artillery position began to fire at the designated area. The sound of artillery came from the city immediately, and the whistling sound of the heavy artillery passing over his head made Wang Zhong's back of the head sore. He immediately turned his sights to the enemy and saw the shells landed right in front of the enemy's queue. All 4 shells in this round hit the front of the enemy's queue without causing any damage. After all, the artillery was fired according to the preset coordinates. If the telephone line hadn't been broken, the enemy would have been in trouble. Wang Zhong could already hear the click of the enemy tank's gearbox from his position. At this time, the second wave of shells passed overhead. This time, all the shells landed accurately in the middle of the enemy's advancing column. A Type 4 tank was blown upside down, and the infantry behind it were all knocked down by the shock wave. Some people's legs were broken by shrapnel and flew high into the sky. This wave of 4 203s directly stopped the 4 tanks from moving forward, and the infantry behind the tanks suffered heavy casualties. However, the Plassen army did not stop moving forward, but instead accelerated. They may have realized that the artillery was aimed at this area, and the faster they passed through the area, the safer it would be, and the fewer people would die. When the third round of heavy artillery fell, most of the enemy had passed the targeted area, but a shell was seriously off target and exploded between two tanks, breaking the tracks of both tanks at once. This is not a game. It takes a long time to repair a broken track, so the enemy tank crew directly abandoned the vehicle and ran back, waiting for the battle to end before repairing the tank. The infantry following the tank joined the queue next to it. Although they are enemies, Wang Zhong has to admit that the enemy is indeed well trained. At this moment, in the air, Dao 215 of the 103rd Air Reconnaissance Brigade is hovering over Lkdov. The observer reported, due to the thick smoke on the ground, the location of the heavy artillery position was unclear. After thinking briefly, the captain pushed the control stick forward slightly, and the aircraft began to enter a shallow dive. The co-pilot immediately exclaimed, "If you rush to low altitude, you will be hit by the enemy's arrows." "Captain, so we have to calculate the coordinates of the enemy's artillery position before falling and inform the artillery on the ground." Co-pilot, "What? This is our mission, we have to complete it?" The self-defense gunner, co-pilot, and navigator can parachute. The captain then unbuckled the co-pilot's seat belt with his own hands. "Let's go." At this time, Road 215 got into the thick smoke caused by burning tires on the ground. Thick smoke even penetrated through the gaps, choking the captain and coughing. The first officer looked at the captain seriously. "See you in Valhalla." After saying that, he turned around resolutely. At this time, the plane passed through the thick smoke and the ground was close at hand. "Captain, observer. Did you see the artillery position that is firing?" "I saw it all." "Tell the artillery the coordinates." 15 pack artillery. The coordinates of the enemy's artillery position are. Someone shouted in the internal communication, "Magic arrow." The next moment the plane was shot, the captain was hit by a fragment of the divine arrow, and his flight jacket was stained red with blood. He still tried his best to maintain the plane's heading and shouted, "Report the position quickly." Observer, artillery. Enemy artillery position coordinates, repeat. Vasily suddenly shouted, "The enemy's plane has seen our artillery position. It is reporting to the enemy's artillery." Wang Zhong glanced at the sky through the window on the back. "How did you see it?" "Such thick black smoke." Then he saw through the window a plane falling to the ground trailing black smoke from burning. "Is this a reconnaissance plane that was originally at high altitude forced to descend under the black smoke to confirm the artillery position?" "No, this is not the time to sigh, you must immediately notify A to move the position." Wang Zhong picked up the receiver of the phone and found that there was no sound from the other side. He remembered that the phone line was damaged by the gunfire just now. This is too much of a delay. However, one of the goals of the artillery preparation was to destroy the command communication system, which seemed normal. Why doesn't Aunt Jun pay attention to radio? "Wang Zhong, the messenger." "The messenger." Before the messengers arrived, there was the sound of artillery shells piercing the sky, obviously aimed at the city behind the position. Artilleryman Dmitry muttered, "So fast." The sound of explosions came from inside the city. Wang Zhong took a chance and took a bird's-eye view, and then saw the enemy's artillery shells falling around the artillery unit sign in position A. "I don't know how many of the 4-door B4s in position A can survive." At this time Dmitry shouted, "The 76 anti-tank gun opened fire." Chapter 81 Bloody Lkdov. The only 76 gun on the position opened fire. When the armor-piercing projectile hit the enemy tank, it created a string of sparks, and then the tank turret exploded into the sky. The commanders of other tanks turned their telescopes around, trying to find the 76 gun emplacement in a pile of shelters. However, in order to protect the only 76 gun, the camouflage in front of the gun position was carefully arranged. Even if the muzzle smoke of the 76 gun was very loud, it was not easy to detect. The only problem is that the camouflage was also affected during the artillery preparations, so there are some flaws. But this time the Plozans who were suddenly attacked still failed to find the gun emplacement. At this time, the 45mm gun opened fire. Compared with the immediate effect of 76 guns, the effect of 45 guns is very embarrassing. One armor-piercing bullet was inserted into the front armor of the No. 4 tank, and the other round simply missed the target. It bounced off the outer armor like a table tennis ball and flew a long way before landing again on the field with few patches of turf left. The Prosen tanks began firing randomly with machine guns, trying to force out the hidden anti-tank guns. At this time, No. 4, Tactical No. 251, suddenly stopped and fired a shot. It mistook the fake anti-tank gun made of wood for the real thing. The fake cannon was blown into the sky by a 75mm grenade, along with a scarecrow disguised as the gunner. The scarecrow even had a smiley face nailed to his head with a piece of paper. Wang Zhong watched all this from a bird's-eye view, and recalled the praise of the Soviet anti-tank gun's excellent camouflage technology in the autobiography of Carius, the Tiger King on Earth. Obviously there will be smoke and flash when the artillery fires, but under Yegorov's guidance, the gun position has been camouflaged and the gun position has not been exposed yet. Yegorov observed the situation beside Wang Zhong and said, I learned this from the Monaheim people during the Winter War. Monaheim is a region whose inhabitants are called Monaheimers. As soon as Wang Zhong heard Yegorov's words, he felt that it was not surprising that these disguises were so effective. In the future, even if Yegorov disguised the anti-tank gun as a talking tree, he would not be surprised. The 76 gun fired again. The hit number 4 tank still maintained its original speed, but the tank members jumped out of the tank one after another, and then flames burst out from the turret base, and the tank turned into a chariot of fire and continued to rumble forward. It wasn't until the ammunition in the tank exploded that the guy slowly stopped. At this time, the commander of the enemy's number 231 vehicle finally discovered the gun position of the 76th gun. The tank stopped and began to rotate the turret. Soon enough, a 45mm anti-tank gun shell hit the number 231 car between the turret and the turret seat, jamming the turret. The enemy did not give up and began to turn the car body to take aim. When it was almost turned, the gunner actually opened fire directly. The artillery shells that were not accurately aimed hit the open space in front of the 76 gun, blowing up all the camouflage into the sky. At the same time, the explosion also alerted other tanks, and 8 tanks stopped at the same time. The dense attack formation of the Prussian people has this advantage. Although being bombarded by the 203 heavy artillery will be blown up badly, and one shell will fall and take away dozens or hundreds of people, this formation is more effective when facing direct fire from anti-tank guns. The advantages are truly endless. In the blink of an eye, 8 grenades landed around the 76 gun. Wang Zhong frowned. At first, he thought that the enemy had such good eyesight that he could see the 76 gun hidden behind the wall. But now he discovered that at least 6 of the 8 vehicles were hit by the impact of the shells on the number 231 vehicle just now. In this round of shooting, only 2 shots landed relatively accurately in front of the 76 gun, blowing the covering sandbags into the sky. 3 gunners operating the 76 gun were killed at once. The gunner shouted, "We have been discovered, retreat quickly." Then the remaining people dragged the 76 gun's open bracket with all their strength and pulled the gun back. When the man guarding the mules and horses saw this, he immediately led 2 mules over and wanted to use the mules to drag the cannon away. At this time, the machine gun swept over, hitting the artillery shield with a clang. The 245 gun guns opened fire with all their strength, trying to cover the retreat of the 76 gun guns. The 45 gun commanded by Alexei Balfionovic hit a number 4 with 3 rounds in succession, finally forcing the members of the number 4 to abandon the vehicle. When he was directing the cannon to aim at the second target, he suddenly saw the target stop and turn the muzzle of the gun. "Quickly retreat." While Alexei was shouting, he directly started to drag the cannon, and the group of people just forcibly took the cannon out of its emplacement. The enemy's grenade fell immediately, and the explosive fragments just hit the small mantelet of the 45 gun. Alexei's shoulder, the only one exposed outside the gun mantelet, shook, but he gritted his teeth and said nothing. He continued to push the gun, shouting while pushing, "Quick! Go to the backup gun position." The mules and horses originally equipped by this artillery group were all killed by the enemy's firepower, and they could only move the artillery manually. Wang Zhong was watching, and Yegorov put down his telescope. 2 of the 3 artillery groups have been taken away, and it will be dangerous for the remaining one to continue shooting. As he spoke, he stuck his head out of the window and gestured below. The veteran guarding below read Yegorov's gesture, nodded and ran away. Wang Zhong asked curiously, "What did you say?" "Tell the last artillery team to retreat into the preset second sniper position." "Wang Zhong, do we still have a second sniper position?" Previously, Wang Zhong had given all the defense tasks to Yegorov and went out to investigate the villages outside, so he had no idea about the layout of the fertilizer factory's main position. Yegorov explained, "I referred to the experience in Upper Penier. After the enemy tanks enter the complex terrain, the shooting range and observation field of view will be limited, and the infantry can take advantage of the familiar terrain to quickly eliminate the tanks. Accompany the infantry and use Molotov cocktails to destroy the tanks. The terrain of this fertilizer plant is much more complicated than Hauptpanier, which only has a Y-shaped road. If the enemy dares to come in, we will make this fertilizer plant a burial place for the enemy." Prasen's troops did not know Yegorov's arrangements, nor did they know that all the anti-tank guns here had left their first-line positions and entered the second-line positions to wait. They were still firing at anything that looked like an anti-tank gun. Many gaps were made in the wall of the fertilizer plant. In fact, these fake gun emplacements were deliberately arranged so that the Prussian army could enter the fertilizer plant from these places. The enemy gradually approached close to fighting distance. Following the battalion commander's order, the infantry originally hidden behind the tanks spread out to both sides, forming a skirmish line, and advanced past the tanks. They tiptoed close to the gap in the wall they had just blasted, and found that there were no anti-tank guns at all, only wooden sticks, templates disguised as gun mantelets, and scarecrows disguised as gunners. A sergeant stepped over the sandbags of a fake gun emplacement and was knocked to the ground by a sudden burst of machine gun fire. The position of the machine gun is very tricky, and the tank outside the wall is just out of sight, making it impossible to destroy it with direct artillery fire. Sergeant Proson, who led the troops beside the wall, habitually threw away the smoke bomb. However, the machine gun ignored the smoke grenades and fired 3 rounds continuously to block the entrance. In this situation where he was beaten to death but was still half disabled, even soldiers as brave as Proson did not dare to easily try to cross the restricted area. The situation at the other gap was similar, and the Prosens were just blocked outside the wall. At this time, the Prosen Army's platoon command tank decided not to wait, and took the initiative to break the deadlock. The platoon leader who had been looking over his shoulder retracted into the tank turret, and the huge steel monster rushed towards a wall with no gap at full speed. It is estimated that the platoon leader's thinking was that there must be no gap and no well-designed machine gun to block it. The brick wall was knocked down directly, and the steel behemoth roared into the yard, facing 2 Molotov cocktails. The first shot missed and hit the driver's observation window. A small amount of flammable liquid splashed into the cockpit and was immediately extinguished by the mechanical and electrical staff with a fire extinguisher. The second shot hit the air inlet and radiator of the tank engine very accurately. The fire instantly caused secondary damage and set the entire engine on fire. The Prosen tank crew reacted quickly and abandoned the vehicle without waiting for the commander's order. As a result, they were mowed down by submachine guns as soon as they got out of the hatch. Then the tank detonated. After the platoon leader died for his country, the other tanks immediately stopped. Then a tank fired a grenade at the wall, blowing a new hole out. The tank platoon began firing grenade rounds, quickly leveling a section of the wall. The infantrymen rushed in howling, and were mowed down by the machine guns placed on the sides. Wang Zhong watched the battle from a bird's-eye view and couldn't help but admire, "You arranged the crossfire well. This fertilizer plant has been expanded 3 times, and each expansion was planned separately. As a result, the terrain is extremely complicated, and most of the buildings are made of reinforced concrete, so it becomes like this." Yegorov became modest. Wang Zhong was about to speak when he suddenly noticed that a platoon of enemy tanks and accompanying infantry turned to the right, seemingly intending to outflank the chemical plant from the north. He didn't care that he couldn't see this group of people in his actual field of vision at this time, and asked Yegorov directly, "The enemy is outflanking us from the north. What should we do?" "Yegorov, there is only a narrow road with 1 lane and 1 lane over there. If 2 cars meet head-on, they will have to push the bull. I have already arranged it, just watch it." Vasily's friend Filipov, who plays the drums, immediately retracted when he saw the Prosen army tank and said to his partner, "Coming, coming." The partner immediately cranked the generator wildly to charge the detonator. After shaking it for about 10 times, my partner touched the switch with his hand, and the electric shock made his hair stand on end. "Okay," he said, picking up the detonating rod and inserting it into the detonator. "Yes, the detonators produced by Ant need to be charged on site because the battery performance is too poor, and the test of whether it is fully charged depends on whether it hurts when it is charged. If it hurts, it is full. It's just, very Ant Empire style." Filipov stuck his head out again and watched the enemy tanks and infantry enter the alley. He waved vigorously, and his partner twisted the blasting rod. The explosives planted on the road exploded immediately, engulfing the leading tank and the accompanying infantry. "Ula!" Someone shouted, and the young soldiers hiding behind the wall threw the lit Molotov cocktails over the wall. Suddenly the road turned into a sea of fire. The tank at the end wanted to reverse out of this hell, but the agile soldier climbed over the wall, jumped on top of the tank, opened the lid and threw 2 grenades inside. The warrior was immediately mopped down by the Prosens. More soldiers stuck their heads out from the top of the wall and fired into the alley. A Prosen team was wiped out in an ambush. Wang Zhong was speechless. Yegorov didn't know that he had watched the whole process. "Don't worry, the boys are all good, and the enemy will be eliminated." That's right, although some people sacrificed their lives because of being too careless, the enemy was indeed eliminated. Then the phone rang. Wang Zhong was shocked. "Has it been repaired?" "Yegorov has already answered the phone, this is the front finger." "What?" "Okay." He covered the receiver and said to Wang Zhong, "There is no enemy attack on the garrison. Ask us if we need support. They can separate a battalion." "Need it?" Wang Zhong replied decisively, "Order them to come over immediately. We must drive out all the enemies who have broken into the factory." At this time, the situation has actually become clear. The enemy attacked with only 2 battalions reinforced with tanks. 1 battalion on their side was severely consumed by the terrain. With another battalion of fresh troops, the enemy should withdraw, and maybe even an intact Panzer IV tank could be captured. The tank that was killed by a grenade should still be able to drive if you shovel the sludge on the dashboard. Major General Randolph observed the front line. The enemy seems to be well prepared. It is probably impossible to attack with such a small number of troops. The Chief of Staff also agreed, the effect of our artillery may not be too obvious. Tomorrow we should concentrate our firepower on artillery preparations to kill the enemy and destroy the fortifications as much as possible. Tomorrow? No, let's do it today. Let the troops release smoke and withdraw. Then the artillery will continue to blast. Anyway, they didn't consume much ammunition along the way. After all, many times the artillery battle ends before the artillery fire. At this time, the communications staff officer ran over and said, "Major General, the 223rd Grenadier Regiment has captured Lower Linney Village. They can immediately set out from Lower Linney Village to outflank Luchthof." "Randolph, is the news correct?" "Really? Well, then we will postpone the artillery preparation time until the 223rd Regiment arrives. It is expected that at Major General Randolph looked at his pocket watch, at 3 o'clock this afternoon, all troops will be deployed on the front arc at the same time, and artillery fire will begin. Prepare. After 2 hours of preparation, launch a full-scale attack. The Air Force will also coordinate as much as possible. It doesn't matter if it doesn't happen." When Wang Zhong saw the enemy releasing smoke, he immediately realized that the enemy was about to run away. "Igorov. Let the boys charge, remember not to rush out of the smoke, and kill as many enemies as possible in the smoke." Yegorov immediately turned his head. "Sergeant, blow the whistle, attack." After giving the order, he asked Wang Zhong, "Do we need to let the artillery fire? There should be no reconnaissance planes in the sky now. Position B will not be discovered even if it fires." Wang Zhong, "No, I want to keep the secret and give the enemy a surprise at the critical moment." As soon as he finished speaking, the phone rang. Wang Zhong picked up the receiver. "I am Brigadier General Rokosov." Pavlov's voice appeared on the other end. "Brigadier General, we have some new situations here. You should come to the brigade. The phone line may be tapped by spies." Wang Zhong nodded. "Okay, I'll go right away." After hanging up the phone, he shouted to Gregory, "Prepare a car. Do you still have a car?" Gregory nodded and left. When Wang Zhong pointed it out in the past, he saw Alexei Balfionovic, the starry boy, being bandaged, and said, "Go to the hospital if you are injured. You have already fulfilled your responsibility." The young man looked at Wang Zhong. "Brigadier General, aren't you also injured? Why are you still on the front line?" Wang Zhong looked at his shoulder. He was suddenly shocked to realize that he had been able to support himself for 2 hours despite an injury to his shoulder. This physical condition could only be said to be that of a stuffed bear. When Wang Zhong was distracted, the young man asked again, "Brigadier General." Wang Zhong, I am only slightly injured." "Me too, the bullet passed without causing much damage or even breaking the bones." Alexei Balfionovic said proudly, "So I want to stay on the front line and stay with me, the artillery team is together." At this time, the loader of his gun crew shouted, "Actually, he just wants to look cool so that he can brag about it to his girl in the future." Everyone laughed, including Alexei himself. Wang Zhong also smiled. Although the city was bombed and shelled this time, Natalia was definitely safer in the laundry team than on the front line. During the booing, I don't know who started singing first. I remember a small provincial town. Lonely, remote, and depressing. The city's boulevards, markets, and churches. There is also a hazy mist echoing. I saw. Dear familiar figure. Blue round hat. Blue coat. Dark skirt, girlish figure. My short-lived love. Tanya, my Tatiana. Do you remember this hot summer? I can't forget that time. That time of love. Wang Zhong stood aside until they finished singing the song before turning around and getting into the car driven by Gregory. I don't know if it's because death and destruction are right next to me, but love on the battlefield has a different kind of beauty. Wang Zhong blessed the couple from the bottom of his heart. When he arrived at the brigade headquarters, he learned that Natalia had been killed in the air raid. Because he didn't know how to face the young Elisha, Wang Zhong didn't have time to tell him the news until he died in battle. In summary, I have 3 good news and 1 bad news. Pavlov looked a little more haggard than the last time Wang Zhong saw him, and he had less hair on his head. It won't be long before Wang Zhong has a bald chief of staff. Wang Zhong, let's tell you the bad news first. I'll see how bad it can be. Pavlov, the enemy's panzer grenadiers captured the village of Lower Linney and drove out our troops who were resting in the village. Now they can outflank us from the village of Lower Linney. We must deploy troops to defend the southeastern part of the city. Wang Zhong's brows immediately twisted into knots. This is equivalent to doubling the defensive surface at once. If the force in hand is spread out on such a wide front, it will be as thin as paper. Then tell me what's the good news. He changed the subject. First, our mission has changed. Pavlov stopped, as if specifically asking Wang Zhong to ask questions. Wang Zhong, what has changed? No need to wait until July 11. Yes, we will defend until the 63rd Army comes to take over the defense. It's better to wait until the 11th. That at least has a specific time. Wouldn't it be bad if the 63rd Army was unable to move when friendly forces were in trouble? Wang Zhong, where's the second good news? The remnants of the 23rd Tank Corps have entered the city and will be with us soon. They also have about 20 BT-7 tanks. Wang Zhong said which was barely good news. Although BT-7 has basically no defense, it can run fast and can penetrate the side and back of number 4. According to the standards of War Thunder, this is a good vehicle. As long as it can run fast and can penetrate it, it is a good vehicle. Where's the third one? Wang Zhong continued to ask. Pavlov, the railway is expected to be repaired before nightfall. The reinforcement train assigned to us by the Crown Prince is already waiting. It will come over as soon as it is repaired. Wang Zhong frowned. Is this a military parade specialist sending us again? Could it be the T-35? That's what I said, but in this situation, T-35 has to be used. After all, the cannon on that thing is not a decoration, it can still be used. Pavlov shrugged. Chapter 82. No matter what kind of weird troops the Crown Prince packed into another train, they were still stuck on the train and couldn't come for a while. The first wave of reinforcements Wang Zhong received that day were tanks from the 23rd Tank Corps, to be precise, from the remnants of the 23rd Tank Corps. The fast series of light tanks, with BT as the model name, is a good vehicle in the game, after all, it is so fast. But in reality, this is a flying coffin, and a machine gun with a larger caliber can penetrate this thing. Therefore, the Soviet Union on Earth basically did not reproduce it after the war. After all, T-34 is also very fast, and the overall performance of T-34 is one dimension better than that of the BT series. Wang Zhong looked at these BT-7s entering the Rokossov battle group station, sighed, and could only make do with them. After all, this thing still has a 45mm cannon and a machine gun. It's no problem to kill the infantry. It's also good to maneuver around and hit number 3 and number 4. The leading BT-7 has the tactical number 2301. There is an antenna behind the turret, and it is obviously a platoon or company command vehicle. A lieutenant colonel opened the hatch cover and came out, saluting Wang Zhong from the turret, Brigadier General Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossov. Salute to you. Wang Zhong looked at his name from a bird's-eye view and responded, I also salute you, Lieutenant Colonel Mikhail Fedotovich. The report said you have 20 BT-7s, why did I just see it? 10 cars. That's because 5 of them broke down due to lack of maintenance and spare parts, and the other 5 were destroyed by the enemy air force. The enemy air force was equipped with 13mm machine guns, which were only a little thinner than our anti-tank guns. They shot this paper out of the air. The thing will just lie down. The lieutenant colonel shook his head. There are only so many tanks left in my regiment, General. Let us play some role. We can also use it as a fixed turret. If we pile some sandbags in front of the turret, we can still fight against the Prosens. Just shoot it. Wang Zhong shook his head and waved to the lieutenant colonel. Mikhail looked confused, but he quickly got out of the car, stood in front of Wang Zhong, and saluted again. Wang Zhong put his hand on the opponent's shoulder. The situation is like this. We have an enemy's fully armored division in front of us. It is one of the enemy's 17 armored divisions. We suspect that there is also part of an armored grenadier division. Coming up. We have just lost the shield in the southeast. The enemy will attack us from the southeast and southwest. Our troops simply cannot defend such a large area. Do you understand this point? Mikhail nodded. I understand, so we have to add. Don't talk yet, listen to me. Currently, the 5th Bishensк Regiment in charge of defense in the southeast of us has only 300 people left. They have lost almost all their technical equipment and are not fully equipped with machine guns. The anti-tank guns on the position are actually made of wood, do you understand? I understand, let's go. We don't have anti-tank guns, so we can't shoot at people in the wilderness. We have to let the enemy in, intercept the infantry, and use Molotov cocktails to destroy the enemy's tanks and armored vehicles. And I ask you to wait in the eastern city area and use speed to outflank the enemy when they attack the city. Your 45-meter cannon can penetrate the enemy's flanks and butt. Mikhail frowned. There is a fatal problem with your plan. There are no locals in Lktov among us. Although the city is not big, it is a bit overwhelming for you to let us, a group of newcomers from outside the country, sneak into the alley and attack from the side. Wang Zhong, the skiterii composed of local people will show you the way and help you detect the enemy's location. Mikhail frowned even more tightly. Aren't the skiterii just a group of militia? Yeah, a lot of them were called up in the last few days. This. Wang Zhong, don't worry, I will personally command a tank. Even if the rest of you fail to complete the bypass mission, I will complete it. I think your command vehicle is good, and now it is mine. Mikhail, huh? Huh? Wang Zhong turned to the soldiers waiting next to him and said, paint out the tactical number of this vehicle and replace it with my tactical number 422. In fact, Wang Zhong hesitated whether to use number 422 or number 67. In the end, he decided that the honor of number 67 should always belong to the brave crew. He should inherit the glorious number 422, carry this number, and carry the sacrificed tankers throughout the game. At this time, Mikhail asked, but, unlike the T-28, the BT-7 does not have an independent commander. I am the commander and gunner on the car. Have you received gunner training? Wang Zhong was stunned. His impression of tanks was all based on the game. One person could do all the work in the game, so he didn't even consider the fact that the BT-7 did not have an independent commander. At this time, two soldiers climbed onto the tank with buckets, erased the original tactical number 2301 with paint, and then wrote the tactical number 422 freehand with a brush. Mikhail did not stop the two men, but looked at Wang Zhong. General. Wang Zhong, I can stand behind your turret and serve as an anti-aircraft gunner. This time and space BT-7 has anti-aircraft machine guns. Mikhail seemed unable to believe his ears. What did you say? I stand behind the turret as an anti-aircraft gunner. Wang Zhong said very firmly. The enemy is outnumbered and we must make full use of the advantages brought by Wang Zhong's plug-in to defeat the enemy at a relatively small cost. The village of Upper Penier had previously proven how much results Wang Zhong could achieve by personally commanding tanks. The loader of the original tank number 2301 stuck his head out. What do you mean? Why did you change the tactical number? Mikhail, what's going on? Mikhail was silent for a few seconds and said, we will be directly commanded by the general. The loader asked in confusion, then whose job will the general replace? Can the general know how to fire cannons? Wang Zhong, no, I will stand behind your turret. Loader, that's too dangerous. No, Mikhail said, this may be true for other tanks, but for the BT-7, maybe being behind the turret is safer than staying inside. After all, it has an extra layer of armor plate protection. What he means is that the entire car is regarded as a defense shield. 2.5 hours later, in the east of Okhtov City, the hiding place of the Rokosov Tank Company. Wang Zhong came out of the cellar, leaned against the window and looked out. Loader Ivanov also emerged from the cellar, stood behind Wang Zhong and said, the preparations for artillery fire are over, and the sound of artillery can no longer be heard. Okay. Wang Zhong snapped his fingers, get in the car. Get ready to fight. If the enemy stopped attacking for so long before preparing their artillery fire, and then prepared for so long, they must have completed their attack formation. Wang Zhong opened the door and saw Reznov, a veteran soldier wearing an old skiterii uniform. He was the leader of the 5th Provisional Skiterii Corps. The old man had a grey beard, and his military uniform was of pre-Civil War style, but he had replaced the collar badge with a secular one. Behind him stood a young man carrying a huge flag. Your Excellency General. Reznov said, we are ready. The guides selected for you are all the smartest young men. They usually run around the streets like weasels to see whose girls are pretty. This place they know it? Wang Zhong thought to himself, isn't that just a street kid? Reznov, and I assigned Kozlov to the lieutenant colonel as a guide. He is so strong that even if the tank is destroyed, he can drag the lieutenant colonel out and carry it to the medical station. Also, look at this flag, it's the best flag we could find, a huge morale booster. Wang Zhong, no, the lieutenant colonel does not need a guide. He will be commanded by me personally. Send this Kozlov to someone else. Why? Reznov looked surprised. Wang Zhong pointed to his head, I am already familiar with the nearby streets. This is the basic quality of a commander. Reznov, but standing behind the tank turret is very dangerous. There is no need for you to do it yourself. Wang Zhong, I have decided. Reznov burst out laughing, that's right. You are such a reliable general. Just like the White Horse General in the newspaper. Wang Zhong was embarrassed. He didn't expect that there were still people who didn't know that he was the White Horse General. But he didn't say it explicitly, because it seemed like he was bragging about his achievements, and now was not the time to talk about it. He said to the old man, please tell everyone the location of the enemy tanks to the nearest our tanks and let the tanks deal with the tanks. Even if you have to attack the enemy tank at close range, you must first eliminate the infantry accompanying the tank. Reznov, Don't worry. Wang Zhong nodded and climbed into car number 422, which had been given a new tactical number. Mikhail also climbed into the turret, then took out the earphones and microphone and handed them to Wang Zhong. General, you take command. Wang Zhong took the earphones and microphone and asked, what about you? There's a spare. Although this new car has a radio, the Ant Empire's radio quality is very poor. I don't know if it is because the tank's generator is not working, and the power is mainly provided to the turret motor. As long as the radio is connected, the earphones are full of rustling sounds, as if someone is frying sand in Wang Zhong's ears. But in order to command the communication, I had no choice but to endure it. Wang Zhong picked up the microphone. This is the command vehicle, 2nd Platoon Leader, can you hear me? If you can hear me, please speak to General. In fact, Wang Zhong just called to see if he could get the 2nd Platoon Leader's field of vision. The answer was yes. The moment the 2nd Platoon Leader responded, the area around the 2nd row command vehicle number 2306 lit up from the bird's eye view. But the surroundings of other vehicles without radios were still dark. Although they were now all units under Wang Zhong's direct command, they did not provide Wang Zhong with a field of vision. Could it be because Wang Zhong's shouting could not be heard inside the tank? After all, even the BT-7 is very noisy when it moves. The tanks of the Ant Empire are famous for not paying attention to ergonomics, and their production technology is very rough, so the tanks are all noisy. It's unrealistic to use shouting to command tanks, so there's no vision of other tanks? While Wang Zhong was thinking about this, a ski Terry stuck his head out from the roof of a nearby house and shouted, the enemy is attacking. So Wang Zhong decisively called Vasily, Vasily. Do you hear me? He waited for a few seconds, and Vasily's voice came over the radio noise, I heard it, General. Are you sure you want plain language communication? Yes, there is nothing you can do about using plain language in an emergency. Wang Zhong thought that what was important was not the content of the communication, I just wanted to brighten my horizons. After connecting to the Prasen walkie-talkie guarded by Vasily, the vision of the 31st Guards Regiment lit up. Even the sight of the artillery scope with Dmitry in charge was obtained. So Wang Zhong saw the enemy deploying at least 80 tanks and armored vehicles on an arc of nearly 120 degrees from southwest to southeast of Luchthof. This is still the first echelon, and there are about 100 tanks and half-tracks in the second echelon behind it. Wang Zhong was shocked. He knew that the number of enemies was huge, but he didn't expect it to be so huge. The main force of the enemy's attack was from the southeast, with a total of 20 short-barreled Panzer IV tanks, 6 Panzer III tanks, and a half-track vehicle. Do you want to rely on 10 BT-7s to destroy so many enemies? All 10 T-34s should be weighed and weighed, okay. Only 10 KVs can deal with so many enemies. No, you cannot be intimidated by the number of enemies. The enemy is not familiar with the terrain and enters the streets to fight at close range. No matter how many enemies there are, isn't it a military achievement? At this time, the messenger of the 5th Pshinsk Regiment appeared on horseback in front of Wang Zhong's number 422 car and said loudly, our regiment is ready to follow your order to put the enemy into the city and fight. Wang Zhong, very good, let me tell you, Commander, that the armored troops under my personal command will outflank the enemy and give them a huge blow. The ordering soldier saluted, turned his horse's head and galloped away. At this time, Mikhail's voice came from the inside line, General, we are about to enter an ambush position. Okay, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, the engine of this new car number 422 roared furiously, mixed with the gear bite sound of the transmission. The tank shook a bit and then started to move forward. Wang Zhong grabbed the anti-aircraft machine gun, used it to stabilize his body, and stood behind the turret with his feet spread. There is also a machine gunner standing behind the turret of other tanks. These are local guides responsible for showing the way to the tanks. When the enemies attacking from the southeast enter the city, Wang Zhong will personally lead these tanks to kill a lot of enemies, and then quickly leave the bunker and maneuver around. After watching the tank column drive away, Reznov exclaimed, what an amazing general. Just like Bagration who personally led the charge of the guards. He turned and shouted to the Ski Terrii soldiers, the generals are taking the lead. We can't be afraid of death. The Ski Terrii soldiers shouted in unison, don't be afraid of death. Reznov, everyone is here, the Ski Terrii is temporarily forming the 5th Regiment, let's go together. The soldiers who were civilians a few days ago were not as neat as the real soldiers, but the forest composed of rows of spears still made everyone not to underestimate them. At this moment, Wang Zhong lost sight of the 31st Regiment, and he hurriedly called again, Vasily. General, you don't give orders, and you have to communicate with me constantly. I also have to monitor the conversations of the Prasen people. Vasily's complaint penetrated into Wang Zhong's ears through the static noise. For a moment, Wang Zhong wanted to order the machine gun to be moved 5 centimeters to the left. 5 centimeters will not affect the construction of the firepower point, but it is indeed an order, so that his behavior of insisting on maintaining radio communication does not seem so strange. But he finally endured it? Igorov is good, and he and the veterans of the 31st Regiment have accumulated a lot of experience in mincing meat in Upper P-Niton, so you can rest assured. In fact, Wang Zhong had no confidence that he could do better than Yegorov and the others. At this time, Wang Zhong suddenly discovered that Gregory was driving a jeep not far from the tank. So he switched the perspective and called, "Gregory. What are you doing here? Go back to the 31st Regiment. The army needs an experienced sergeant major like you. I am in the tank, and there is no need for guards at this time." Gregory hesitated to speak, but finally saluted and drove away in the jeep. After watching Gregory leave, Wang Zhong was about to continue observing the battlefield. Mikhail, who had been demoted from the army commander to the gunner, asked, "Your Excellency, General, did you really command one tank to destroy 100 enemy tanks in the village of Upper Penier?" Wang Zhong, "No, this is exaggerated propaganda in the newspaper." The driver muttered, "I knew the newspaper men were talking nonsense." Loader, "How many vehicles exactly are they?" 8. Before the T-28 we drove was destroyed, we destroyed a total of 8 enemy tanks. This number left others in awe. Mikhail, that's pretty good. After all, it's the T-28. We all know that that car is very bad. It was made by the marshals and emperors who like tall and powerful multi-turret tanks. Wang Zhong nodded, "I know." He knew very well that in the beginning, he was able to kill 4 number 4 vehicles at once with a crappy car like the T-28. That was really the credit of the plug-in. When you are facing the enemy from behind and the effect of the plug-in is weakened, you will suffer immediately. Whoever came up with that thing and sent it to war should be shot. Finally, car number 422 arrived at the preset ambush position. This is a row of houses destroyed by enemy artillery fire. The remaining broken walls are very good bunkers. Tanks can hide inside and beat the enemy hard. As long as the enemy enters the city and keeps advancing along Suvorov Street, they will enter the firing range of the BT-7 hidden in the ruins. Even the 45mm gun with outdated performance can open the cans of enemy tanks one after another. Wang Zhong stood behind the tank turret and felt a little hot. The tank's heat dissipation device was right under his feet, so it would be strange if it wasn't hot. At this time, Wang Zhong heard the sound of B4 firing. Mikhail was shocked. "Why are there still heavy artillery? We heard that you don't have heavy artillery here." Wang Zhong, "A gift from the Crown Prince." "What the hell?" Mikhail looked at Wang Zhong with disbelief. "Unfortunately, this is not a good time to show off. Wang Zhong can only say, I will introduce it to you when the war is over. Focus first." After that, Wang Zhong switched to the overlooking perspective. However, there were too few troops under his direct command. The battlefield was dark. Only he and another platoon command tank, with a radio, had bright vision. Therefore, Wang Zhong could not see clearly the bombardment effect of the B4 heavy artillery. The next moment, he saw enemy tanks begin to bombard various commanding heights in the city, smashing the water tower and bell tower into rubble. Wang Zhong was covered in cold sweat. Fortunately, the enemy did not fire on the water tower in Upper Penier, otherwise he would have died. He was not worried about Dmitry, because the observation window on the front finger was not at the highest point, but sacrificed the field of view in exchange for better concealment. If the enemy shoots at a high point like this, he will definitely not be able to hit Kinzi and Dmitry. Wang Zhong took a deep breath and waited patiently for the enemy to enter the ambush area. At this time, there was a sharp whistling in the sky, and you didn't need to look up to know that the Stuka was coming. To the naked eye, the plume of smoke erupted by the half-ton bomb looked like clusters of coral suddenly growing on the ground. Wang Zhong comforted everyone in the car, "Calm down, don't worry." Mikhail smiled, "Our ears were numb when we heard this sound. Do you know how many tanks in our entire 23rd Army were killed by this thing?" Wang Zhong, "How much?" 200 vehicles at least, and a large number of gas trucks were lost. Our army is equipped with a relatively large number of gas trucks. As a result, it is difficult to move forward. Because it is a mechanized army in name, we do not have mules and horses, and we do not even have replacement mules and horses. None can be found. Mikhail shook his head repeatedly. "During the training, I didn't find any problems. During the exercises, I followed the director's instructions, and no problems were found. But when the war started, problems were found, but people were already dead." After Mikhail finished speaking, the driver also echoed, "The above is too rigid." After reading a little bit of the military theory books of the United Kingdom and Prozan, I took it for granted. Look at the roads of our country. When it comes to turning over the road every year, when traveling, cars have to sit on their backs, and it can't be done without mules and horses. Wang Zhong had a serious expression on his face. thinking that he was indeed a carnivorous man who was incapable of making far-sighted plans. At this moment, the enemy's top soldiers came into view. Wang Zhong immediately reminded, "The enemy is coming. Prepare to fight." Directly south of the ruins, the soldiers of the 5th Bishinsk Regiment had opened fire, and the sound of machine gun fire was like a burst of firecrackers. The enemies marching in the ambush area seemed not to be aware of the danger yet, and moved forward in a loose marching formation, with dense intervals between tanks. Wang Zhong looked down from a bird's-eye view and waited until all the enemies entered the ambush area before shouting, "Fire!" Mikhail immediately opened fire, and the armor-piercing shell directly hit the side of the number 4 tank at the end of the enemy's column. The tank immediately lost power and stopped on the road. Wang Zhong personally operated the anti-aircraft machine gun, strafing the enemy's infantry formation, and at the same time ordered, "Load grenades." All enemy tanks are destroyed. There were 2 platoons of 8 Panzer IV tanks in the entire ambush area. Wang Zhong's 10 BT-7s fired a salvo, which actually destroyed all the Panzer IV tanks. But others didn't have Wang Zhong's vision and couldn't highlight the target, so they couldn't tell whether the stopped tanks were killed or whether the people were stunned. It is common for a stationary tank to suddenly move on the battlefield. The men inside are simply stunned and will continue to operate the tank when they wake up. Therefore, both the Soviet and German armies on the Eastern Front had the habit of replenishing the wreckage with artillery. But Wang Zhong didn't have this trouble. He immediately ordered to cut the grenades and kill the enemy's infantry as much as possible. However, the enemy reacted quickly. The infantry had already determined the direction of the incoming fire and had concealed it, and even fired smoke grenades. Another smoke bomb. Wang Zhong, quickly reverse the car and leave the bunker. Let's go around and kill more enemies. The 5th Bishinsk Regiment has not been replenished at all. No matter how brave and skilled it is no match for so many enemies. What is even more fatal is that this regiment has basically no anti-tank means, so it must destroy the enemy's armored vehicles as soon as possible. When BT-7 really started running, Wang Zhong realized that when he just rushed to the position, the driver left his hand behind. When this thing really starts running, the tracks are almost off the ground. Wang Zhong could only hold onto the anti-aircraft machine gun tightly. If he let go a little, he would fly out. Car number 422 circled the enemy's flank at an alarming speed. Wang Zhong, stop. The first grenade, the second armor-piercing projectile. Grenade, okay. The loader shouted. After all, the 45mm gun has lighter ammunition and is faster to load. Before Wang Zhong could indicate the target, Mikhail opened fire, and the shell directly hit the half-track vehicle following the tank. The tank discovered the problem at the rear and began to rotate the turret. At this time, the loader shouted, "Armor-piercing bullet, okay." Still not waiting for Wang Zhong to indicate the target, Mikhail hit number 4 who was turning the turret with one shot. While Wang Zhong was operating the anti-aircraft machine gun to shoot at the enemies on the street, he urged, "Go faster. Don't stop, it's easy to be caught by the enemy if you stop." So number 422 started running again. Before reaching the next intersection, Wang Zhong ordered the tank turret to turn in advance and loaded grenades. The enemy's half-track vehicle turned into a rising fireball again. At the same time, Wang Zhong also used the anti-aircraft machine gun to sweep the flamethrower on the side of the road. The gushing high-pressure gas made the flamethrower fall to the ground. Wang Zhong originally thought that this would cause a big explosion, but the enemy's compressed gas tank was filled with high-pressure nitrogen. This thing will not explode. Wang Zhong couldn't care less. The enemy had already reacted and began to turn the muzzle. The tank may not be afraid of the enemy's squad machine gun, but Wang Zhong, standing behind the turret, is afraid. Go, go. Never stop maneuvering. When number 422 was running wildly, Mikhail couldn't help laughing, "Ha ha ha. I've been looking forward to this. I've been frustrated for so many days and have seen so many casualties. Finally, I can deal with these invaders." Mikhail laughed loudly, and the loader and the driver were also infected and laughed loudly together. At this time, in addition to the enemy, there were also a large number of locals and anti-soldiers who were paying attention to the BT-7 troops running at full speed in the city to guerrilla against the enemy. Those who did not choose to devote themselves to the cause of defending their country because of fear of the enemy were watching the armored troops running freely in their houses that had become ruins, or were about to become ruins. A guess gradually emerged in everyone's mind, maybe the enemy is not a big deal? And this guess was directly transformed into certainty by the soldiers of the Ski-Terii. Reznov waved his old rifle, which was long out of date, and shouted, "Follow the general's pace. The enemy is nothing. While they are knocked unconscious, charge." The Ski-Terii shouted Yura, trying to keep up with the BT series tanks. Wang Zhong didn't know how long the battle had lasted. He only knew that he had changed the magazine of the anti-aircraft machine gun for the third time with the help of Mikhail. The loader's report came from the headset, the grenades are all gone. At this time, the number 422 vehicle just circled to the side of a number 3 tank. Wang Zhong reported the position of number 3 as usual, and then Mikhail hit the first shot across the entire cross street, so a long tongue of fire spurted out of No 3's head. Literally furious. In a flash, Wang Zhong suddenly found that under the wall on the left side of the cross street, a Sergeant Prosan was holding a captured PTRD-41 anti-tank gun. The moment the two men met eyes, the sergeant threw his gun to the ground, and lay down like flying to aim at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong immediately turned the anti-aircraft machine gun, wanting to shoot this man into a sieve, but the machine gun jammed as soon as he pulled the trigger. It should be that he was in a hurry to change the magazine just now, and he didn't straighten the belt. Wang Zhong didn't know how to troubleshoot the machine gun, so he could only shout, "Turn the turret 15 degrees left." Wall, anti-tank gun. BT-7 has no electromechanical personnel, so there is no heading machine gun installed on the vehicle body because the driver has no time to operate the machine gun. Now he can only rely on the coaxial machine gun on the turret. As the turret turned, the enemy opened fire. From Wang Zhong's perspective, you can see through the open turret hatch that Mikhail's body shook and tilted to one side. The front of the BT-7's turret was actually penetrated by the anti-tank gun. But now it is less than 50 meters away from the anti-tank gun, so it is normal to be penetrated. After all, the fast series tanks are so thin-skinned and big-stuffed. Wang Zhong shouted back up while pulling out his pistol and shooting at the enemy. As a result, he, who had never received a day of pistol shooting training, emptied all his bullets. In a flash, the loader took over the gunner's operation and pressed the shooting button. The coaxial machine gun immediately shot the enemy holding the anti-tank gun into a sieve. Wang Zhong made a prompt decision, took off his headphones and microphone, opened the hatch on the loader's side and got in. He could not be a gunner, but he could still load shells. This way, the crew still had combat effectiveness. While he got into the tank, the loader continued to shoot to ensure that no one took over the anti-tank gun. The loader, now the gunner, shouted while shooting, "Back up quickly and leave this place of trouble." The driver didn't know why he didn't move. At this time, the magazine of the coaxial machine gun was empty. The loader was anxious to change the bullets, and suddenly found that the magazine on the ground was almost empty. Yes, more than 2,000 rounds of coaxial machine gun ammunition had been used up. In a flash, Wang Zhong heard a bang and looked up to see the loader at the gunner's position leaning back on Mikhail, who was already dead. There was a small hole in the front armor, and light came through the hole. "Wang Zhong, driver. Go." But no one responded to him. Wang Zhong hurriedly pulled the driver's shoulder, and then found that the driver was dead. Only then did he see a hole in the driver's observation window. The enemy's first shot was not at the turret, but at the driver's observation window, penetrating the cover and killing the driver, and then bounced to Mikhail. Wang Zhong suddenly realized that he would be killed if he continued to stay in the tank. Just as he was about to climb out of the tank through the entrance door, he was driven back by a burst of submachine guns. There were enemies outside shouting something. Wang Zhong couldn't understand it, but he always felt that it was related to him. Maybe the enemy wants to capture me alive. Wang Zhong hurriedly reloaded and loaded the pistol that was idle in the empty warehouse. Just at this time, a Prosan soldier appeared outside the hatch. The moment he saw Wang Zhong, he screamed. Wang Zhong fired 3 shots in a row. At this distance, even an inexperienced novice could guarantee a certain hit rate. The enemy disappeared, and blood spurted on Wang Zhong's face. The smell of blood irritated his nostrils. Wang Zhongxin wanted to run quickly. He remembered seeing in many movies that there was a hatch at the bottom of the tank for the tank crew to escape in this situation. He immediately got to the bottom of the tank. At this time, there were empty bullet casings everywhere on the bottom of the tank, blood gathered on the iron plate to form a small lake, and blood continued to drip from the dead bodies. Wang Zhong found the bottom hatch without much effort. He didn't know if the BT series had this hatch or if it was a special space-time one. In order to get into the hatch, he bumped his head many times, and there were many bumps on his head. As expected of a stupid thing, the ergonomics are so poor that even when stationary, it will cause people to bump their heads. Wang Zhong opened the hatch, got his upper body out, and came into direct contact with the ground. Then he crawled on the ground with his hands, trying to pull his body out. At this time, there was the sound of heavy objects being thrown into the tank. The next moment, the grenade exploded inside the tank, and a wave of air spurted out from the bottom hatch. Wang Zhong looked around and saw several pairs of Prosan-style military boots. He hurriedly checked the pistol, and then switched to a bird's-eye view to see if there was any possibility of escaping. Then, to his despair, he discovered that at least one platoon of Prosens was gathering around. It's over, I was still killing the enemy just now, but the situation suddenly took a turn for the worse. Is this the battlefield? Wang Zhong didn't want to surrender, nor did he want to give up. He was trying his best to find a way to break the situation, but after thinking about it, there was only despair. At this time, the ski Terii who had been trying to follow car number 422 finally reached a position where they could see car number 422. Across the street, everyone could clearly see that the tank with tactical number 422 was paralyzed on the side of the road, with Procenians lying on it. Everyone was stunned, unable to accept the fact that car number 422, which had been killing enemies like a god of war just now, was just finished. At this time, Reznov said, "The general has been martyred for his country. At least we can retrieve his body and avoid being insulted by the enemy." He held up his old antique rifle with a bayonet and said, "Ula." Others also shouted. Perhaps it was the general's death that angered them. Perhaps it was the fury of losing their general that drove them, but anyway they started shouting. Kozlov held high the double-headed eagle flag of St. Andrew's Cross and rushed to the front of the team. An enemy sergeant was half kneeling and fired at Kozlov. The bullet hit the strong man's neck, and a large amount of blood spurted out from the artery and smeared on the military flag. Kozlov knelt forward, but the flag was taken by Reznov. The old man held an old-fashioned rifle in one hand and held the flag with great strength in the other. The enemy's bullet penetrated the old man's chest, but he did not stop running and rushed forward several steps before kneeling on the ground. Strange hands took the flag from the fallen old man. More and more people rushed out of the streets and alleys, holding various objects that they could pick up, and rushed towards the enemies on the street. Benches, umbrellas, and even door frames. Women threw vases and stones from the second and third floors to support the offensive on the road. The arrogant invaders were like small boats in the vast ocean, being swallowed up in an instant. Wang Zhong looked at the scene in shock. He didn't even notice that a train was entering the train station in the distance that had been idle for 2 days. After the last Proson soldier was opened by the blacksmith's hammer, Wang Zhong climbed out from under the tank. He was only halfway up when countless hands reached out to grab him. The general is still alive. The general is still alive. People just dragged him out from under the car, and then helped him up in all kinds of ways. Wang Zhong looked at the excited crowd and couldn't close his mouth. Those who never abandoned me, destroyed the enemies who were armed to the teeth, and rescued me from the abyss of despair. The huge shock made Wang Zhong unable to think about questions such as how is the enemy? And is the offensive over? For a while. He just looked at the ordinary people showing surging power in front of him and felt this power. Just then, he saw a flag. I vaguely remember that this should be the flag that Reznov brought. Now the flag has been stained red with a lot of blood and looks dirty and torn. But in Wang Zhong's eyes, this flag exudes a reassuring atmosphere. He remembered that song, "The flag of the Republic has my blood-stained style." So Wang Zhong took the flag. He has already decided that this flag will follow him until one day he completely crushes the invaders. The setting sun is like blood, and the red flag is like a painting. At this time, he heard the roar of the engine coming from the direction of the station. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Thank you.